Chapter 4570. Among the Cosmic Stars. The three men, Jin Wushuang, Zhu Jiawang, and Lan Lan, were flying away in the direction of the Temple of Life. Along the way, many top forces have been aware of the fall of the Divine Force universe, and have packed up their belongings and swept towards the remote parts of the universe. Only those Zoman forces and some mortals living at the lowest level of the universe pitifully still do not know everything, knowing that the world has changed. The whole universe is in a big mess. Among them, a lot of robberies were born. Many were the masters of power, or the ancestors of a certain family. In the past, there were big-headed figures. At this moment, they turned into interstellar robbers, ransacked wildly, searched for all supplies, and prepared for their own spiritual practice. Therefore, along the way, there were sorrows and wars. When a person is free from order, he is no different from a beast. Sword Unparalleled slapped a middle-class supreme who couldn't tell the situation and wanted to rob three people, and then turned into a fan, then said, "We need to speed up. I'm afraid that many forces have the same intention as us and want to hide in the forbidden area." Zhu Jiawang Wanyin nodded in agreement. Immediately, the three men did not delay anymore, and all released their breath and flew towards the Temple of Life. Some supremes who originally wanted to rob while taking advantage of the fire felt the breath of the three. Knowing that it was Jin Wushuang and the king of 9 robbers, they suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and let the three leave. A few months later, the three reached the depths of the universe, the Temple of Life. Generally speaking, there is still a bustling scene in the depths of the universe. Obviously, the news that the divine power is broken has not yet been fully transmitted here. The 2 disciples responsible for guarding the gates of the Shrine of Life were quite laid back, chatting casually about the sky. When I saw King Zhijia and Jin Wushuang coming, they immediately played a clever trick and stood up straight and respectfully. "Worthless Supreme, Supreme 9. Jin Wushuang nodded at him, without delaying the waste of time, but asked directly, "Where are they? The Supreme Master of Blood?" "The Uyghur Supreme Master. They are all in the Supreme Temple." "It is good." Jin Wushuang nodded his head, and then stepped on, and shot straight into the Supreme Temple. In the Supreme Temple, the three are the Supreme of Blood, the Great of the Great Axe, and the Supreme of Heaven. They are talking about the situation of the battle. The words are quite optimistic. Obviously, they have not yet heard the news that the divine universe has been broken. As soon as Jin Wushuang, King Zhucai, and Lan Lan stepped on, facing the gate of the Heavenly Supreme, Great Axe Supreme, and Bloodwave Supreme, they noticed them. "Well, Sword King Wu Shou Jujio, and disciple of Lord God of the Elder God, why are you back?" Tina Supreme frowned and asked. At this time, shouldn't they be rivals in the extraterrestrial battlefield and the virtual universe? Could it have defeated the virtual universe? "Yeah. Why do you three come back, Gavin Supreme?" The Supreme Axe also asked. The 3 swordless men did not answer, but faced the slightly expectant and happy eyes of the 2, bowed their heads slightly, and sighed. He didn't know how to inform the 3 of the cruel news. Of the 3, only the blood was supreme, and he noticed that the faces of Jin Wushuang's 3 were not normal. He pressed his hand down and signaled that the Great Axe and the Heavenly Supreme were quiet. Immediately, he took a deep breath, looked solemnly at the 3 men of the sword, and slowly asked, "Swords of Wushuang, is there something happening in the extraterritorial battlefield?" "You can say nothing. It is good." Jin Wushuang nodded his head. He is not an indecisive person, knowing that the news will come to the depths of the universe sooner or later. Now the most important thing is to hurry up and evacuate. Extreme blood. We lost. Swordless eyes flickered and uttered this word by word. As soon as this sentence came to an end, the same stone suddenly stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and the blood 3 of the Supreme 3 were trembling with anger and shock. What? Failure? The faces of the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme turned wild, shocking. They thought that even if the divine universe could not defeat the virtual universe in a short time, it would never have been possible to defeat it so quickly. Of the 3, only the Bloodwave Supreme smiled bitterly, without much surprise on his face. When he saw the 3 of them appearing together, He felt a kind of bad feeling in his heart, but he did not expect it as expected. Well, what about Gav? Bloodwave Supreme breathed 3 times in a row, and then forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked, Jiful Extreme has fallen. Not only Jiful Supreme has fallen. Master Elder God has also died in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Jin Wushuang replied again. As soon as this sentence came to an end, it was as if in the minds of the 3 Bloodwave Supremes, dropping a bombshell again. The 3 Bloodwave Supremes heard that their legs were weak and they almost fell to the ground. How is that possible? How can this be? The blood on the faces of the 3 Supreme Bloodwomen was pale. It seemed to be drained of blood and couldn't believe it. They never thought that, as strong as the Lord God, there would be a day of fall. Isn't that representative? The people of the virtual universe are about to come in? Bloodwave Extreme raised his head tremblingly, looking at Jian Wushuang. Good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and replied, The ancestor of Feng Tian used his life to hold the virtual universe, but I was afraid that he would not be able to hold it for too long, and the people of the virtual universe would not take long to erode the divine power universe. As soon as this word came to an end, the 3 of Bloodwave Supreme lost their minds again. Fortunately, the 3 of them are not emotional, but just after losing their souls, they regain their spirits. The past must not be chased. The magical universe has been broken, and the of the universe and the like have died. Next, they should consider what to do in the future. Extreme Blood. My opinion is that all of our shrines will be relocated, evacuating from the depths of the universe and looking elsewhere. Swords saw his eyes burning and said, Everyone move? Look elsewhere? After hearing the brow of Tianyin Supreme, he suddenly shook his head and said, No, I don't agree. This is the root of the Temple of Life and the place where I was born. I want you to go. I was born in the God of Life. Palace, you will die in the Temple of Life, but once you die, what fear do I have? Jin Wushuang heard his words, and his brow gradually wrinkled, and he said, Heavenly Supreme, now is the crucial moment. At a time when life and death are at stake, I hope you can take the overall situation seriously. Jin Wushuang, I know you are kind, but unfortunately, the Palace of Life has great gratitude to my nature. I say and betray it and leave. You go. I stay here and send the final journey of the Palace of Life. I would like to the Temple of Life is buried together. Tina Supreme said. Jin Wushuang heard the words, could not help but silence. Chapter 45-71. There was a dead silence in the Supreme Temple. Jin Wushuang glanced at the Heavenly Supreme, and then looked at the Supreme and the Great Axe again, and found that both of them were silent. Do you think so? Jin Wushuang asked. Supreme Axe didn't speak, and Bloodwave Supreme said with a bitter smile, Sword unparalleled, you may not know our situation well. The 3 of us, when we were weak and humble, emerged from this life temple for us. It is not only the ancestral gate, but also the home. How do you want us to do it and abandon this home? Even mortals know how to protect the home, defend the country, fight for the home, and die for the home. How can I leave my hometown and leave my hometown? As soon as this remark came to an end, Supreme Axe and Heavenly Supreme both nodded bitterly. Folly. However, this time, the Sword Wushuang, who has always respected the Supreme Master and others, has unexpectedly snapped and interrupted the words of the 3. Every land is lost, and everyone is lost. Extreme Blood, you are seniors. It is reasonable to say that younger people are inconvenient to argue with you, but recently, you have to listen to me. You say that the Life Shrine is home, because everyone in the Life Shrine exists, and it is because the disciples in the Life Shrine exist that gives it special meaning, otherwise, it is just a piece of land. My Sword Wushuang doesn't understand what is right and what is the truth. I only know that he can treat his body with his own way. The virtual universe destroys my divine power. The universe has countless heroes. I must save my life and work hard, grow, so that one day we can make the blood of the universe empty and pay for it, in order to comfort the many heroic spirits who fell on the battlefield outside the world. Jin Wushuang's expression was cold and cold. The 3 supreme blood waves heard each other, all looking at each other. They never thought that Jian Wushuang would talk to them in this tone. In their impression, Jian Wushuang has always been a modest and gentle person. Jian Wushuang, it seems you are really grown up. Bloodwave Supreme sighed, not angered, but rather relieved. This represents Jian Wushuang, who already has his own opinions and ambitions. The Supreme God of Heaven nodded and said, Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are right, but I have decided to coexist and die with the Temple of Life. You can bring other disciples to transfer. Taking a deep breath, Tianshuan Supreme continued, Jiang Wushuang, with his talents, he must be able to lead the Temple of Life. If he can come back to the great cause one day, he may take care of himself. After waiting for him to finish, Jian Wushuang said again, Tianshuan Supreme, do you think I'm talking to you? Wow. The next moment, a prismatic black iron token appeared in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Here is the token of the Palace Master. I have no swords, which is the second sovereign of the Palace of Life. Jian Wushou held the token and spoke indifferently. Wow. Suddenly, no matter whether it is the Supreme of the Blood Wave, the Supreme of the Great Axe, or the Persevering Supreme of Perseverance, even if it is the Zhujia Wang who is a little far away, when he sees this token, all of them are flashing in his eyes and kneeling directly on one knee ground. I Bloodwave / Tianxian / Huge Axe / King of the Nine Calamities. Meet Lord Gongzhu. Although they do not know where the Palace Master token in the swordless hands came from, the Palace of Life has rules. Those who hold the token of Life Palace are the Masters of Life Palace. At the same time, there was a rush of ecstasy in their hearts. At the beginning, the Life Shrine Palace Master left the Palace Shrine token before leaving. With the disappearance of the Life Shrine Palace Master, this token never came back. And now, this token appears in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Wouldn't it mean that Jian Wushuang saw the Lord of the Palace of Life? Bloodwave, Nature, and Axe obey orders. Jian Shuang stepped out, his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, the chief of the palace heir and the other three were involved in raising disciples of the Life Shrine. Later, he and the other masters left the Shrine of Life and found another one. Rest and rest. Can you wait? As soon as this remark came to an end, the three of Bloodwave Supreme and Tianyuan Supreme looked at each other. I wait. I dare not. The three said, bowing their heads. Well, let's do it. With a big wave of his sword, a gentle force suddenly lifted the four people's knees from the ground. Offended just now, Jian Wushuang said a little sorry. This is the etiquette of meeting the Lord of the Palace. Why did you offend? Bloodwave Supreme shook his head, and then paused. Jian Wu, Master Gongzhu, can the former Gongzhu be fine now? Without waiting for Sword Wushuang's answer, Bloodwave Supreme answered to himself, that's it. We'll talk about this later. We'll get the authors first. After that, Supreme Bloodwave stepped away. Now that it has been decided to move the palace, it is not too late to prepare everything. Master Gongzhu, I will go too. Farewell. Supreme Axe, Heavenly Supreme, Nine Calamities, and others left. In the blink of an eye, the entire Supreme Temple, only Jian Wushuang and Lan Lan, two people. Jian Wushuang thought about it and said, Girl Lan Lan, wait a moment here. We'll go back when I go. Okay, you go. Don't worry about me. Presumably your beloved wife has been waiting for you for a long time. Lan Lan put a smile on her face and said. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, yes, she has been waiting for me for a long time. After that, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate anymore, stepped hard, and stood up to the sixth mountain of Life Shrine. Call out. A stream of light, falling in the manner of the sixth mountain, turned into a sword unparalleled in a black robe. From a distance, Jian Wushuang saw a gentlewoman sitting on the shore of the manor's great lake and sprinkling fishing lures, causing fish to scramble for food. Hearing the movement, the frosty frost turned slightly, and he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Alas! The bait in his hand slipped like a thread, but it was as cold as frost, just staring at Jian Wushuang. Fu Jun! Fu Jun! The next moment, Lung Rushuang got up and ran towards Jian Wushuang, and then bumped into Jian Wushuang's arms. She stretched out her hands and hugged the sword unparalleled, as if to incorporate the sword unparalleled into her body. Shuanger, You have suffered during this time. Jian Wushuang sighed softly and stroked his frosty hair with his right hand, soothing his frosty mood. The pretty girl in her arms was already tearful and choked and lost her voice. For tens of thousands of years, the two had never met, and even the last time Wu Jianshou returned from the virtual universe to Nanxian Xiandao, but went through the house without entering. Jian Wushuang has owed a lot of guilt to it. Chapter 4572. Fujun, you are finally back? Cold as frost tightly held the sword Wushuang. The nails were stuck in the back of the sword Wushuang. Seems to be afraid of such a let go. The sword Wushuang went away. Well, Schwanger, let the husband check how much you have improved in this period. Jian Wushuang smiled, patted the frosty back gently, and let it go. HM? Is it about to break the supreme soon? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and immediately appreciated. It seems that Schwanger has worked very hard this time, and he will soon catch up with his husband. Cold as frost heard the words, forced a smile on his face, but a faint surge in his eyes. She could feel herself, and she had less and less help with Jianshuang. Although she has exhausted all her efforts to improve her cultivation, she is still farther and farther away from the sword unparalleled. She was afraid to go on like this, and one day, the two would become two worlds. Fujun, are you going back this time? Asked as coldly as frost. We'll go. Jian Wushuang nodded. Noticing the cold and frosty look, he couldn't help but smile. But this time, we are leaving together. Really? All of a sudden, a look of joy came from the cold, frosty eyes, and he looked forward to Jian Wushuang with his face full of hope. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and immediately told Lung Rushuang what happened in the outer battlefield. Suddenly, as cold as frost, he became disoriented. They talked a few more. At this time, the king of the 9 dragons, who also lived in the 6th mountain, came flying and said, Sword, Palace Master, all the disciples have been summoned, gathered at the mountain gate, waiting for your instructions. It is good. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, bringing cold as frost, swept away towards the mountain gate. When they came to the gate of the mountain, tens of thousands of disciples of life shrines had gathered. After tens of thousands of years of rest and recuperation, the Temple of Life has recovered as much as possible, and has slightly increased its strength compared with before, showing a flourishing attitude. If you continue to grow with great concentration, it is very likely that you will become the first force of the divine power universe in the future. Ill wait. Sea Lord of the Warrior's Palace. Seeing Jian Wushuang stepping from the clouds, these disciples all kneeled on one knee and shouted in unison. The sound shook through the clouds. Just a moment ago, they already knew that Jian Wushuang was the master of the Palace of Life and the news that the divine universe was defeated. Their faces were full and solemn at this moment. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Behind him stood the top 4 supremacy of Jujia, Bloodwave, Giant Axe, and Heaven. You guys, I want to know that you have already learned about the defeat of the divine universe. Now, we have only one way out, and that is to find another place and concentrate on development. Do you have any opinions? Everything is done in accordance with the main laws of the Warrior's Palace. Thousands of disciples in the Palace of Life responded. It is good. The sword nodded a little and turned back and ordered the king of Jiuzai, Juju Supreme, please release all the spaceships in my life shrine inventory and arrange the disciples to board. Yes. King Jujia nodded and turned to prepare. Tianshuan Supreme. Jian Wushuang continued to look to the god of heaven. You are responsible for putting all the books, magic drugs, magic materials, weapons, and source rocks of the universe in the library. Observe. Noble Supreme nodded and turned into a streamer, looting towards the library. Extreme Axe. Sword Wu's eyes turned, and he looked at the Supreme Axe again and sent orders one after another. Suddenly, the entire Shrine of Life began to move quickly. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang stepped forward and came to Wudao River. Healing. Jian Wushuang stood with his hands on his back, stood on Wu Daohe, and drank softly. For a while, the dwarf man with a small mustache and a height of less than 3 feet came out of the Wudao River. Heavenly sword, no. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he exclaimed, and before he finished speaking, he saw Jian Wushuang's eyes glared, his head stopped, and he smiled, Wushuang Supreme. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. This river spirit should be the only person in the life shrine who still doesn't know his identity and the news that the magical universe has been defeated. Gather up and leave me with the Temple of Life. Leave the Temple of Life? He Ling, who was still smirking and charming, suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. Then he cried like a cat with a tail on his tail. Well, you are a sword. Eat something out of it and publish personal revenge. Do you now feel that you are terrible, and you want to avenge Master Ben Helling? I tell you, even if I am a dead head here, even if the Palace of Life is dead, I will not leave. I will live and die with the Palace of Life. In these words, the meaning of righteousness sounded righteous. Jian Wushuang heard the words and immediately laughed, throwing his sleeves and saying, Then you are here to prepare for death. After that, Jian Wushuang was ready to leave. Wu Dao Healing glanced at Jian Wushuang at an oblique angle, snorted coldly, and looked dismissively. Just then, Yu read the book www.ukanshu.com. A disciple of Life Shrine who packed his bags, passed from high altitude, saw Wu Dao Ling, couldn't help but stop, landed from the air, quite unexpectedly. Master He Ling, are you not ready to leave yet? Leave? Why should I leave? He Ling yanked her nose, popped a booger, shot it on the ground, and said disdainfully. The Life Shrine disciple couldn't help but feel even more astonished when he heard the words, and replied, Master Helling, don't you know that? The magical universe has fallen to the north, and the strong of the virtual universe will soon hit here. After speaking, the disciple stopped saying more. As soon as he stepped on his foot, he walked towards the Shanmen Square. Several of his brothers had boarded the ship, and he could not delay it. What? The divine universe is defeated? The people of the virtual universe are about to attack? He Ling's movement of picking his nose was stalled, and the whole person was stunned. Immediately, he slammed in excitement all over his body, groaning mother. The next moment, the river spirit plunged into the river of awakening. After a few breaths, the little gnome-like adult, He Ling, carrying a bag resembling a flower pants, rushed out. Hey, the little guy in front, wait for my master. He shouted out of breath. Go to the death and coexistence of Tain Yang. After an hour, all preparations are completed. Thousands of disciples on the Shrine of Life have successively boarded the spacecraft. This made the sword unparalleled, a little relieved. In this case, only the last question remains. Palace, what about Yinshan Supreme? Bloodwave Supreme stood behind Jian Wu's body and whispered. Yinshan is supreme, and his body has long been transformed into a mountain. Chapter 45-73. Yinshan Supreme. Jian Wu's eyes looked towards the mountain at the gate of life Jingu, and his brows could not help being locked. Yinshan Supreme, his body has long been connected to the entire Palace of Life, just like a big tree deeply rooted in the ground. The land under his feet is Yinshan Supreme's chest, and the flowing river is Yin, extreme blood of the mountain. He has long been separated from the Shrine of Life. Palace, don't worry about me. On the huge mountain, the face of Yinshan Supreme emerged. He looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled slightly. In these years, I can't move, but I've already built a magical power that can hide the breath. As long as I don't actively expose the breath, even if the invincible Supreme comes, I can never see my own body, but only when I am an ordinary mountain. You guys just leave. Jian Wushuang heard a silence for a moment, then nodded. No matter whether Yinshan Supreme said true or false, just to comfort him to say this, he must only take it as true. Today, he is no longer full and the family is not hungry. He must carry the entire Life Shrine and be responsible for the thousands of lives in the Life Shrine. Let him be indecisive. After a while, all the disciples boarded the spacecraft, leaving only the 4 chief supreme leaders, including Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang. Alas, at this moment, a dull sound came from the direction of the Tibetan pavilion of Life Shrine, and the whole earth shuddered. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and saw that Tianzuan Supreme pushed from inside the Tibetan pavilion and pushed out a huge dragon-like cannon. This dragon cannon is as large as 100 feet. At the muzzle alone, it has the size of a pond, towering into the clouds, and the dark cannon body is full of bronzing gods. This is... Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He felt a dreadful sense of danger on this faucet. You know, in terms of his current strength, some ordinary invincible supremes cannot bring him such a sense of danger. Gongzhu, this is the big killer at the bottom of the pressure chamber of our life shrine. Destroy the dragon artillery. It is a skull made after the death of Zulong. Although it has only one blow, it can kill. Invincible Supreme. Tina Supreme said with a smile. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and replied, there are such big killers. Why didn't they take them out when the 6 major forces invaded the Palace of Life? The Bloodwave Supreme came out and explained, the Palace Master, although this dragon artillery is enough to instantly kill the invincible Supreme in an instant, but it has only one blow. At that time, although the situation of the Life Temple was critical, it had not yet reached the gate of destruction to the extent that it is unavoidable to use this thing. With a bitter smile, Supreme Blood continued, well, we can't use this dragon cannon at the time. The dragon cannon must use a special key to start. Key. Jian Wushuang gave a flick. Good. Bloodwave Supreme nodded his head, stretched his fingers toward the sword and sang on his waist, representing the identity of the Palace of Life Jinggong, as a jade-like black iron token, and replied, Master Palace, the key is the Palace of Life Jinggong tokens. The last time the old Palace Master did not return, the Palace Master's token disappeared, and this big killer has been put on hold in the Tibetan pavilion. So it is. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang was informed by the Supreme Master of Blood and used the token of the Palace Master to unlock the dragon cannon and earn it into the Ring of War. At this point, the relocation plan of the Shrine of Life has been completely arranged. Rumble. With the roar of a sound engine, dozens of cosmic boats were suspended in the starry sky, and a roar and roar were issued, and a catapult suddenly flew towards the extreme north direction of the universe. The wind on the deck of the first spacecraft was fierce. Jian Wushuang stood in silent hands, looking back towards the direction of the Temple of Life. With the rapid speed of the spacecraft, the Temple of Life has become smaller and smaller, until a small black spot. I will definitely be back, definitely. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated, suddenly turned away, no longer looking at the Temple of Life, but his eyes flashed, looking far ahead. 3 months passed. Within these 3 months, a large group of people and horses in the virtual universe finally killed all of them. They walked all the way, they killed all the way, the whole magical universe, a raging flame of war, sorrowful and wild. In the past, the starry sky, which was originally brilliant, was all stained with blood, begging for mercy. Sorrow, roar, and endless roaring madness become all the melody of this universe. In just 3 months, the large and small gates that have fallen have exceeded hundreds. There are thousands of universes, and the entire race is slaughtered by the virtual universe. There are top forces, enslaved by the virtual universe, turned into puppets without self-consciousness, and left to manipulate. At the same time, countless fierce battles broke out in the universe. There is a kingdom of God. The ants and mortals who descend to the kingdom of God, up to the of the kingdom of God, and the supreme state of God are all dying, and they will fight to the last moment of life. Even if they are the last to fall for a moment, billions of souls across the country were silent, without asking for mercy. They only have one sentence. Health, standing health. To die, to die. There are also top forces, the Lord of the Holy Land of one party, who has kept only a trace of tinder and sent the most talented disciples in his sect. He personally led more than 8,000 disciples in the sect. Divine Power Universe, never an ischemic person. In the magical universe, this icy and lonely starry sky, they wrote a series of epics. The space fleet of the Shrine of Life is already getting closer and closer to the far north of the universe and the direction of the 9 restricted areas. In the cabin of the first spacecraft responsible for opening the road, Swordsman, Giant Axe Supreme, Bloodwave Supreme, and others are gathered together to discuss the resettlement. The 4 of them gathered around a round table, which was developing a map with divine power. Nothing else on the map, only 9 restricted areas. Among the 9 restricted areas, there are already 5 restricted areas, which were crossed by Jian Wushuang and 4 others. The Palace Lord, the Dragon, the Phoenix, and the Unicorns each occupy a large forbidden area, and the Dark Demons and the Hegemon Ancestors also occupy a large forbidden area. In such an emergency, I am afraid that they will not let us in. Therefore, we have only 4 restricted areas to choose from. The blood of the Supreme Eye flashed, Shun said. Gumming Cave, Tomb of the Gods, a land of sorrow, Emperor's ruins. And in these 4 places, no one has actually stepped in and out so far. No one knows what the situation is, just because it is extremely dangerous. Chapter 45-74. Gumming Cave, Tombs of the Gods, a land of sadness, Emperor Zhu ruins. These 4 places are the 4 restricted areas that no one has yet set foot in. Jian Wushuang frowned, looking at the map of the evolution of divine power, and turned into restricted areas without speaking, but quickly thought about it. He already has a preliminary understanding of these 4 places. The first is Gumming Cave. It is said that the formation of the Gumming Cave was at the beginning of the universe. The Hongminki was divided into 2. However, this turbid gas was not exhausted. The rest of the turbid gas gathered together and entered the northern region together, forming this ancient Ming Cave. It is rumored that in this ancient Ming Cave, there is a large amount of turbid air reverberating day and night, emitting a huge roar, which is enough to scrape bones and flesh and destroy the soul. Even if it is the invincible Supreme himself, he can't hold on to the incense time in it. Because of this situation, Gu Ming Dong, without one living, has always been the most empty forbidden area of the divine universe. Secondly, it is the Tomb of the Gods. Many tombs are buried in the tombs of the gods, and most of these undead came from the beginning of the universe, the Dragon and Phoenix Unicorn Calamity, and the follow-up war with the virtual universe, and the mighty undead who died in the War of Calamity. Therefore, the tombs of the gods are filled with these terrifying warfare before the power, and various emotions such as unwillingness, anger, and sadness. With these emotions, even if it is invincible and supreme, if you spend a long time in it, your mind will be affected and you will become a complete lunatic. After thinking about it, Jian Wushuang erased these 2 forbidden areas. There is no invincible supreme seat in the Shrine of Life today. It is too dangerous to go to these 2 forbidden areas. It can be said that as long as Jian Wushuang dared to bring the life shrine into these 2 forbidden places, almost as long as 10 minutes were not enough, the entire life shrine disciples would be wiped out. The ending of his sword unparalleled is just to hold on for a few more breaths. Seeing Jian Wushuang's actions of erasing the 2 forbidden areas, Supreme Bloodwave, Great Axe, etc., nodded secretly. Jian Wushuang's idea almost coincided with them. The Palace Master, then the forbidden land that we can choose is the land of sadness and ancestors. The Bloodwave Supreme Shan began. Okay, I know. Sword Wushuang nodded his head and turned to look at the last 2 forbidden places on the sand table map. The Sadland and the Emperor's Ancestral Site are 2 of the most mysterious forbidden places recognized by Divine Universe. At that time, 2 invincible Supremes chased each other and fled into the Emperor's Ancestral Site, but the 2 never came out again. If we say that the Tombs of the Gods and the Caves of Gumming, everyone knows 1 or 2 things. In the face of this tragedy in the Emperor's Ancestral Site, it is a black eye. The only information I knew was that the 2 forbidden grounds were rumored to have been formed long before the universe was chaotic. Chaos is not on. How old is that? Palace, which forbidden area do we choose? Bloodwave Supreme asked. Jian Wushuang heard this for a moment, then shook his head and said, For us, the situation in these 2 forbidden places is similar. Once we have reached the extreme north of the universe, take another step and look at it. It can only be so. Bloodwave Supreme and others looked at each other and couldn't help looking at each other, all smiling bitterly, thinking of their life shrine. When the magical universe is one of the top forces, when this disaster strikes, they have no resistance, and it is extremely difficult to find a hiding place. Just as everyone was talking, da-da-da, there was a sudden footstep on the deck. Immediately afterwards, I saw a disciple in the Palace of Life, hurriedly walked quickly into the cabin, and said, Master Gong, Chief Supreme, there is a refugee road outside the boat, and he wants help. Huh? Refugees? Jin Wushuang frowned. Bloodwave Supreme explained by the side, Palace, you do and Tino, and then the universe is killed. Many disciples or elders originally from the big forces are displaced, wandering in the universe. They are refugees. Is that so? Jin Wushuang thought for a while, and did not rashly order him to accept this group of refugees, but said, let's go and see what happens first. After that, Jin Wushuang got up and stood up, walking frostily towards the cabin. The four chief supremacy of Bloodwave, Giant Axe, Nature, and Nine Kings are slightly behind the swords. Walking to the deck of the spacecraft, Jin Wushuang looked up and saw a crowd of people standing in front of the spacecraft. These men were shabby and shaved, showing their embarrassment. The old man, headed by him, had white hair hanging down, covering most of his face, and was covered with blood. At a glance, you can see that these people were just afraid of experiencing a violent killing before they escaped. My lord, my husband is leaning on the horse. In the past, he was the elder of Tianyuanzong, but please keep it. The old man, headed by the sword, saw Jin Wushuang stepping out of the way, and immediately knelt down, holding his head again and again. Behind it, the refugees who came from all corners of the world, gathered because of the fugitives, kneeled and whispered words. Father, they are so pitiful, so they are taken in. Seeing cold like frost, could not help but soften. Jin Wushuang heard no reply, but stared at the oblique horse that claimed to be the elder of Tianyuanzong, and looked at it for nearly 10 seconds before turning his eyes to look at the hundreds of refugees behind him. Sorry, our cabin is full, and we can't hold so many people. The sword is open without expression on both sides. After that, he turned to return to the cabin. The frost was cold, and she clearly remembered that there were still many places in the cabin, but she always trusted Jin Wushuang, and she didn't say more when she saw the situation. Instead, she took a closer look at the refugees. At this look, she was shocked and saw something strange. The old man, headed by the refugees, saw Jin Wushuang turned and wanted to leave, and his eyes narrowed suddenly, and a touch of fineness appeared in his eyes. Immediately after, he yelled, Sir, save us. We don't have a cosmic boat. Those in the virtual universe will be killed immediately, and we will all die. I beg you to raise your hand and save us. After he shouted, the refugees behind the old man also cried. The sword has no footsteps. He turned his head again and looked at the refugees, his expressionless expression gradually indifferent. Press over. Jin Wushuang looked at the refugees coldly and spit out 3 words indifferently. Suddenly, the old man's face changed. The next moment, the sadness on his face was gone, replaced by a sinister one. Chapter 45-75. Press over. When the words of Jin Wushuang fell, the disciples of life in the palace behind him were startled. Palace, the palace master. Don't let them board the ship, just press them over. Isn't it great? A life shrine disciple said stutteringly. Jin Wushuang heard nothing and ignored him, but stared at the old man headed by the refugee with a grim expression, with an indifferent expression. Ha ha. And the old man with a sad face laughed suddenly. Little baby, tell me, how do you tell? The old man slowly stood up. The sadness on his face was gone. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, showing a touch of greed in his eyes. Along with the old man's showdown, the refugees behind him also got up and stood up, with a tinge of light on their faces. Leader, don't talk nonsense with this little baby. Kill them all and steal their space battleship. A refugee stood behind the old man and smiled vaguely. Jian Wushuang took a scornful look at the old man and said lightly, "If I'm not mistaken, have you just ransacked others? The blood on your body is all other people, and it's hard not to be seen." "Is that so?" The old man narrowed his eyes, glanced down at the blood on his body, and seemed to remember something. He said, "There was a couple just now. They just needed to trust us, but they just didn't know it. So the old man had to kill her aunt and daughter in front of the man, and then crush the man's body inch by inch. In the end, the man couldn't bear it and died." At this point, the old man raised his head and looked around Jin Wushuang and Long Rushwang's face next to him, revealing a trace of obscenity, and said hushingly, "Little doll, presumably you are a smart person. Wouldn't you be so uninteresting?" As soon as the words fell, he hadn't waited for the sword Wushuang to move. The cold frost beside him was already furious, and the long whip in his hand appeared out of nowhere, blasting the void directly, spreading for thousands of miles, and beheading towards the old man. "Ha ha ha, you little girl, it's hot." The old man laughed loudly, soaring into the sky, revealing repairs. A half-step invincible and supreme momentum spread suddenly. With just one flick of his finger, he flew off the frosty long whip. Half-step invincible supreme. Suddenly, the blood of Supreme and other people sank. You should know that with the fall of the Gava Supreme, the cultivation of the entire Palace of Life is the highest, but it is only the breakthrough of the Bloodstream Supreme. But the Bloodwave Supreme only stepped into the half-step Invincible Supreme, and this old man, looking at his strong breath, is like a prison in the deep, apparently already an old-fashioned half-step Invincible Supreme. "Lord, let me do it." Bloodwave Supreme took a deep breath, his expression dignified. "No need." Jian Wushuang shook his head, squinted at the old man, and spit out two words indifferently, "Brute." Immediately, Jian Wushuang stepped into a sword light and killed the old man. Miles of clouds have been cut. Between heaven and earth, there is only one line left. "Oh!" Feeling this biting sword, the old man was shocked at first, then immediately dismissed. "Medium and supreme. Dare to arrogant in front of me?" The palace master is careful. Blood Sovereign saw Jian Wushuang rush to the past, and his heart was equally shocked. Sword warriors have separated the divine power from the universe for thousands of years. The impression of Bloodwave Supreme on sword warriors staying is still the elementary state of supremacy, and its strength is at the highest level. Today Jian Wushuang, although breaking through the medium supreme, but want to come a half-step invincible supreme, still far behind. Even the coldness was frosty, and the heart was clenched fiercely. The sword is unparalleled, leaving the magical universe for too long. Many people have long forgotten his combat power. In the audience, only the king of Jujia looked indifferent, and he was not worried about Jian Wushuang at all. He knows the sword unparalleled combat power. Today's sword unparalleled cannot match the invincible supremacy, because it has not been tried, but looking at the world, no one exists under the invincible supreme, can support 10 moves. Even the most powerful of the 5-marked virtual honor of the virtual universe, the fucking, was beheaded by the sword unparalleled 10 strokes. What is this old man? Ha ha ha, Junior, if you don't know anything, just blame the old man. The old man laughed wildly, and before he finished speaking, the laughter came to an abrupt end. A skull broke away from his neck and flew high. Immediately afterwards, his body was broken like a mirror that fell to the ground fiercely. "You? How can you?" The face of the old man's skull surged to the extreme, and looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. "My lord, the younger ones don't know Tarzan. They don't know the real person. You have a lot of adults? Raise your expensive hands, and let the little ones." He frantically begs for mercy, hoeing like garlic. Noise. The sword Wushuang proudly stands in the void, flicks his fingers, and instantly a sword on shoots out from his fingertips, piercing it. Boom. The next moment, the old man's head shattered like a cracked watermelon, and he could not die anymore. Seeing this scene, the desire to rush out of the blood wave is supreme. The action is stagnant, and a flash of dullness flashes in both eyes. And those refugees who followed this old man saw that they had died for a while. Soon. Oh! The refugees screamed and fled. Jian Wushuang patted his right hand gently to his waist, and suddenly the sword of Tai Luo came out of the sheath instantly. Like the same white dragon was shocked, he rushed up and killed them one by one. After a while, the Taro sword was automatically sheathed and fell into the Taro sword sheath. The sword has no twin body shape and has returned to the deck of the space boat from the void space. Bloodwave Supreme then slammed a shock response, grabbed the arm of Jian Wushuang, and never had a disorientation, asking, "Palace, do you have the same combat power as the Invincible Supreme?" "I don't know. I guess it can be a battle." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. This is not his arrogance, but confidence. Today's sword, unparalleled, not only broke through the Middle Supreme, the cultivation is skyrocketing, and then sealed the land of the gods, but also received all the spiritual insights given by the main Tao of the Supreme Palace of Life Shrine. He refined this insight every day. His strength almost doubled with the day. The water rose. The reason for his uncertainty is that he has not yet had a chance to truly fight the Invincible Supreme. Patriarch ancestors and the Supreme Ones among the Supreme Lords, such as the Supreme Master, the sword unparalleled for the time being, the gap is very large, but the weak Invincible Supreme such as the Black Master Supreme, the Master of the Diwu Temple, the sword unparalleled is really confident and can match it. World War I. Okay, let's go. After a moment, Jian Wushuang returned to the cabin. The entire fleet of the Life Shrine continued to sail, leaving a place after a shuttle. In the endless starry sky, they are getting closer and closer towards the far north where the 9 restricted areas are located. Chapter 4576. After 3 months, the space fleet of the Temple of Life gradually broke away from the bustling and came to the far north of the universe. The temperature plummeted at the cliff-like speed, and a thick layer of frost was deposited on the entire deck of the spacecraft. In front of it is a cold and lonely starry sky. 9 galaxy-like galaxies hover quietly in front of it, exuding a icy cold. Of the 9 restricted areas, the 3 dragons, and unicorns already accounted for 3 of them, plus the tyrants of the tyrants and the descendants of the dark demons occupied 2, leaving only 4 restricted areas. Gumming Cave and the Tombs of the Gods have long been eliminated by Jian Wushuang and their expectations. Therefore, there are only 2 choices, the Emperor's ancestral site and the Sadland. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 restricted areas, his eyes flashed, and he began to think carefully. These 2 forbidden grounds were formed before the universe was opened, and no one can know what is inside them. Therefore, the degree of danger does not make any difference to Jian Wushuang. "Palace, I think it would be better for us to go to the Emperor's site," Bloodwave Supreme said aside. "Oh, why?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow and asked. Bloodwave Supreme heard a smile, shook his head and replied, "I don't know. There is a sense of intuition in it. It feels like this Emperor's ancestral site seems to have an opportunity to make a difference." "Well, then go to the Emperor's site." Jian Wushuang heard the words for a moment, then said dumbly. The spacecraft made a roar and headed towards the Emperor's ancestral site. Just when the spacecraft was about to reach the entrance of the galaxy leading to the ruins of the Emperor's ancestors, an ordinary disciple in the universe of the Life Shrine fleet suddenly fell to the ground with a stunned noise. His stomach turned up, and his mouth vomited. Vomit. Puff. Suddenly, countless pieces of flesh and blood were spit out from the disciple's mouth, including a finger-sized black corpse. "Brother Makino, what's wrong with you? What is this?" Suddenly, many disciples next to this disciple were startled, looked at him. There was a turmoil. Now about to enter the Emperor's ancestral site. All the disciples are tense, holding their breath and being tense. The sudden vision suddenly panicked them. "Huh? What's wrong?" Jian Wushuang frowned and looked back. "I saw that the corpse jumped on the deck and suddenly turned into a black rush, piercing the galaxy where the Emperor's site was located. The 9 forbidden areas are all small worlds developed independently, and the entrance to the passage is the center of the galaxy. At the moment, in the center of the galaxy at the site of the Emperor's ancestor, a back wearing a black suit stood with his hand on his back, stepping on a meteorite, hunting in his clothes. The whole man was full of indifference. "Call out." The corpse fell on the shoulder of the black back, and then slid into the body along the gap of the collar. Jian Wushuang watched this scene. His brows gradually frowned. This back gives him a familiar feeling. Next moment, the back of the black man turned slowly. His gaze looked at Jian Wushuang, and he spit out two words without expression, missed double. As the voice fell, the back of the black man's face also emerged from the shadow. This person, he is the emperor of the refining gods, 8 desolate lords. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's heart sank and his pupils shrank. How did this person appear here? I saw Ba Huangshu staring at Jian Wushuang indifferently and said, Fog Shuang, I will be here. Didn't think of it? As early as your one, disguised as the Red Whale Gang leader, mixed into the 87th place. When there was a crack, the seat was faintly aware of it. After the war began, the seat finally confirmed that it was you. Jian Wushuang heard nothing and did not answer. To this day, he can already guess that the reason why the 8 deserted emperors appeared here must be when the war began. The 8 deserted emperors secretly put down a corpse and followed him while he was not paying attention. Track. What's wrong? Who is this person? Behind the sword Wushuang, there was a shock. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pressed it down, signaling the disciples of the Palace of Life to be quiet. Immediately raised his head, stared directly at Bahuang Swordsman, and said calmly, Yabaraki, what do you want now? What do I want? Bahuang Xuanzuan heard a cold snorting sound, a sudden anger on his face. Angrily, Mist Shuang, this seat thinks that you are not thin. You killed the elders and sons of God Scythe. This seat has not been held accountable. This seat has also personally sent you to the position of the Lord of the Refining God, making you a pinnacle of peaks, which should be for you. This seat has a lot of it, all given to you. But how did you cultivate Shunzong to me? Do you still remember Elder Moose Wind? How did he treat you in the first place? He did everything to protect you in front of this seat. I refined Shenzong, who has treated you badly? How about you? Set the whole refining gods in disregard, betray the empty universe. This seat asks you, can you feel a bit of guilt? In the end, the sound of Bahuang Xuanzuan sounded like a thunder, banging, deafening. Jian Wushuang heard a word of silence for a second or two, and after a short while, took a deep breath and replied, sorry. The Lord of the Refining God heard a cold snorting sound. His eyes flickered, and he replied, Mist Shuang, now that the divine power universe has been defeated, and there is no possibility of a comeback, this seat will finally give you a chance as long as you cast away the dark and cast the light and kill all the people behind you. You will forgive you for all the previous actions. You are still my new lord of refining the sect. How about it? As soon as this remark came to an end, the master of the refining stared at Jian Wushuang as closely as possible. As long as Jian Wushuang dared to say the word rejected, he immediately started his hands. Jian Wushuang heard the words expressionless, and slowly held the hilt of the Tai Luo divine sword. 8 shortages, it's useless to say more. 1 battle. This remark already represents the answer of Jian Wushuang. Stubbornly stupid. Bahuang Xuanzuan snorted coldly, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Mist Shuang, then you will be buried with divine universe. Boom. Suddenly, Bahuang Xuanzuan stepped on his feet, and the meteorite at the bottom of the foot shattered instantly, and his whole person has turned into a streamer, bursting towards the sword unparalleled. The momentum of the 6-mark vanity was released all the way, just like the raging sea and the smashing waves. Extreme blood, I stopped him, and you brought the disciples of life to the tragedy. Jian Wu's eyes narrowed, and he pulled the sword out of the sheath. After saying this, Jian Wushuang directly turned into a practicing swordman that runs through the world and killed towards the 8 desolate deities. 8 wastelands, 6 marks, and the divine universe are invincible supreme. This is the sword incomparable, the first time invincible to the enemy. Fu Jun, seeing cold like frost, his face suddenly changed, and he wanted to rush out. Alas, a big hand caught the frosty cuff. The blood wave's supreme expression was dignified, and he shook his head. Mrs. Palace, we can't intervene in this battle. Staying here will only drag the palace. Listen to the palace. Let's go to the land of tragedy. The voice dropped, and Bloodwave Supreme directly manipulated the spacecraft, turned the bow, and a roar shot toward the sad and sorrowful land next to the Emperor's ancestral site. Chapter 45-77. Huh. The two men, Jinjin Wushuang and Bahuang Xuanzuan, were like two meteorites burning with flames, and they hit each other fiercely. A violent explosion came out, and then a figure was seen, flying backwards, drawing a long straight line in the void, and pulling out a long gully. The person who flew upside down is Jin Wushuang. Is this the power of Invincible Supreme? The sword of Wu Jinshuang was overflowing with golden blood, and the mouth of the tiger was trembling with anger and blood. I have to say that the power of the Invincible Supreme is far beyond the ordinary Supreme. Even if it is just a hit, it is not comparable to the ordinary Supreme. Today's sword is unparalleled. It can be said that it is not exaggerated to be the Invincible Supreme, but he is just not an adversary in the face of a random blow from the 8 Desolates. Want to escape? The 8th Desolation hummed coldly, looking at the fleet of life shrine rushing towards the sorrowful cave, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know what was in the land of sadness, the keen intuition from the 6-marked vanity told him that if he let this group of people escape from the land of sadness, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to slay him and had to sit. Wax. Go with. He waved his right hand, and suddenly in the void behind him, a tall corpse with a pale face and eyes like rotting grapes came out from behind him. This corpse is also a 6-marked corpse. Suddenly, the corpse stepped on, and suddenly pulled out a residual image in the void, rushing towards the Life Shrine space fleet that was less than 100 feet away from the entrance of the Path of Tragedy. Wu Jin saw this, and suddenly his eyes narrowed, and a star-splitting chopped it out, blocking the pace of the corpse. Immediately afterwards, located in the void behind Jin Wushuang, Tai Luo's corpse took the same step, and with a flash of his body, he had already hit the 6-marked corpse fiercely. The high supreme breath emanates from the body of Taro God. During this period of time, Jin Wushuang not only digested the spiritual insights given to him by the digestive tract daily, improved his strength, but also did not lose his possession of Tai Luo's corpse. Wu Tailuo's corpse is the top supreme practice. At this moment, there is no hindrance to recovery. Unexpectedly, he has reached the state of supreme. I saw Tai Luo's corpse turned into a sword, and the sword went away. The wind and thunder rolled directly and hit the 6-marked corpse directly, leaving a thick nail mark on the surface of his body. Before the death of the Supreme Master Tai Luo, he could use the Top Master to repair the Invincible Supreme. Although it is only a corpse at this moment, with the fighting instinct, it is enough to resist the corpses of the 8 Desolate Lords. For Jin Wushuang, this is enough. I saw that this 6-marked corpse was blocked by Tai Luo's corpse for a moment. The space warship of the Temple of Life had shuttled fiercely into the entrance to the Path of Tragedy. Jin Wushuang saw this, and finally felt relieved. Now he can let go of the battle. Jacques! The stunned and desolate Emperor, seeing this scene, his face suddenly became iron blue. Ruher, how can he not recognize? This corpse that Jin Wushuang just sent out is just the corpse that Jin Wushuang obtained at the time of refining the coffin of God sect. Mist pair, Yuet. The cold mang flickered in the eyes of Su Bahuang Su Zun, and he shot with both hands. A large amount of virtual force gathered in his hands and turned into 2 dark of light, slamming towards the sword unparalleled. Good job. Jin Wushuang's big sleeve flung, without any fear in his eyes, but the war intentions surging to the extreme. At the position of his eyebrow, a purple Sichuan word appeared faintly, like blood dripping. His eyes turned into the bright color of pale gold, his blood rolled, his muffled sound like a hammer. This is an anomaly that spawns chaos overlord to the extreme. Battle. The word was spit out by Jin Wushuang's open mouth. In the next moment, the whole person has been transformed into a dawning swordman, turning heaven and earth into a line, and instantly beheaded towards the 8 desolate emperors. Carved insect tricks. Wu Bahuang Su Zun hummed with an expressionless expression and flew up to meet him, fighting with Jian Wushuang. Huh. Huh. One after another, the roar came from the encounter between the two, as if two wild beasts were fighting. Open the sky. Cut star. Yongyi. Breaking dawn. Yo Yi, one after another. The sword masters that had made Jian Wushuang slay enemies, countless enemies, cast out from the hands of Jian Wushuang. However, it is useless. Everything is useless. Su Bahuang, Su Zun's hands surging forcelessly, as if holding two thunders in his hand, directly destroying them, crushing them as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, the two fought over 100 moves. Is this the power of Invincible Supreme? He was slammed back and forth by one palm, and Jian Wushuang, who had cracks on his body, uttered a marvel in his mouth. A trace. He is far from the ultimate state of invincibility, and there is always a gap. This seemingly small gap, but in fact it is like of nature, is a gap that he can never cross in a short time. However, Jian Wushuang was astonished in his heart, but he didn't know how much stormy sea surged in his heart at the moment. According to the conversion of the realm of the virtual universe, Jian Wushuang's cultivation is now a realm, but it is only a 2-mark virtual honor, and he is a 6-mark virtual honor, standing at the peak of the entire universe. Although in the confrontation just now, Bahuang Xuanzuan did not use those earth-shattering killing moves, but the power of the shot was enough to kill all the Xuanxin below the level of 6 marks. However, Jian Wushuang, although suppressed by him, how can there be a slight danger of life and death? Howling. Ro, if this sun does not kill, it will become a confidant of the virtual universe in the future. Thought of this, there is a sense of killing in the eyes of Bahuang Xuanzuan, and he no longer intends to keep his hand, but wants to set his sword directly to death. Mist Shuang, let's die. This seat has given you the opportunity to choose another camp, but you don't cherish it. You must blame this seat for being ruthless. He Bahuang Su Zun spoke coldly, and in his hands, a small whirlpool appeared suddenly, and endless virtual power began to condense. A smashing force of destruction destroyed the atmosphere, crushing the eternal void. And Jian Wushuang has already directly cast his biggest killing move before then. Taro Sword Code, 5th Style, Taro. Boom! In an instant, the sky sword rushed into the sky, shook the world and broke through the clouds. The figure of the sword goddess of Qi Qing shirt appeared behind the sword Wushuang, and with the sword Wushuang waving his sword, he cut off the mighty swordman with a wide width. This sword has never been disadvantaged and cut off all enemies in the world. This sword has been destroyed and has never been defeated. After the sword was cut out, Sword saw both without looking at the results, and the divine power broke out on both legs, and he quickly swept away towards the entrance of the path of tragedy. With this sword, he never imagined that he could slay the 8 wastelands, which is not what he can currently do. With this sword, he only needs to let Bahuang Xuanzuan have no time to take care of him, enough to make him step into the path of tragedy. Chapter 4578. Mist Double. Seeing Jian Wushuang blasting towards the entrance to the path of sadness and sorrow, Bahuang Zuzan's face was instantly furious. Gong, as soon as he wanted to get up and chase, he saw the Taro swordsman that Jian Wushuang had used his best efforts to hack, and slashed at him. Feng, that sharp sword, even if it is him, dare not belittle it. Damn! He Bahuang Su Zun's face sank, and he had to stop and move his whole body power to resist this sword. Virtual art, big ghost's hand. Su Bahuang sighed coldly, and saw his hands suddenly turn black. His nails skyrocketed, became sharp, and the body of corpse was exuded like smoke. Say to this seat. Yahuang Xuanzuan sighed coldly, and then suddenly pushed forward with his hands, grabbed the magnificent Tai Luo Jianmong. Huh! I saw countless sparks splashing at the junction of Yahuang Xuanzuan and this sword. I was like a man with steel gloves, a steel gear that was moving at a high speed, and the figure of 8 desolation, backed by the sword, and his legs crossed a long mark in the void. This sword. Su Bahuang's face was extremely furious. The last form of Tai Luo Jiandian was cut by Jian Wushuang. Although it could not bring him a deadly threat, it actually gave him a feeling like acupuncture. This is impossible for the Supreme Supreme to the Invincible Supreme. Say to this seat. After I was pushed back by 100 feet by this sword, Bahuang Shuzuan stared at his eyes with a roar, and the black meng in his hands suddenly became a masterpiece. Next moment, this sword was directly tortured by Bahuang Shuzuan. After Sun shattered the sword, Bahuang Shuzuan gasped slightly, and a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he lowered his head and looked into the palms of his hands, only to see that in his palm position, a wound with deep bones was cut and blood dripped. Missed double. The eighth desolation frowns and winces, one step to the entrance to the land of sorrow. Let's take a look at this seat. Can you run? Long snorted, and Bahuang Shuanzuan let out a false sense, spreading towards this sad and humble place. Only 3 breaths. Huh. Su Bahuang Su Zun is like being hit by a heavy hammer. The whole person bends down and spit out a spit of blood, and his face becomes waxy yellow instantly. Big land. He looked up at this sad place. His eyes flashed with fear and fear. Just now he explored this sad place with false knowledge, just as if he had touched an unspeakable existence. In an instant, he broke up all his false knowledge. If he hadn't responded fast enough to cut off his falsehood in time, I'm afraid that the unbelievable power has spread to him along with the falsehood and destroyed him together. Mist Shuang, you have entered this terrible land. You are seeking your own way of death. He shook his head, and Ba Huangsun's complexion glanced towards this sad and hungry place, and immediately he stepped into a stream of light and quickly left here. In his opinion, Jin Wushuang and the people of the Temple of Life have entered this land of sorrow and have no doubt died. I don't need to continue smashing here to waste time. In the Wailing Land, Wu Jianwushu retracted the corpse of Tai Luo, stepped on it, and quickly rushed forward. This is a long passage, dark into the eyes. Even if Jin Wushuang used the medium and supreme cultivation to look forward, he still felt the darkness and visibility no more than 10 meters. Alas, Wu Jin Wushuang did not dare to release his consciousness at will, but kept flying forward. He could feel the cold walls on both sides of this long passage. The walls seemed to be engraved with something. Out of prudence, Jin Wushuang did not touch it randomly, but shot continuously forward. After the time of Wuxiangxiang, Jin Wushuang saw the light of ignition not far away. That is the flame of the engine burning when the spacecraft was traveling. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang stepped up and caught up with the spacecraft one step, followed by several steps, and landed on the deck of the first spacecraft. Palace Lord. Seeing Jin Wushuang return, the blood wave is supreme, cold as frost, etc., and immediately frowned. Father, are you okay? Cold as frost held the sword's palm and asked with some concern. I'm fine, but you, have you encountered any danger along the way? Qi Jin Wushuang smiled and shaved the bridge of the cold frosty nose and said, I heard that Jin Wushuang said it was okay, and everyone was relieved. The 8 desolate deities are divided according to the realm of the divine universe, but the invincible supreme exists. Nothing happened to us. We have been advancing in this channel, but it is strange to say that, at our speed, at least 3 or 4 galaxies have passed through, but they are still in this channel. Nodded coldly and replied. Jin Wushuang heard nothing and frowned. Sure, this passage is a bit weird. Palace Lord, we are not in the divine universe now. Each forbidden area is a small world opened up separately, so we cannot use the regular time to calculate the distance. Sun Shuebua said with a smile. Thuiran, although he is inferior to Jin Wushuang in terms of combat power and cultivation, but the storms that he has experienced for so many years have made him more knowledgeable in academic experience than Jin Wushuang. Is that so? Jin Jianwushuang raised his eyebrows, nodded immediately, and no longer thought deeply and said, Go on. Yes. The space fleet at the Shrine of Life once again moved forward steadily. However, this journey is 3 days and nights. With the speed of the cosmic boat, even hundreds of star fields have also crossed, but at this moment are still in this dim channel. This time, even the supreme blood frowned, faintly aware that something was wrong. However, in this place of sadness and honor, no one dares to act lightly, but has to wait for the mood in his heart and wait quietly to completely reach the place of sadness and honor. For a long time, it was continuously stretched. On the deck, Yu reading books www. Ukanshu, calm, cold, and frosty, and leaning on the sword's shoulders, let the dark wind in this passage constantly blow on the cheeks of the two. Fujun, now the magical universe will be all over sooner or later. What do you say, Chinga? What will the gods do in the beginning? Cold and Frosty said, a bit lost. During the passage of this passage, they also seldom fell into peace. Being sullen and calm often makes people think a lot. This made Lung Rushuang think a lot, such as the children of the two, such as those who stayed in the early world of the gods. It's okay. In the early days, the terrain of the divine realm was remote, and the war will not spread there for a while. The first step of the virtual universe will only conquer the top forces. Wu Jianshou said with relief, touching his frosty hair. Besides, for my husband, I have informed them of the situation of the divine universe through the avatar I stayed in the early days of the divine realm, and wanted to come up with their own solutions. Okay. Frosty nodded softly. As the two kept chatting, suddenly, there was a weird and low laughter in this extremely dark and narrow channel. This low laughter is like someone behind, silently approaching from the darkness, laughing in your ears. Instantly, Jian Wushuang's face changed, Han Mao exploded, and looked back violently. Chapter 45-79. Who? Wu Jian Wushuang turned back sharply and looked behind him. I saw the dark deck behind him, and in my eyes was empty. Father, what's wrong with you? Cold and Frosty holding Jian Wushuang's hand. He couldn't help asking a question. Jian Wushuang did not reply, but frowned tightly. Gangcai just now, he heard a weird low laugh behind his ears. But when he looked back, he saw nothing. Shuanger, did you hear laughter just now? Wu Jianshou took a deep breath and asked Lung Rushuang. Laughter? Cold and Frosty, he could not help but hesitated, then shook his head and said, No. Husband, have you been too nervous lately? Is it? Wu Jinshuang frowned, and then looked around again, and found nothing abnormal. Could you really have heard it wrong? Maybe it is. Wu Jianshou smiled bitterly and sighed slightly. Recently, he is really under pressure. Well, let's go into the cabin. This channel is just a little weird. I thought for a while. Jian Wushuang proposed. It is good. Frosty nodded. Giggle giggle. Jian Wushuang holding cold as frost, about to turn his head and approach the cabin. Yin, that spooky and weird low laughter sounded again in Jianhui's ears, like a ghost whispering in his ears. This time, Jian Wushuang heard clearly. Pretend to be a ghost. Jianhui's eyes were cold. With his strong sense nowadays, one mistake may be because the mind is too tight, but it is impossible to hear wrong for the second time. Next moment, God eyes open. Countless blood surges and gathers into Jian Wushuang's eyes. In a short time, the sword of Wushin surged 3 inches in his eyes, and the purple chuan mark appeared on the center of his eyebrow, as if the flame was beating. His expression was blank and his eyes swept away. However, the result disappointed him. I still see nothing. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face could not help but swell and gradually drew up, holding his left hand as cold as frost, and his right hand quietly, holding the hilt of the sword of Tai Luo. Feeling the warmth from the hilt of the Tai Luo divine sword, Jian Wushuang's heart was slightly at ease. He stared tightly forward without notice. Scratching in the dark behind him, a pair of wrinkled, dry-skinned hands, stretched out silently, tremblingly patted on his shoulder. Hiss! For a moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were frozen, and he turned his head to look instantly. I saw behind him, pale cold as frost, looking at him with a smile. Shuanger! Wu Jin's brows frowned. Wasn't it cold as frost beside him? No. Wu Jianshou looked back fiercely, and saw Lung Rushuang looking in horror at the cold frost that appeared behind the two. Two as cold as frost. Are you looking for me? Cold as frost looked at Jian Wushuang with a smirk, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened. Grind. until the entire mouth reached the back of the ear, exposing a mouth. She reached out her hand and yanked it towards Jian Wushuang's eyes. Look for death. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were cold. His right hand had been holding the tailored Excalibur with the hilt of the sword, and it instantly emerged from the sheath, turning into a stunning white rainbow, fiercely chopping forward. I haven't waited for this sword to split. I saw cold as frost like a melting candle. Eyes, nose, and mouth began to melt quickly, and after just a few breaths, it turned into a thick pool of white liquid on the ground. Giggle, giggle. The weird sound of crying and laughing gradually disappeared. After a short while, the deck of the spacecraft once again turned into a group of dead silence. Wu Jianwushu retracted the Taro Excalibur with a frown. Isn't he weird even before he really enters the land of tragedy? Father, what is that? Frozen as frost asked. I don't know. It may be caused by the grudges in this sad place. Wu Jinsho shook his head and said, crackling. At this moment, the cabin door was opened, and Bloodwave Supreme stepped forward hurriedly. Palace, something happened. Bloodwave Supreme expression was heavy. What happened? Wu Jin's eyelids jumped. Gongzhu, you'll know when you follow. After finishing speaking, Xuanbua Supreme took the sword unparalleled and walked towards the cabin where the Disciples of Life shrine rested. A moment later, Sword Wushuang arrived in the cabin. I saw a bed on which a Disciple of Life shrine was lying, with the giant axe, the Heavenly Supreme, the 9 kings and other people standing next to them, all of whom had an ugly face. Palace Lord. Palace Lord. Seeing Jian Wushuang coming, Giant Axe and others turned back. Wu Jianwushuang nodded toward them as a response, without any nonsense, walked directly towards this disciple. I saw the 5th series master of this life shrine disciple dominated the repair. At this moment, he was tightly bound to the bed by the blood strength blood binding technique. The disciple has dilated pupils, his face is gray, and the expression on his face is strange. Giggle, giggle. He didn't open his mouth, but there was a sound of crying and laughing coming from his throat, and he was stupid. He didn't notice it at all, but he kept his eyes open. It's this laugh again. Wu Jianshuang's face became ugly, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Let me see. Su took a deep breath, and Jian Wushuang strode forward. Photo. He stretched out his fingers, and Jian Wushuang nodded on the disciple's brows. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to release his divine power and probed his body. Huh? Sun originally was like a dead body. A stupid-looking disciple suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed Sword's wrist. You came. Come quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Giggle, giggle. Weird cries and laughter from the disciple's throat. Immediately after that, the scene that Jian Wushuang met on the deck again. I saw the body of this disciple, like a fast-burning candle, starting from the hair and melting little by little into a thick pool of white foam. Damn! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face was gloomy to the extreme. Weird. Too weird. He thought that the place of tragedy would be very dangerous, and he was even prepared to let go of the war, even if he died. But he did not expect that this sad place would be so weird. Visible danger, no matter how strong it is not terrible. There is always a way to cope. However, the strange phenomenon that appeared in the place of sadness and misery was invisible and intangible, and there were no traces to be found. The unknown is always the hardest to deal with. What about other disciples? Is there anything unusual? Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at Bloodwave Supreme and others, and said that his face was not very good. Sun Xuebwa Supreme and others also did not look very good. A disciple of the Life Shrine died so openly in front of them, but they said nothing, not even a trace could be captured. Chapter 45-80. In the passage of the quiet and sad place, dozens of spacecraft are marching quietly. I was swallowed by the roar of the engine in this immense, absolute darkness. Return to the Lord of the Palace. Other disciples have not found any abnormalities. Bloodwave Supreme replied slightly. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and was about to get the attention of Bloodwave Supreme. What? A terrifying scream screamed, and the space fleet behind him suddenly blew. Screaming in this dark and silent passage, it seemed to be so extreme. Wu Jianshuang's face changed instantly, his body flickered, and he swept directly towards the spacecraft behind him. Sun Xuebwa Supreme and others looked at each other. Their faces were ugly, and they quickly followed. A moment later, in the cabin of the 9th spacecraft, Jin Wushuang saw the female disciple who was screaming. I saw the female disciple trembling, her shoulders trembling, her face pale, and she stretched her fingers toward the glass window of the space capsule. Her voice terrified, "Palace, Lord, someone outside." Someone? Yin Jin Wushuang stared, but it was dark outside the glass. This made Jin Wushuang's face gloomy. "You tell me just now," Wu Jin said without expression on both sides. "It is good." The female disciple flashed a flash of memory on her face and began to narrate. Things are simple. Not long ago, this female disciple, originally called Su Yang, was practicing cross-kneeling in the cabin. When she was practicing, she encountered a bottleneck and thought of asking her disciples who were higher than her and giving directions. Subconsciously, she glanced into the glass window next to her. It turned out to be such a look. She instantly saw a scene that would make her unforgettable. I saw on the glass window a face with a blushing face affixed to the window, eyes hanging like rotten grapes, staring at her. Because the face is too close, the whole facial features become distorted and terrible. It was also the sudden appearance of the face that scared her into a slump and fell to the ground, screaming. After this female disciple finished speaking, her face still looked astonished. I know. Wu Jianshuang's face is not very good-looking. Ghosts make soy? They are not ordinary mortals. They are supreme gods standing on the top of this universe. The goblin demon monsters, in their eyes, are simply the ants among the ants. Master of Wushuang Palace, come over here. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Lon Lon, who had been silent, suddenly appeared. Okay. Wu Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows and followed Lon Lon out of the cabin. The two went to the deck, and Jin Wuxiu stood with his hands up and said, "Girl Lon Lon, you can say anything." Lon Lon nodded and did not continue to speak, but looked away, as if reminiscing about something. After a while, his expression gradually became dignified and said, "Jin Wushuang, you know what our universe was before it was born? What does it look like?" Wu Jinshuang heard a word and said that he had never really understood the matter before the universe was opened up. But here are the details. Wu Jianwushuang reached out and made a pleased gesture. My master once suspected that our universe is just a cycle. Reincarnation? Jin Jin's brows frowned. Yes. Tong Lon Lon exhaled deeply and said, "It is reincarnation. According to my master's conjecture, before our universe civilization was born, other civilizations may have been born in this universe. He is just this civilization. For some reason, it was destroyed after all, and the universe returned to chaos. Jingle once again, after a long time, the universe has restarted, giving birth to new life and giving birth to a new civilization. He is our civilization now." Yin Jin Wushuang frowned when he heard the words. Everything Lon Lon said was not impossible. Shang Xin he believes that the speculation of God of the Earth is not groundless. My master once came to explore these two forbidden places. Unfortunately, my master kept silent about this experience, and only occasionally, I mentioned it inadvertently. According to my master, the emperor's ancestor seemed to bury an extremely powerful corpse that he could not even see through. The age of this corpse is even older than our universe. This sad place, according to the occasional mention of the master, seems to be the last place to fall in the last universe. Jin Wushuang, if this place of tragedy is really like my master said, this is the place where the last universe era fell, then there must be countless characters from the last universe era, and they are buried here together. Lon Lon has not finished speaking. Suddenly, in this quiet passage, a strange song came out. God is dead. The devil is gone. Everything is in the dust and nothingness. Fu Sangtian, weep alone. Singing like this, it seems that there are countless gods crying, distant and distant, faint, with a bit of pao-mao. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang looked up sharply. However, he hadn't waited for Jian Wushuang to run his divine power to see what happened. Suddenly grief came from his heart, and a sorrowful meaning rose in his heart. That is a sorrow of vicissitudes of life, a despair of all kinds of despair, a sadness of loneliness and solitude. Wu Mingming only sang, but under this sadness, Jian Wushuang couldn't bear a sore nose for a while. Crackling. That was the sound of water dripping on the deck. Yu Kanshu www.ukanshu. Kamchi Jian Wushuang looked at her, and saw Lan Lan staring blankly at the starry sky. Not knowing when, she was already in tears. Girl Lan Lan? Qi Jian Wushuang forcibly suppressed the sadness in his heart to destroy him, and tried to call Lan Lan. However, Lan Lan was as if stagnant, not even aware of it. Faintly, Jian Wushuang felt a wet face on his face, and he reached out his hand, only to find that his face was also covered with tears. He could feel the sadness as if he had turned into a pair of big hands, holding him tightly around his neck and dragging him into a place of no end. Pretend to be a ghost. Wu Jianshou bit his tongue tightly, and for a while, the pain came from the tip of his tongue, making him slightly awake. Howling to endure this discomfort, the sword unparalleled stepped into the cabin. I saw the blood in the cabin of the Supreme, the Great Axe, the King of Nine Calamity, and so on, or an ordinary disciple, including Cold as Frost, all looked like a devil and stood in the cabin dull. Damn! Qi Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, and then, he could no longer resist the sorrow. His eyes were black, as if falling into an endless abyss. In the narrow, long and quiet path of the sorrowful land, a dead silence was restored again, leaving only the song that was crying like a demon, but also like a low laugh, ringing back and forth, strange and eerie. Chapter 4581. The mist mixed with black-gray silk threads was scattered on Jian Wushuang's face with the wind. His intangible but qualitative feeling made him realize his current situation. Yokohama's cosmic boat traveling through the stars disappeared, and all the disciples in the Temple of Life disappeared. Sun's intense uneasiness prompted Jian Wushuang to open his eyes, and the eyes were extremely dark with the raging wind. It seems that the extremely dark shadows that existed in ancient times obscured everything. Even if the Swordmaster Wu Shou displayed his magical power, he could only see the area that is a few feet away. Where is this place? Have I come to the land of tragedy? Jian Wushuang murmured softly, but he remembered that he was in the cosmic boat just now, but he was in this strange world at the moment. After thinking for a moment, he held up a pile of sand on the ground with his hands, and he saw through the golden eyes that the sand was not black, but a rough white substance covering a layer of golden halo. Oemum. The long and twilight-like sound of the bell in the morning passed through the distant past, coming from a distant past. In this strange environment, Jian Wushuang was horrified. He quickly lowered his figure and looked at the chaotic distance. The next moment, the extreme darkness of chaos slowly rose and rose like a clear air. At the same time, with the extreme darkness fading, there were nearly 100 big suns rising at the same time. Even in this scene, even the unparalleled sword-making of the kingdom of God is secretly shocked. Nothing else, just because this scene is too shocking. At this moment, these slowly rising big days are far more than 100 times larger than the big days in any part of the universe. At the same time, these big days are no longer pure, but they emit purple-red giant mansions. Each side of the world has been dyed into a scary purple-red color by these nearly 100 rounds of big sun. With the extremely dark retreat, the long bells of the morning bell and twilight became more frequent and began to sound like war drums. The sadness of weeping like a cry is even more intimidating in this barren star universe. The various strange phenomena in front of his eyes made Jian Wushuang not act lightly. He already guessed in his heart that this is the place of tragedy. He is waiting, and his subconscious intuition tells him that everything here is just the beginning. Time is here. It has long lost any value. With the sky rising to the sky for 100 days, Suddenly this ancient and desolate and sad place suddenly began to bloom with countless divine power. The sacred ancient divine power of Baju Dome filled the earth in an instant, followed by extremely pure and rich or golden, red blood fell like Hongyu. Nali, where is the sword Shuang Shuang, who is fully absorbed in thinking of such a come out, directly by countless blood, took a cool look. The sword Wu Shuang, who was poured into a body, hurriedly displayed his magical power to open up a transparent barrier and hid it. Shang descending with the blood of God. There are countless huge limbs and broken arms that surround the ancient charm of God. The broken armor engraved with ancient cipher text is full of blood, and broken soldiers are even more uncountable. Qi Jian Wushuang became more and more shocked when he looked at it, and at the same time, he had roughly guessed the true meaning of this sad place. When the vast and boundless earth was filled with broken soldiers and corpses, the entire place of tragedy became a place of burial. The long cry of sorrow and demon resounded, as if heaven and earth were telling a lament. Wu Jianshuang's state of mind seemed to resonate with everything in this burial land, and began to move uncontrollably. Every one of the supreme gods who has the power to stun the ancients is lost here. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head hard, and he began to find that his consciousness was affected. However, an even more incredible scene appeared. The corpse of the gods scattered on the ground rose and fell like clouds of smoke, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. In its place, the countless pounds of powers were crushed from a faraway place. Before the power of the gods arrived, the sky dome took the lead to start the large-scale crack collapse. Hagi originally hung over the sky for 100 days. At this moment, the purple feathers were born, transformed into a three-legged purple black enough to cover the sky. There are countless divine powers transformed into an incomparable great horror existence. Or take the wind and the clouds, or 3 or 5 times, and go to this vast battlefield. The sky of heaven was smashed by divine power under their presence. This ancient world battlefield cannot bear the existence of this unimaginable giant engine. Just the majestic and mighty divine power they radiated, they constituted the most extreme collision belonging to that era. The heavens and the earth were trembling. The sound seemed to be fixed. The sword is unparalleled and terrifying. The existence of the level of the universe is the most ordinary in this scene of tragedy. He can't imagine that when the gods of that level have been reached, what will they be for? On top of the chaotic sky, hundreds of three-legged purple swaying with black-purple tail feathers, projecting the extinct purple flames downward. Every beam of flame easily tears the rule road, leaving a violent and wanton atmosphere. There was no killing, and the ultimate battle began completely. The unimaginable divine power, even if it is only a trace, is enough to wreck the zombie of the virtual universe, and the invincible supreme even cannot survive for a long time. Divine soldiers fight, powerful to the extreme existence of the old and wild and ancient, with the purest fight, struggling to manipulate the divine soldiers to kill each other. Brightness is everywhere. There is supreme being. Use a long bow to shoot down the 3-footed purple Wu above the sky, and use the purple Wu corpse to throw the purest burst into the opponent. There is no existence. Holding the phaseless Excalibur to fight against the enemy at the last moment and die together. There is nothing but generous death, and Dedeo laughs loudly before disappearing. On Wu Yanyan's battlefield, there was an extremely chaotic collision. Like the lament of the sea monster singing, it blew up in Jian Wushuang's mind. He stayed out of the situation, but seemed to be there. He wants to close his eyes, but his pupils are enlarged a little bit. Crazies, lunatics, all lunatics. What's wrong with all these reincarnations? Even if it is absolutely impossible, can you escape the heavens? Jian Wu's eyes were trembling, and blood was pouring from every pore. Whether the Taos in this world are Chongsheng Tao or killing Tao, I don't understand. Painful thoughts can't restrain divergence. The ever-building avenue of faith in his heart began to collapse uncontrollably. Are we all Kailai? Rukua, if so, what's the meaning of the end result? It's just a way of dying. Never had the golden eyes of languidness disappear, and began to appear a touch of dullness. I want to sleep for a while. As the ultimate battle on the sky began to come to an end, all supreme beings disappeared. Jin Wushuang also slowly lowered his eyelids. Wu Tianxiong cried. The rules were broken, and the top road was returned to its original state. What do you mean by chasing for thousands of years, preaching for 10,000 years, and enlightening for 1,000,000 years? Like a clear spring, everything is reborn. A sound broke into my ear. Little guy, wake up. Chapter 4582. The lament in my ears gradually dissipated, replaced by a slightly cordial call. This call seems to have some magic power, drawing the swordless Wu Shou, which is almost dead, from the fallen consciousness. He opened his eyes reluctantly, and his eyes were clear and thin. I was sober for a moment, and the subconscious reaction caused the sword unparalleled to move back several feet, and watched the old uncle in white clothes with vigilance. Though an old so with a clear face does not blame Jian Wushuang's impoliteness. He smiled and got up and introduced himself. Hello, little guy. I stop when I call. Without any paralysis, Jian Wushuang thought for a moment and then said, Have met the old gentleman? Those who can appear here and are not the temple of life. These two items alone are enough for Jian Wushuang to raise the highest vigilance. At the same time, he also began to doubt whether the extreme battle that had appeared before was the old man in front of him. The old self-proclaimed stopper smiled and waved. You and I meet here. You have a destiny, so you don't have to be restrained. Wu Jian Wushuang was unmoved. After seeing the surrounding scenes, there was a moment of unconsciousness. Countless broken bones were buried or exposed on the ground, and the damaged soldiers and blood-stained armor were mostly buried by sand and stone. Even if the avenue disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, the incomparable pure divine power still protected their masters, just as it was then. The scene in front of him was as he had seen before. But the Supreme Being has all fallen. Is this the real place of tragedy? Jian Wushuang asked, wondering how to show his inner thoughts for a moment. When he stopped, he smiled a little, not counting his clear pupils, reflecting the scene above the earth. You call it a place of tragedy, but in my heart, it is a place of burial gods. All Golo. The words that stop for a while are light, but at the end they show a bit of loneliness. Wusong, Yizheng, looked a little strangely and paused, because it was not difficult to hear from his words. The old-timer-like pause seems to have gone through that era and has been living to the present. After seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang did not believe it anyway. There would be a supreme being to survive the ultimate battle. He seemed to be able to feel what Jian Wushuang thought, and he stopped to recollect from his memories and said, The old man is willing to wait here, only to find the right person. Who's coming? Me? Jian Wushuang didn't know how to make his position. He didn't wait for him to speak, and asked himself, Little guy, why are you here? As soon as this statement came out, Jian Wushuang became a little embarrassed. The divine power universe fell. As the new life shrine palace master, after careful calculations, he was ready to come to a place of sadness and energy, but these words came to his mouth. Bien didn't know how to speak. I do and T think there is too much malice to stop at this time, but if you do and T leave them, am afraid to wave them to suppress them or expel them out. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to gamble on the risks he took. During this brief stalemate, Jian Wushuang suddenly realized that the three spaceships carrying the entire Palace of Life did not seem to have come to this side of tragedy. He trembled in his heart. The disciples of the tens of thousands of life shrines, but the last sustenance of the divine universe. If there is any loss, it will be a disaster for the divine universe. No, it won't. Jian Wushuang turned quickly to find the whereabouts of several spacecraft. Su Shi stopped and called him in time. Little guy, what are you looking for? As the voice dropped, he stopped and stretched out his hand, and the original dim sky seemed to float up and down, and a ripple rippled suddenly. Jia then, the space opened outward, and the cosmic boat that could balance with the star slowly sailed out of the crack, but the deadly silence on its deck did make Jian Wushuang tense for a moment. He is very clear. The dark channel leading to this sad and fertile land is so powerful that even the Supreme and others are deceived, and the weaker one is not sure that he died on the spot. regardless of the time to stop saying hello. Jian Wushuang leapt to the deck, only a little relieved after seeing the scene in front of him. I saw that the Blood Pool Supreme and others all leaned on Zhou Wei and fell asleep. From the long breath, there was no danger to their lives. Their realm is too weak. They resolutely enter the burial god's land. At least it is detrimental to the realm, and the soul is lost, and they become the nourishment of the burial god's land. Therefore, I have to let them fall asleep to avoid mini-ban. With the voice, came the straight and thin figure already standing behind Jian Wu's body. Listening to the explanation, Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, turned and arched his hands, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Lao, for your help, and the younger generation is grateful." Su Shi smirked and waved his hand. "Don't rush to say thank you first, although I have taken care of each other. But those who are too low level in the realm of consciousness, I'm afraid we can't escape this." Shin Jianwushuang sank in his heart and hurriedly urged Shintong to prepare to awaken everyone, but thinking about his own, Shintong might not be able to awaken them. Even if he urged the blood of the original source in his body, he tried to wave to several people. The result is not the same. With the blood of the origin, blood waves, giant axe, Lon, and cold as a few people took the lead to wake up. Visit the Lord of the Wushuang Palace. When Xinghua Supreme and others were looking at Xiang Jianshuang, they immediately turned around and worshipped on one knee. Don't use those red tapes anymore. Novel. Jian Wushuang closed his hands to signal their rise. Bloodwave Supreme shook his head, and 2 tears burst into his eyes. Old man thought that we could only drink and hate in that dark passage, and never thought we would reach this sad place safely. The universe is endless in my temple of life. Fu Jun, Long Rushuang couldn't hold back, and hurriedly wept into Jian Wushuang's arms and wept, "I thought I would never see you again." Wu Jianshou rubbed the fairy's hair in his arms and whispered, "I promise you, even if I die, I will never see you again." Most of the shrine disciples in the first cosmic boat woke up, showing the joy of the rest of the life after the disaster. Only Lon, who stood beside the Supreme Blood Emperor, calmed down and set his sights on the straight and thin figure behind Jian Wushuang. "This is not the time for comfort. I want to count all the disciples to deal with the next thing." Jian Wushuang said. Cold nodded and nodded, leaving his arms. After staring at each other such as Sun Bo Sun and others, Jian Wushuang rushed to the other 2 cosmic boats. A moment later, Jian Wushuang used the blood of the origin to awaken the disciples in the other 2 boats. The disciples who went to the place of tragedy this time, there were more than 14,600 people, and nearly 3,000 people stayed in the Dark Channel forever. The other weaker disciples have also been more or less affected. Chapter 4583. The salvation of these magical universes ultimately saved so many deaths just after entering this tragic land, which made everyone's hearts clouded. I don't know if it's dull in my heart, or the essence of the blood has passed too much. When falling from the cosmic boat, the sword has fallen straight to the ground. Master of Wushuang Palace, Bloodwave Supreme and others hurriedly held up the falling sword Wushuang. Afterwards, the Bloodwave Supreme urged the magical power, shrouding the divine power to him, slowly soothing the meridians. Nothing. Jian Wushuang's expression recovered, and he waved his hand and stood upright. Immediately, he looked at the stop right in front of him and walked slowly. He solemnly arched his hands, and Jian Wushuang sank in a deep voice. "The main sword Wushuang of the Palace of Life Palace, I implore the old man to let me wait in this sad place. The universe is huge, except here, there is no place for us to live." After saying this, Jian Wushuang's figure trembled slightly, as if he had emptied all his strength. The of the universe seals the virtual with his body, destroys the supreme soul, and turns into a blow to the sky, blocking the void universe, and the ancestor of Feng Tian uses burning life to turn into a wall to seek a way for the magical universe. Everything these elders do is to save the last fire of the divine universe. In today's scene, everything in the beginning always came to mind, making Jian Wushuang even more sad. Dongran, of course, Shi Dianking's face slowly showed a smile. "I have spent some time in this burial place, and someone will accompany me, but it doesn't look boring. As Yun Kai Yueming, Jian Wushuang only felt the sorrow in his heart abruptly and arched with excitement. Thank you, old mister. The younger generation and others are grateful. Bloodwave Supreme and others were also very excited. Looking at each other, the original pressure was reduced a lot. No one dared to approach the sorrowful place of exploration, which was finally entered by the final salary of the divine universe, and the heavens were immortal. On the pitiful land full of bones and corpses, countless vast majestic divine power is still as agile as the Lord lived before his life. Each corpse is an independent existence. From time to time, divine power turns into everything and rises up, untiringly releasing the final breath. Because these divine powers that have existed since the desolation were too vast, even those who are invincible and supreme blood, tentacles, giant axes, and so on, are struggling to walk, let alone nearly 10,000 people who are far weaker than the Supreme Life Shrine Disciple. May every step they take, just the evolution of the undivided divine power, is enough to break each disciple's meridians. When he reached the 100th step, nearly 3,000 disciples of life shrine fell to the ground at the same time. How is this going? Why can't I move anymore? The 3,000 disciples sitting on the ground turned around one after another. What's going on? Jian Wushuang first noticed the strangeness in the rear, waiting to see so many disciples kneeling behind the ground. He froze for a while, then seemed to be aware of it, and rejoiced. The disciples kneeling on the ground listened to the order. From now on, you will immediately realize and place and absorb any divine power that rushes into your body. You must not resist. From now on, no matter whether it is thousands of years or thousands of years, we must keep our minds and practice with concentration. Bonggong Lord. The disciples of 30,000 yelled in unison. Even though the spin was firmly in place and practiced separately, Hua Meng rose into the sky, but it was a bit of momentum. God never die, my divine power universe. Bloodwave's supreme eyes were reddish, sighed. Little guy, my understanding is really good. Shi Zhan smiled comfortably, and then moved on. Uncontrollable joy overflowed on Jian Wushuang's face. He realized that this place of tragedy would be the last chance for the entire magical universe to fight against the virtual universe again. Next, every 100 steps, there are disciples of 2,000 people who can't hold on anymore and sit still. The more you move forward, the more pure and powerful the derived godless power is. Huge corpses of gods accumulate. Each raging divine power soars into the sky and splits the space to survive. The puppet also has mottled and broken marks, like a mysterious rune, occasionally entangled on one of the corpses. Jian Wushuang can vaguely recognize that it belongs to the breath of sermon, but now it is already broken. Shi Rao is so, even as strong as the blood. He is extremely hot. I must know that it is a more horrible preaching of sermons, and even if you perceive a point, it is definitely more effective than spending hundreds of thousands of epics. He followed and stopped, and more disciples of the temple sat down and realized. When Jian Wushuang heard Lan Lan's voice, when he looked back, there was only the supreme of blood waves behind him, and there were less than 100 people such as King Nine Calamity. His wife Ling Rushuang also sat down and realized. Master of Wushuang Palace, Lan Lan stood not far behind her. Sweat beads dripped from her cheeks, and the pressure of divine restraint stopped her. They'll fight here and say goodbye to you. Lan Lan arched a hand and laughed, and then sat down slowly. I hope today's goodbye will be another day. Treasure. Treasure. The two of them said goodbye. Lan Lan's restless expression stayed in Jian Wushuang's mind for a moment, and then Jian Wushuang continued to lead Shui Bo and others to move on. The majestic power went straight to the Shaohan, and it seemed to be mixed with Xiangrui Qiming and Baoguang flowing. Intact divine soldiers began to appear, condensed flowing of blood that has been immortal for hundreds of millions of years, and at the same time, the power of more and more vast divine power is even more powerful. After the King Jujiao walked for nearly 100 steps, he stopped and realized. Then came the heavenly supreme, the great axe realized in turn, only sword unparalleled, walking in the middle of it, like a dragon swimming into the sea. Not only did not feel the horrible pressure, but the more he moved forward, the more he walked on the ground. Master of Wushuang Palace, the old man also stopped here. Bloodwave Supreme stopped his steps. His eyes seemed to carry a fiery flame. The master of Wushuang Palace shouldered the god's shoulders. It is no longer possible to accompany the Lord, and I hope the Lord will forgive him. Wu Jianshou did not say more, holding his hands with Supreme Bloodwave's arms, and sincerely said, "The Supreme Bloodwave is waiting here. Whether it is 1 or 100,000 Zai, I will definitely keep my responsibility in mind and make a breakthrough. In addition, Supreme Blood, you can also try to break through yourself. You know, there is no end, and Supreme has been proven." A few short words, like a blood-stained zhigu, made him tremble. Wu Jianwushuang no longer talked, smiled, and turned to keep up. Evening bells and long bells ring between heaven and earth. Countless broken avenues circulate in ancient times and are reflected in each other. With only a glimpse, you can find the splendor of their owners. Zuntiandi did not know of reincarnation, but from the top of Tianjiao, to the death of a trafficker, they all worked in the same galaxy and lake to prove themselves. Chapter 4584. At this moment, between the vastness of the heavens and the earth, there were only two figures walking slowly. One of them was young and straight, like a sharp sword with Tibetan fronts waiting to be opened. Another old man in white is also thin and straight, like a blunt sword with a sharp edge, converging Tao Taoguang. There is a broken avenue circulating in its entire body, and there are immortal soldiers converging in the thick soil waiting to be hidden, and the vast divine power of the domineering sky fills every inch of space. But Jian Wushuang didn't have half-hearted enthusiasm, but he followed but stopped firmly and moved forward. From time to time, there are still avenues that have not been damaged, and they want to be close to Jian Wushuang, and they are waved away by the front stop. Where is this going? Jian Wushuang secretly said to himself, and at the same time began to look at the environment of Shino. Time is here without any passing value. Everything seems to stop at the moment when it died billions of years ago. Why do people like you come here for this reason? He stopped and turned his head and asked. Jian Wushuang was silent, and after a moment, he explained the catastrophe between the two universes. So when it comes to the divine power universe has fallen, Jian Wushuang no longer have the mood to continue to talk down. After he stopped listening to his narrative, he didn't make too much statement, but only issued a small sigh. Wu Jianwushuang no longer felt much sadness in his heart. He had long understood that only the endless breakthrough to the top can protect everything he wanted to guard. Now, it is a great fortune. It's all about the magical universe, and Jian Wushuang dare not relax in the slightest. Before I die, I will be ashamed of everything I do. Jian Wushuang secretly vowed. His eyes became hotter. In the next march, even Jian Wushuang, who was in a state of mind, began to get a little anxious. In such a majestic and mighty divine power, even if it was one day of realization, it was something that I had never dared to imagine before. But there was no sign of stopping at all, which made Jian Wushuang's state of mind slightly shaken. He seemed to be able to see through his mind, and the sound of stoppage came to his ears. Is it too late? Wu Jianshuang was embarrassed and said, ashamed. When he stopped, he raised his head and smiled, and then stretched his fingers forward. Don't worry, your way is just ahead. It is like seeing the moon and seeing the moon. Everything changes in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The godless power rose in the wind, and thousands of soldiers rolled on the ground straight into the sky, with billions of gods connecting them. The dazzling and magnificent divine power directly smashed the entire chaotic cloud, and the countless soldiers seemed to reopen their consciousness and roam freely above the sky. The next moment, like a galloping dragon, thousands of magic soldiers fell into the ground like a falling star. The supreme divine power spreads like a lotus flower, sweeping away completely to the ground. Jian Wushuang's heart is terrified. If the divine power is plundered, let alone him, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the top supreme to survive. But the scene envisioned in his heart did not appear, and I saw that the stop was standing there like an ape, and one stroke with one hand was like a curtain, and the vast divine power swept across the ground suddenly surged into the sky like a giant sea gate. Boom! Boom! The supreme divine power collided with the upper sky like the most magnificent picture. The divine power dissipated by itself, and it turned into a star-shaped huamong slowly falling below the heavens and the earth. You are sacred, ancient, and chaotic. That is the charm that blends with the breath of eternity. Jian Wushuang stood in place, holding back his inner shock and catching the falling huamong. When the huamong enters the water, it will naturally melt into the meridians just by sticking to the skin. This is the breath of the avenue? Yin Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. In huamong, almost like a rain curtain, every trace had a different avenue. Follow me. Shi Diao smiled and stepped into the avenue composed of thousands of magic soldiers. Qi Jian Wushuang, strong, endured the fiery heart, strode directly to this good fortune. He was only the first step, and his feet were pierced by a powerful gun. Sun Shan's blood dripped down the tip of the gun, but Jian Wushuang's figure just shook slightly, then proceeded firmly. Every step he took, the sharp soldiers would easily tear every inch of his skin. Bian Yingrun's blood was pouring from the soles of his feet and calves. However, Jian Wushuang did not feel as if he did not feel any stagnation. He was like the most devout and firm worshipper, stepping forward step by step. Behind him, on the avenue composed of divine power, a layer of shining blood was left. Qi Jian Wushuang is supporting. The soldier, who can cut even the soul, left deep marks on his feet and calf, and the pain in his body was far less than 1/10 of the pain of his soul being cut. The flesh and blood on the sole of the lame foot was cut, and the deepest part of the skin was exposed. The firm state of mind began to shake, and the figure of the stop was ahead. Jian Wushuang felt so distant. I can't help but persevere. For those seniors who have died, I can live. They are all in exchange. Even if I really want to die, it will surely die on the battlefield. Wu Jianwushuang only felt that his mind was open and clear. The pain of the original spirit being cut seemed to have been reduced a lot. I said to Supreme Master Xie, I will fight to break through. That is an oath to others, but also to myself. He seemed to be in pain. His face paled with a smile. An even more incredible scene appeared. Jian Wushuang began to let go of his feet and moved from the original to the running. Like a lotus flower blooming on the avenue of divine power, a thin but firm figure was running forward. I do not know how long it took, only to feel that the huamong in the sky had dissipated, and the sky was back to chaos. Only a splendid avenue is immortal in this sad and humble place. Kongbu, the various horror divine powers are like giant pillars, propping up this unknown tragedy. The derived divine powers seem to be attracted by some kind of power, instead of being excluded, but divided into numerous influxes where they are needed. When a pair of feet that have no stick of flesh stick to the end of this immortal avenue, even if they wait for a long time, they can't help it. The hem of the robe was completely cracked, and the blood seemed to be completely drained. Only those eyes that are still as immortal as the stars have stopped. He paused and said, I can feel a stronger force in your body. Why not release it to help you move forward? Qi Jian Wushuang did not speak, and slowly shook his head, then couldn't hold it anymore and fell to the ground. Chapter 4585. I wonder if it is a dream or an illusion. He reached out to open the avenue of God's understanding in Jian Wushuang's consciousness. At the moment Kai opened, she suddenly woke up. You are awake, little one. Shi stopped and stood on the dojo constructed by divine power, looking at Jian Wushuang with relief. Qi Jian Wushuang stood up with one hand and stood up instantly. What is this place? Looking at the huge square built by the vast divine power under his feet, Jian Wushuang has not yet responded. Here, this is where you should be aware. Shi smirked. Wu Jian Wushuang is not lacking in understanding, but was only mentioned a little bit, and realized instantly that the people who built this doctrine were all the supernatural beings who left behind. Thank you, Mr. Old. Jian Wu doubled his fist, admiring even more when he looked at the stop. Su Shi stopped clapping and said, This is just the best place for you. But the final practice depends on your own creation. Yes. Jian Wushuang promised. When he was about to cross-legged practice, he was stopped. Little guy, this practice has little effect on you. He paused and then raised his right hand and raised it gently. At the time of his ascension, the Tai Luo divine sword hung behind Jian Wushuang rose to the sky, hovering over his head as if possessing a sage. The practice is the process of continuous seeking and preaching. You have touched that level faintly, and I will give you a little insight. Su Shi stopped talking quietly, but every word like a hammer smashed into Jian Wushuang's mind. Since chaos has not opened, when the heavens and the earth are still one, chaos is the Tao. Chaos turns into two turbid airs, and these two airs are two roads. Until the great world is opened, and the poverty is endless, the Tao will increase. The Tao is not extreme, but it is extreme. Some people have a glimpse into the mystery and prove themselves. Some people are so poor that they cannot touch that meaning. Little guy, although you already have a complete Tao, it is not yours, but in your current state, you can realize that trace of meaning, which is rare. All I can do now is to keep you in the way of your heart and keep your mood. In a few words, Jian Wushuang seemed to feel something, but it was fleeting. He almost blurted out, "Mr. Old, what you say in your mouth, where can I go if I master it? Step?" I didn't care about Jian Wushuang's pride, and stopped and said, "Supreme existence." Boom. In God's consciousness, it is like blowing up a thunderbolt, and Sword Wushuang can no longer be calm. He directly reached out for a move, starting with the Taro Excalibur, and the irresistible power surged. Holding the Tai Luo Excalibur, Jian Wushuang is like a sharp sword out of the sheath, showing its sharp edge. Yes, the power is sharp, it seems to have some insight into Kendo. Shidiao seemed somewhat satisfied. Jian Wushuang groaned a little, then firmly said, "Old gentleman, I think I have roughly understood the inner mood of my heart and determined to enter the Tao with a sword." Suddenly, he nodded and motioned for the sword unparalleled. He is in this vast and mighty divine doctrine, and the divine power he has lost can be replenished almost instantly. The old sword Wushuang is no longer reserved, and the chaotic domineering body is directly opened. Yongyi. Wu Jian Wushuang directly exhibited the first form of Tai Luo sword code, and the fiery black gas poured from the sword body, transforming into a black ball form and stopping at the time. He has the blessing of immense divine power, which is just the first form of this sword code, and his momentum and power are several times better than before. When the black ball was about to hit the stop, the space was slightly delayed, and then the black ball was divided into two from the center, which turned into black smoke and dissipated. For this situation, Jian Wushuang did not have any accident, and directly brought the third type of sword to dusk. Suddenly, with the time stop as the center, the pits that should have been broken and collapsed did not appear. Instead, a burst of repulsion forced the sword to fly without double-clicking. He walked back dozens of feet, and the sword unparalleled stabbed the ground to stop the receding body, and the blood in his body rolled violently. With a choked sweat in his throat, he slowly got up. Rather than having no effect on the time, Duan Jiandian dusk, but the repulsive damage was fed back to Jian Wushuang, which made him extremely depressed. From time to time, he stayed where he was from beginning to end, moving even one step. Looking at his light and light wind, I'm afraid he hasn't even tried hard. Jian Wushuang adjusted his mentality, took a deep breath, and quietly gave birth to the fourth style. 4 seasons. The quiet and silent Hanmang emerged from the soles of Jian Wushuang's feet, with the blessing of the mighty divine power of the dojo, which swept the entire dojo almost instantaneously. In this mode, even the divine power that supports the operation of the dojo has a momentary stagnation. It's now. Wu Jianso suddenly jumped, the divine power was completely poured into the Tai Luo divine sword, and he went down in the air and stopped violently. Jab's cut, which can almost tear the cosmic dome, left only a pale mark in the air of this sad place. By the time this sword mark cut in front of Shizhan, there were almost only inches. After a while, stop and stretch out in the middle of the food, and just gently pinch the sword mark that was cut, directly killing him. The first shot was stopped, and the sword Jian Shuang who had fallen to the ground did not stop. When the sole of the foot stepped on the ground, he ran directly to the stop. Suddenly approaching, a free Tailuobo shriek in the heavens, and the earth emerged from behind Wu Jinshuang. All the previous moves are serving this moment. The huge treasure looks like a mountain. With the sword of Wu Shuang, it is down. OM. A slight collision sounded quietly. Time seemed to stop. The virtual image of Wu Tailuo's supreme even had time to retreat. The sword Wu Shuang was still hanging in the air. The sword in his hand stopped at a distance from the palm of his hand, but it was hard to get half an inch. Shizhe still stood in place, with the palm of his right hand raised above his head, as if holding a sword generally blocked Jian Wushuang's strongest blow. The person who created this set of swordsmanship has a lot of experience. If he refines it further, he can be regarded as truly mellow. Shi paused quietly and seemed to be a little sorry, pushing his right hand slightly upwards. In a hurry, as the tide receded, the sword flew out without double-clicking. The stoppage of the strike seemed to be as windy as the wind, but it really grabbed him and almost made him lose the ability to resist directly. Turning swiftly, Jian Wushuang spit out a large mouthful of God's blood directly, and the Taro Excalibur, which had not left his hand, also slanted into the side. Chanthorwayo, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness struck my mind, and the last time this powerlessness belonged to my own virtual who broke the universe to kill. Suddenly, he stopped with his hands on his shoulders and walked slowly towards the sword unparalleled. Who wrote this set of swordsmanship? Wu Jian Wushuang slowly got up, stood with the Tai Luo divine sword. Is the Tianjiao predecessor in my divine universe. It's a heavenly pride to be able to understand this sword technique, but why doesn't he refine this sword technique further? That's because the predecessor who created the sword canon has already disappeared, Jian Wushuang said sadly. Chapter 4586. He paused and nodded. That's it, but it's a blessing that this sword can be passed down. I waited for Sword Wushuang to speak, and stopped and said again and again. Separated from chaos, the heavens and the world were born. Although there are thousands of swords, there is really a sword-like sword that can communicate with you. Qi Jian Wushuang Yi, obviously also thinking about this issue. When he tried to talk about Tai Luo Jiandian, he didn't say anything. Hey, yeah, Tai Luo Jiandian Ba Ju Qiao has the power to easily break the stars, but does it really fit his own mind? Even if the inheritance is immortal in his own hands, even if he can exert the power of Tai Luo Jiandian, but it is only the supreme kendo of Tai Luo. Stop talking and say, you need to be clear about every word I say. Your perception of kendo is far beyond what you think, but even if you can see through every kendo and blend in, they are still not yours. Every kendo will belong only to the person who created them. From the moment you practiced this sword classic, in fact, you left a slight sword mark in your mind, and this sword mark is a gap. All you have to do now is find your own kendo. At the same time, his right hand fluttered in the air, and the invisible but tangible waves could make Jian Wushuang look at him. Although there was nothing in the hand that stopped, the sharp, intangible breath made Jian Wushuang clear. That is an invisible sword, which belongs to the kendo that stops by itself. Wu Jian's unparalleled heart surge when the Tai Luo divine sword is about to be placed on one side. As time goes by, I will realize the mood that is gradually forming in my heart. There is no glorious sword meaning. Some are just the purest one-stroke one. I've been looking for my own kendo, but it's always fleeting, and am afraid that the kendo I realized is incomplete, and it has been put on hold until now. Now I don't run away anymore, even if the sword code would be incomplete, but I don't regret it. Qi Jian Wushuang opened his eyes violently, and Jin Yunwameng escaped from his eyes. Stars and godliness began to gather around the palms where Hagi originally raised the wind. One frame at a time, slow to the extreme action is like breaking down the sword in mind. The complex and mysterious to the extreme pattern began to appear around the sword Wushuang. Yin Shidian had already left Jian Wushuang far away, and looked at him comfortably from a distance, melting in all heaven and earth, standing outside. Into the sword. Suddenly, the bright divine patterns floating around the body, all gathered under the palm of the right hand of Jian Wushuang. The invisible sword body, the divine power as the hilt, the long wind condensing the blade, and the pattern in the meantime. A very strange but wanton long sword appeared. This is the sword form of Jian Wushuang. It is very different from the previous one, but it is better than the previous vast sword. Even if he had held the Taro Excalibur in his hand and released a sword to break the might of the sky, he never exudes endless magnificent repression as he does now. The long hair breaks the girdle and dances behind him. The pale golden eyes flow out of the glorious Huamen, like the presence of God, exuding endless power. For the first time, the magical powers of Wu Fuyu around the dojo gave birth to agitated breath. The unpowered divine power derived from Sun seems to feel the sword meaning in the gestation, and he is mad from the quartet and wants to be integrated with it. Suddenly, he waved his hand and added a barrier to the outside of the dojo, blocking worship without subjective power. The long sword with the engraved gold pattern is held high above his head. At this moment, the sword Wushuang seems to be turned into a sword, and a hazy treasure phase occupies half of the dojo. I have a sword. I would like to invite Mr. G now. Let's have a look. Shun roar emanated from his chest, and he took off the shape of the sword. Huge treasures are also in shape. The sword full of sacred ritual is a kendo that belongs to the sword unparalleled. Endless shining golden pattern helps the storm rise, and with that sword's potential, it blooms completely. The next moment, the dojo built by divine power trembled, and the shape of the sword came straight. The almost indestructible dojo suddenly tears long natural marks, and at the same time the remaining dojos fall apart quickly. Suddenly, he stopped at the center of the sword's reach, and the handicapped barrier of magical power was almost immediately swallowed up. When the entire dojo was torn in half by the cracks in the heavens, the disappearing dazzling golden divine pattern suddenly turned into a mongju rising from the bottom of the dojo and eventually swallowed up the entire dojo. The most magnificent and sacred blast lasted for 10 full breaths and finally ended in a body shape. The divine power Huamong was scattered, and the dojo that was damaged by such a worldly attack slowly emerged. Countless divine powers turned into silk threads to hold the sword unparalleled, and the damaged dojo spilled everywhere like stars. Thousands of mythical soldiers below the dojo also trembled at the same time, seemingly unable to restrain the display of divine power. Laying on top of the divine power, Jian Wushuang's breath was breathless. Although the lost divine power was filled up instantly, the painful meaning of directing to the soul still made Jian Wu dazzled. He is just this kind of prestige, and he is almost drawn to death. If it is displayed in the universe where the divine power cannot be quickly replenished, I am afraid it is a time of fate. Su Shi's figure reappeared, standing on a shard and heading towards Jian Wushuang. Is this your kendo? Shi paused asking. Jian Wushuang stunned, then proudly said, "This is my way." Su Shi Qingqing's face began to show a smile, only said 4 words. "It is absolutely stunning." Mr. Xie Lao advised. Jian Wushuang arched, expressing joy. Suddenly she laughed. "My advice is not very useful. Everything is what you think and realize." Wu Jianshou shook his head. "It is precisely the teachings of the old gentleman that I can dare to take that step. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will never stand still." When he paused his head for a moment, Jian Wushuang's sword that was so amazing and brilliant was already fully aware of the dazzling sword issued by his own kendo. Since then, he will surely become more and more fused on his own avenue. What is the extreme state of kendo, do you know? Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment, then said with some uncertainty, "Human and sword united? Invisible? Hidden front cover?" Su Shi stopped laughing and laughed. He did not refute or agree with Jian Wushuang. Numerous divine powers have sprung away from the foot of the stop, or turned into a butterfly, or chased birds. He slowly extended his palm, a bird chasing at his fingertips, flapping his wings up and down. When the bird is willing to stay at the tip of your sword, everything is done. After saying this sentence, the body of the stop turns into a cloud of smoke, and it naturally disperses. He dissipated with him, and there was endless vast divine power. "Old gentleman?" Jian Wushuang stood up holding his body, and Zheng Zheng looked where the disappearance stopped. Chapter 4587. If it wasn't for the broken dojo slowly being constructed, I am afraid that Jin Wushuang would really take all that happened as a dream. After chanting again and again for a few times, Jin Wushuang returned to God. This old man, who is also a teacher and friend, after a period of time together, is deeply imprinted in the heart of Jin Wushuang. What Shi Tzu did is almost equivalent to saving the last fire of the entire magical universe. Facing the direction where the stoppage disappeared, Jin Wushuang bowed deeply. I have proved my own kendo. Jin Wushuang only feels that the sense of powerlessness facing the future is rapidly weakening, and his future is quickly opening. When Jin Wushuang looked at his realm subconsciously, he couldn't help exclaiming. It turned out that, unknowingly, the true, which belongs to the middle supreme, disappeared, as if it was a matter of course, directly promoted to the top of the supreme. Sui, who even needs thousands of years to break through, has unexpectedly made a breakthrough. Jing Ning shook hands and felt the resurgence of the mighty power. Jin Wushuang swept away the previous tiredness and quickly sat down and stabilized. I broke through the complete realm directly, which had never happened before, and he had to deal with it carefully. Ho, after the supreme peak. It is the supreme. When Wu Wuhua meditates, the infinite power reappears to float around him like a flood of water. The general cultivation environment of this blissful heaven is just a general tailor-made for Jin Wushuang. While easily stabilizing the realm, it can also distract and consolidate the kendo you just realized. Jin Wushuang, who was extremely sensitive to the meaning of the sword since he was a child, already knew how terrible his first form of kendo was. The power of the first form is the power that the taro of the last form of taro sword can be used. The two are comparable, even more than the Tailuo Jiandian. Jin Wushuang has not dared to imagine the upper limit of his kendo. This is my own kendo. Naturally, it should be called Wushuang, but how should Jinny be named? Jin Wushuang thought about it, and then he had an answer. It's called Zingahu Hai Jinny, swordless eyes scorched, setting the name of the supreme sword code that shocked the world in the future. Wu, after re-evolving kendo several times, Jin Wushuang fell into a deep sleep with satisfaction. High Supreme is not his goal. Even if he did not enter this sad place at the beginning, the minimum requirement set for himself is Top Supreme. In fact, what he said to Bloodwave Supreme was also spoken to himself. He was originally the top and supreme goal he pursued, but now he has set this goal in a state that was almost unthinkable before. Only if you break through yourself can you win. Everything the vain universe will do today will be returned thousands of times. Broken Avenue with the vast divine power flowing around the already asleep Jin Wushuang. From time to time, a little rune hidden into his clothing. In this sorrowful land shrouded by endless divine power, every humble but tenacious breath continued to thrive. Every disciple in the palace of life has fallen asleep for a long time, but from the tight brows, we can see that none of them relax. The humiliation of a bereavement made everyone try their best to break through. From time to time, only a cosmic boat sighed. Aya, the short-formed river spirit, sat on the railing and looked at the vast place of sadness and glory. His eyes were dazzling, and he didn't know what was thinking. Extremely north of the universe, starry sky. For hundreds of millions of years, there have been no stars in the sky. At this moment, there are nearly 100 extreme divine powers. In front of these powerful supremes, the nine-headed zombie gods opened their pupils together, staring closely at the sight wrapped in chaos and mighty power. This is the forbidden area where the ants in the divine universe fled? The grotesque voice of the murmur resounded from the mouth of the zombie. On the side of the side, the emperor of the god of refining God nodded, and his face looked ugly. Only then did they let them escape. Jiran, since their ants can get in, why can't you get in? The zombie looked at 8 Desolation. Enin said, did you really get in, or did you let them go through the enemy? At that time, Yao Huangzhen's face was even more ugly, and Shuli was released directly. What do you mean? The zombie was furious, and the more horrifying virtual force directly crushed it, as if the realm of the abyss of the heavens almost ran to kill. When the 8 desolate gods were about to burst into a virtual explosion, a figure with a thick, smoky body appeared, and they shot directly to suppress the supernatural powers of the 2 snakes and the 8 desolate gods. "It's you again, Eat One." The zombie was furious, and his 9 heads shouted in unison, "Do you really want to oppose this seat?" The black smoke dissipated, taking a look at the zombie and smiling coldly. "Stupid! You don't deserve to be opposed to me. Now the 2 universes are at war. You privately beheaded the gods and clans of this universe. Really, when the entire virtual universe is you, whatever it takes." "You." The zombie was dumb, and was brought into a high hat out of thin air, which made him speechless, and he stopped speaking after a cold hum. "One day, I'm going to blast your head into dregs." Zombie secretly resents. Chi Yini no longer said much, and his eyes changed from the place of sadness to the Emperor's ancestral site on the other side. "I want to kill all the possibilities or impossible in the bud. All of them will die in my hands." A glance glanced at the cold, then 2, 3 and so on emerged behind him in turn. "If you want great creation, will follow me and go to the Emperor's ancestral site." After uttering this sentence, Yin first took the phagocyte to the Emperor's site. The face of Su Bahuang Su Zun is still ugly. He didn't look at the zombie god, and directly followed him with a group of Su Zuns. The remaining vanity was about to move, but he was afraid of the zombie and did not dare to leave. Finally, an Erkin Shuzuan dared to step forward, and before he spoke, he was shattered into blood by the snake god. "Sooner or later, one day, I will slaughter you up and down," Zombie said fiercely, and then ordered the remaining Shuzuan to go directly to the Emperor's ancestral site. The cataclysmic battle between the 2 sides of the universe, even if both the of the universe and the of vanity disappeared, there was no sign of stopping, and the ancient grievances accumulated, as if finally there was a vent, and it was out of control. 25,000 years have passed. The sorrowful land is immutable. The infinite divine power is still vast, and even the derived divine power is more full. Covered by the divine power in the outermost part of this pathetic place, 3,000 figures stand still like a sculpture. Each of them has the same appearance as 5,000 years ago, and even because of the improvement of the realm, he has to become much younger. The lives of these disciples were completely closed, and it was only 10 years before they exhaled a suffocation, and then went back and forth, undergoing a complete transformation. Lying on the railing, it seemed that she had fallen into a sleeping thin figure, and suddenly jumped up. Chapter 4588. Regarding the breadth of all things, I am afraid that it will be difficult for anyone to compare with this thin and even awkward figure. I was silent for nearly 5,000 years, and the Lord Helling jumped up and fell to the ground like a fish. I was in front of him, the first group of Life Shrine disciples to meditate to this day. Blowing his nose, He Ling's small eyes widened arrogantly. It seems that the enlightenment of these disciples who are closest to them is about to melt. He seems to confirm He Ling's speculation. A long breath revolves from the whole body of a disciple, and at the same time, nearly 1,000 long breaths recover at the same time. The character of Luaha Ling shuddered, and ultimately dominated the realm. That is the breath that belongs to the ultimate realm. If it is just the breath of the ultimate dominator, it is naturally difficult to comprehend the magical eyes of the river spirit in the river, but now it belongs to the breath of the ultimate dominator. But it has reached 3,000. Gainan, what kind of concept is that? Only the disciples of the 3,000 temples who stayed in the outermost layer, only after 5,000 years of enlightenment, they have reached the ultimate dominance as if they had exhausted their lead. This is just the disciples at the outermost periphery. What about disciples who are one step ahead? Luo Helling turned back from the previous shock, rising from the bottom of his heart with uncontrollable excitement. He knows that the entire divine power universe, the Temple of Life, has been saved. As soon as he thought about this, He Ling could no longer fall asleep and rushed to the deepest place like a child. He had to take a good look. The little guy who was eternally proud and growing all the time would give him a what a surprise. However, just when he was raising his feet and preparing to leave, He Ling realized that enlightenment was ethereal, and he and heaven and earth were one thing. If he disturbed himself, the consequences would be unthinkable. He thought for a second, and He Ling gave up and said with a lip, "Forget it. Don't bother the kid first. It's not too late to talk until he breaks through." After he made up his mind, He Ling jumped into the spacecraft, stared at two small eyes, and observed the disciples who were about to wake up. As the breath of ultimate became richer and purer, the 3,000 disciples on the outermost side woke up at the same time. God, I have reached the ultimate? I actually reached that state? How many years have you cultivated? And it's really terrible to reach such a state. From the beginning, he didn't believe his disciples and fell into ecstasy, and then he wanted to move on. However, at this time, the coughing sound from the spacecraft attracted the attention of 3,000 disciples. Yes, Lord Helling? I won't be dazzled. Lord He Ling is not dead yet? Listening to the noise, River Aura almost jumped off the deck. Enough. Who said that your adult Helling is dead? I tell you, even now I can live in feng shui even if I am stuck in a virtual universe, said the insignificant little old man with his hands on his hips and his beard staring. Then he said earnestly again, "Okay, you have to shut up, Lord He Ling. You do and T want to go forward now? Stay here safely. Do and T disturb the remaining disciples' practice. You have just been promoted to the ultimate master. Be sure to be stable. Don't forget, the realm above you is the realm of clouds and mud." Luo Helling's remarks made the 3,000 disciples instantly hot. How could they not understand that the supremacy was vain? In other words, there is a war between the two universes. At present, they are still at best dead cannon fodder. They have no effect. Only when they are on the Supreme Court can one or two enemies be buried before death. Now in such a great place, even if it is a second of vain, it will never be allowed. The disciple with a good mood immediately sat down again and started a new round of realization. The other disciples also entered the country again after investigating their own situation. The divine power of the universe fell. As the final salary, the expectations and missions they shoulder will force them to grow. I waited for all the disciples to sit down. He Ling returned to the previous position, and I stared at the chaos but couldn't see the sky. When will all this happen? When will it be back on track? After another 1,000 years, the second batch of disciples began to recover, and they also reached the ultimate dominant state, and even individual disciples with deep understanding began to touch that level of barriers. After Luoha Ling stepped up and conducted some preaching, they continued to enter the perception. Hey, it seems that they are inseparable from me, He Ling sighed, raising his hands behind his back and preparing to patrol again. As He Ling turned around, a majestic beam of divine power rose up. Although it was particularly inconspicuous in this vast divine power, it made He Ling tremble. The concussion that symbolized the achievement of supremacy was raised among the third group of disciples who sat down and realized. Next, the second supreme divine power rose. The third way, the fourth way, seventh. A total of 7 supreme divine powers rose to the sky and soon returned to peace. He did not cause any thunderous thunder, heaven and earth strange sounds, and some were just symbols of the supreme divine power. The 7 disciples who obtained the supreme avenue first stood up and looked at the supreme divine power that emerged from their bodies in disbelief. Certified supreme. One of the older middle-aged disciples murmured softly, and when he saw the true supreme power rising from the wind, his eyes turned red instantly. It seems that the magical universe has really been saved. He inspired. A gratification that was very different from his acting style was revealed from his eyes. The sorrowful land doesn't know how time passes, but the boring river spirit counts the days every day. Then, at this time of 8,000 years, the heavenly supreme regained consciousness. The immense divine power rushed straight up into the dome. The divine supreme divine power became deeper and finally settled in a half-step invincible supreme. 28,000 years ago, it broke through the real natural divide. The true invincible supreme will only be a matter of time. Immediately following the awakening of the Emperor Tianxian, there is also the supreme axe. He also took that step, reaching a half-step invincible supremacy. The two encouraged each other, entrusted healing a little, and again had a second perception. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang's wife Lung Rushuang had awakened, successfully broke through the barriers of the realm, and stayed in the state of elementary supremacy. So far, there are only 3 people who have not yet awakened from the perception. Bloodwave Supreme, 9 Calamities King, Sword Unparalleled. The unpowered divine power, like the derivation of spiritual wisdom, no longer wanders aimlessly, or hundreds of beams rush to the Supreme, or rush to the King of 9 Calamities like a wave. But more unpowered divine powers are rushing to the center of the entire sad and humble land, with the divine powers remaining in the ancient times of all parties. Chapter 4589. There, it is the dojo that belongs only to Jian Wushuang. It is spontaneously constructed into a dome by various supreme divine powers, and the charm is filled with the whole dojo from top to bottom, shining golden and brilliant. Beneath the dojo, there are thousands of magic soldiers who act as the cornerstones and inject the charm into the dojo together. At the center of the huge dojo, a very thin figure was sitting there, and the wide black robe on the upper body was torn by the mighty divine power, exposing the exquisite figure showing the divine pattern. The tadpoles seem to be scattered with pale golden hair and hang down on the ground, like the Milky Way starfall. Taro's Excalibur stands on one side, the blade clears in the sheath. For 8,000 years, Jian Wushuang has maintained such a posture for 8,000 years. The vast divine power poured into the body from every pore, and nourished every inch of meridians. Every 100 years, Jian Wushuang spit out a cloud of breath, and then went back and forth. Wu Gang's unparalleled Kendo was re-exercised for 2,000 years. For the past 2,000 years, he has given out his sword in the consciousness all the time, closed his sword, and perfected the perfect harmony of the swords, rivers, seas, and swords. Until the 3,000 years, Jian Wushuang reluctantly constructed the entire Xinghe Lake, Hai and Jiani into a frame. And the first form of his battle with the time stopped had only one of the simplest star characters. Although the meaning of a single word is simple, they eventually merged together to cover an endless universe. This is the Kendo of Jian Wushuang and his ambition. When the whole Kendo was sharpened, Jian Wushuang, who was in the chaos consciousness, wanted to start by opening the gift given to him by the predecessor of the palace. I don't know if it's the same breath, or if he shakes his hands. When opening up Dao Yin's spiritual practice, the feeling of the universe also opens at the same time. 2 majestic spiritual insights that are so majestic that they can't be added, directly faint them. I passed away for another 2,000 years. Haha, happy. A loud laughter trembled in the trembling dome, and a thick and restrained divine power surged like a water dragon, completely spreading in the sky. The great Axe Supreme who reperceives again wakes up, and this time waking up, he has reached the incredible invincible supreme state. Just for 2,000 years, the great Axe Supreme has been invincible from half a step, reaching the true invincible state. Originally required tens of hundreds of chaos, and now it only takes 2,000 years. I am afraid that since the beginning of chaos, it is hard to see an example. The giant axe who invaded the invincible supreme divine realm swept away the previous fatigue. His eyes were like bright star fields, exuding a glorious huamong from the inside and the solemn treasure. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly supreme regained consciousness and went straight into the invincible supreme God's realm. The 2 old friends who were not knowing how many chaos periods accompanied each other and smiled. Their eyes were wet. Because of insufficient strength, the temple of life has been repeatedly humiliated. Because of insufficient strength, the divine power universe has fallen, and countless days of arrogance have been destroyed. Only by constantly breaking through can we protect what we want to protect. Heaven, the giant axe smiled proudly. You and I are now in the invincible supreme state of God. How about fighting today? That's what it is. Tianyi laughed loudly, and the bow of the that utterly destroyed the sky quietly appeared in his hands. The giant axe retreated hundreds of feet at once, and at the same time countless godless powers began to build a dojo. In the Xiaoxiao dojo, the two statures instantly erupted into an invincible supremacy. The incomparable vast divine power no longer escapes the world like half-step invincible supreme, but emerges in the whole body as if possessing the intellect and is quite restrained. Two invincible extremes start the most hardy battle. Tan, Yi God bowed tightly, using his own divine power as an arrow, and shot out in an instant, like a phoenix tail feather, swept towards the giant axe supreme. The giant axe greeted the storm, and the two hit each other heavily, and the resulting burst directly toward the dojo just constructed. Countless crystals of quiet Huamong waited for the bow again, and shot at the giant axe with the laugh of the heavenly supreme. The giant axe is backed by an axe, and his body is transformed, and he is confronted with the supreme power with the potential of opening the sky. Crimson divine power against the crystal faint blue mansions, which belongs to the invincible and supreme power, shatters the dojo again and completely disperses in the heavens and the earth. Because the entire place of tragedy is constructed by more ancient and vast divine power, the supernatural powers of the giant axe and the heavenly supreme will be greatly restricted. Maybe it's because of Chongxiu's war intentions that disturbed the silent power. I began to woke up with some disciples with secondary perceptions. The disciple of awakening, at the very least, is the ultimate dominating realm, and at the same time, the new supreme divine power begins to appear. From the original 7 supreme divine realms, it began to increase to double digits, and still has an upward trend. Maybe she felt a certain kind of breath, and the coldness awakened from her perception, and a whole new kind of power rose from her meridian. The magnificent dark blue divine power rushed into the sky and then dissipated. Cold as frost, straight into the supreme divine realm. It's a bit noisy. A slightly lazy voice sounded, and Zhu Jiawang, with white shirt and white hair, awoke from his feelings. There is no wave breaking through the realm, and even the divine power is not exposed for half a minute, so that it usually seems like a good night's sleep. But the more the Zhujia King is, the more horrible it is. Like the magic sword that hides the front cover, it reveals its sharpness and plainness. A deep stream of streamer flowed from his eyes, a slight smile hung from the corner of his mouth. Is it possible to reach such a level of supreme power? If I am only half a point better. He only knew that the king of the 9 dragons, and it took him only 8,000 years to completely cross a great realm and touch that more mysterious realm. He is confident that he will be invincible in a chaotic era. And that guy, what kind of Tianjiao attitude will he appear in? Zhujiao Wangshan's pure eyes looked at the dojo in the chaos in the distance. Sun Lanlan awoke. She got the Tao under the seat of the cosmos, and she was already indifferent to the realm, and it was because of her mood that she made one jump to the highest peak of Tao. She is not too concerned about her advancement in her realm. From the moment she wakes up, Meimu is full of worries and looks at Jian Shuang's dojo. Unless the realm of divine power reaches the height of the universe, all personal strengths that cannot be weighed on the battlefield will be extremely weak in the face of decision-makers who can save the calamity. Suddenly, Lan Lan has already regarded Jian Wushuang as a decision-maker who can turn the tide. Although the divine power universe has long been occupied, the ever-increasing salary and wages are still growing under the pressure of the virtual universe. Everyone's eyes are converging towards the bright dojo. Gongtong together they are looking forward to that guy who has grown up tenaciously and never slacked off half a minute, creating a real miracle. Chapter 4590. When the unknown number of divine dojos was destroyed, the 2 invincible supremes both stopped, and the divine power that overwhelmed the dome was fully absorbed. Happy, really happy. Tianyin Supreme closed his bow and laughed loudly. The giant axe supreme nodded frequently, proudly saying, "Now even if you are against the top 6 mark virtual lords, this one has a fighting power." He retracted the supernatural power, and the 2 fell to the ground. Congratulations to the 2 for being invincible. Lan Lan stepped forward, arching. The giant axe first said, "Thank you, Lan Lan. The 2 of us can be promoted to an invincible state." It is also heavenly pity for my magical universe. Even before 10,000 years have passed, the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme have both advanced to the invincible, except for the pity of the heavens, and it seems that there are no other adventures in this great land of creation. Tianyu Supreme followed with a smile. I think our invincible Supreme should soon add another one. Oh! A few people's eyes suddenly looked at the distant Bloodwave Supreme. The divine doctrine surrounding the supreme blood power is like a huge golden cocoon, completely covering his body, and outsiders can only vaguely see his approximate body. The Supreme Axe frowned slightly and said to himself, Bloodbook is a half-step invincible supreme, and it has been a long time to indulge in invincibility. It should be much easier than the two of me. There are no signs of breakthrough. Relax. After the blood pool has successfully advanced to the invincible state, I am afraid that the strength will be much deeper than you and me. Tian Di supremely responded, with almost infinite years to get along. He never doubted the strength of the old man. Tiax nodded, I hope so. Only Lan Lan's eyes had a subtle and uncertain change when he looked at the doctrine of the supreme enlightenment. On the side of the side, Zhujiawang, with white hair who was slightly lonely, looked at the dojo that belonged to Jin Wushuang from beginning to end. He desperately wanted to see what kind of posture this ancient evil, Tianjiao, would appear, and at the same time how far he would throw himself off. I'm afraid he doesn't even know when he took Jin Wushuang as a standard game and became the object he pursued. Extreme Axe, the king of 9 calamities suddenly said, looking earnestly, can the 9 calamity be a sudden? Can the Supreme Axe supreme step by step to test the mood of 9 calamity? He heard the words from the giant axe and did not show his displeasure. Instead, he looked at the king of 9 calamities more admirably. Of course, I can also take a look at what the same arrogance will bring to me. The king 9 calamities promised and ascended to the sky with the great axe supreme. The vast divine powers that have survived in ancient times seem to be very sensitive to war intentions. They are like spectators who are not too big to see the excitement and form a party dojo. Jujo Supreme, I want keep my hand in a moment. Supreme Axe smiled, and the axe appeared in his hand. Xie Jushin Supreme. The king of 9 kings responded. The power of the top supreme instantly appeared through the body, like a tide. The giant axe supreme stood on the spot and waved his hand sharply, and the great terror power that belonged to the invincible supreme suddenly erupted, just as the heavenly gate opened and the giant sea frenzy loomed. He was just a face-to-face, and the power of Zhu Jiawang, who belonged to the supreme, was suppressed at once. He just feels like a lone boat in a giant sea, which may be destroyed at any time. Even the flow of his supreme divine power is much slower. The giant axe lay down on the soles of his feet, and the axe in his hand rose to the storm. Numerous patterns rose from the axe handle and completely wrapped it. A gentle wave was enough to tear the axe of any star dome out from the blade tip and cut to the 9 kings in a 3-blade trend. Even in the state of invincible and supreme repression, the performance of King Jujia is still remarkable. He completely wrapped the top extreme punch directly into the ground dojo and quickly rose to the midair with the help of power. He got a moment of stagnation, and nearly 100 magical powers Meng swept out of his palm, all stabbed at the giant axe. Every cold Meng possesses top and supreme power. The giant axe had no time to swim, so he had to raise the axe to block it. The chilling thorns left a faint white spot on the axe to the giant axe. The 9 calamity kings who descended from the sky exuded a unique white on. The noble treasure phase emerged from behind him and hit the axe supremely like that. Boom! The majestic power shattered into mottled stars and fell, as if the Milky Way was falling, and the sound of Hong Zhong Daluo sounded from the axe. Puppet stars scattered. Under this blow, the counterattack of King Julong himself directly caused him to fly backwards, and a ray of blood poured from the corner of his mouth. The great axe was supreme, and it eventually took a few steps backwards. King Jujia wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and slowly got up. It is truly a arrogance to shake the invincible realm with the supreme. The great axe waved his hand and put the long axe behind him. Next, I will go straight into the invincible realm. Can you try it? After 9 robbed the king, he immediately said, "Wish to try." The giant axe is not to say much. The gray-white long hair suddenly breaks the girdle and dances in the air, and the silver-white giant axe in the hands begins to reflect the golden mang with the blessing of divine power. The majestic power began to be restrained, as if poured into the axe. Nearly 10 taus, and the ghostly image of the supreme axe appeared quietly. They were naked with their upper bodies on their backs, as if they were ancient giants. This is the supernatural power that I felt straight into the invincible state. A total of 11 statures. Supernatural power kite yin. Suddenly, Huameng burst into the air, and the 11 statures held up the big axe in their hands, as if they were really open to the sky, and turned to the king of 9 calamities. With 11 axe lights, a virtual image of a giant axe that almost broke through the dojo was synthesized and fell down. Looking at the shadow of the axe that fell from the sky, Zhujiawang seemed to realize something. He seemed to be returning to the night of the night. Across the tens of thousands of lotus peaks, Xiangrubo light flowed. Green smoke was long and long. What do you understand? What is the word I understand? The way I understand is the way to go forward. Although 9 dead, I still do not regret it. It is the way to live to death. This is my way. When the celestial axe fell, the king of Jujia opened his eyes, and countless cold awns rose to the sky, and he was not afraid. Followed by a long day. When the light fell, the giant axe stepped on the wind and fell, and in his arms, Jujian Wang fell asleep. The Supreme Master of 9 calamities has a great realization, and he has clearly realized the way ahead. The giant axe said with a smile. You guy, Tina shook his head and grinned. Even preaching and teaching are so rough. Even I almost thought it was your full blow. The giant axe smiled supremely, waved to form a side dojo, and put the king of the 9 robbers in it. After a while, everyone's eyes turned to that depth again. Master of Wushuang Palace, it's time to wake up. Chapter 4591. Time goes by, and adults, healing, day and day, and the record of dedication, 12,000 years past. All the sleeping shrine disciples are fully awake. In this great creation, except for the disciples who died first in the passage, there are more than 11,000 disciples remaining, and they have achieved the ultimate domination. In addition, there are nearly 300 disciples who have successfully transformed into the highest level. There are more than 300 extremes. Even if the dragon family has been handed down so far, such a background, this is a scene that no one can imagine. At the beginning of the day, Supreme Master Sun and Supreme Axe could see this scene. Old tears crossed, and immediately knelt down to the place where it had disappeared 3 times. The disciples of all the temples of life have since really become the ultimate whole cards of the entire God universe. Although these 300 supreme are only elementary, as long as they break through the other supreme realm of that layer of cloud and mud, then the middle and higher realms will come to fruition. Thoyo, since all disciples have awakened, the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme have intensified the cultivation of all disciples to help them stabilize their realm. After the battle with the Supreme Axe, the king of the 9 kings of the 9 dragons regained consciousness and woke up after 2,000 years. The original sharp power began to tend to be introverted, and there was a great potential for hiding the hidden weapon. Liu the streamer in his eyes was even earlier, and the most difficult trace of 2 pull marks began to fade in him. Everything is going to flourish. Only 2 people still showed no signs of waking. One is Jin Wushuang, and the other is Supreme of Blood. For this reason, the giant axe paid out 12 disciples, responsible for observing and patrolling the 2. Brother, how long will it take our palace master to wake up? It's been 12,000 years, I'm afraid. I wait before the young disciple's voice fell. His head was hit with a chestnut. Let's talk a lot. Then you can't stand it after more than 10,000 years. What will you do if you are to be promoted to the Supreme, and you will sit tens or hundreds of times? The middle-aged disciple called Sage said seriously. Young disciples rubbed their heads, clamoring and not speaking. This patrol team of 12 people, only the middle-aged man is the elementary and supreme. The rest are the ultimate domination, and he will perform the natural observing sword unparalleled dojo. I stepped forward, and one side had no subjective divine power to naturally hold up the middle-aged disciples and swept towards the most vast and vast dojo. He now encloses the entire giant dojo of Jian Wushuang, and is covered with a thick layer of golden mansions, which makes it harder to see the inside. Routine as usual, after the middle-aged disciple peeped through the gap, he turned around and left. When he stepped on the footless power, ready to fall, the sky suddenly shook suddenly. Then, the unpowered divine power under his feet suddenly went crazy and shot back uncontrollably. Due to the sudden incident, the middle-aged disciple fell from the sky unprotected and fell heavily on a dog to eat. 3 brothers. The 11 other disciples rushed over and helped the middle-aged disciples. It seems that these divine powers are really not so well controlled. He shook his head helplessly and grinned, looking up subconsciously, and suddenly trembled. I saw the huge dojo hovering in the air for thousands of years and began to seep thick golden water to the bottom. How can this be? The next moment, countless strands of gold water suddenly rushed like galaxies in the sky. Quick, leave this place. The middle-aged disciple reacted first and immediately released the supreme divine power to promote 11 people. The golden water rushed, as if opening the heavenly gate, pouring wildly to the earth. Suddenly, the huge dojo covered with dust for a long time now shattered. Stars scattered, Baoguang flowed. Thousands of silent soldiers trembled in unison, as if waiting for their former masters. Jin Shui Milky Way vented, but the moment it touched the ground, it condensed into an avenue of divine power. The huge dojo shattered, and the magnificent majesty shone through the world. He was guiding the 10,000 disciples to meditate on the giant axe and the heavenly supreme. And they looked at the golden and magnificent place, and immediately turned into 2 divine powers to fly away. Qi Lanlan trembled and looked at that position in disbelief. Wang Zhijiawang slowly opened his eyes filled with smiles, and the next moment he rose to the sky, rushing towards the road. He Ling, who was sleeping on the deck, heard the change and jumped straight away. It's changed. After seeing this scene, the other tens of thousands of disciples looked at each other and rushed away in a hurry. Dadal, the avenue of divine power constructed by the thick and magnificent golden water, is full of magnificent power, and there are thousands of gestures of divine power illusion, which are magnificent and sacred. The shattered divine power dojo falls slowly like thousands of stars. Everyone's eyes are staring at the sky, the most dazzling one among thousands of stars. The naked and slender upper body is covered by countless golden mansions, and the magnificent power is revealed from his eyes and from every pore. This body, all that is left is a pair of broken black robe pants around his waist, but even then it is difficult to hide the divine power. He seems to have returned to the most original existence. Pure Jianmong blended with purple, and appeared lightning-like all over him. Hit him. It's the sword unparalleled. When the soles of the feet touched the ground, the stars of the sky over the sky fell, and the golden patterns on his body. The sized lotus buds bloomed together. Hualian blooms on the road. Wuzi retreats from his pupils, and Jian Wushuang wakes up from a long and chaotic dream in the beginning of the world and walks on this road blankly. Every time he took a step, his consciousness became clear. Long hair spreading to the ends of the hair hangs down the avenue, and every step is flowed with godliness. Everyone is holding their breath. Even if they have achieved the invincible supreme axe and heaven yi too, they feel a kind of unspeakable pressure. Yali, that pressure is the purest repression, irrelevant to the realm, and it is another more mysterious level of life. King Jujia's eyes did not have disbelief or jealousy. Some were just the joy from the heart and the most sincere fiery. It was his own pride that could not be touched by any thoughts. Wu Jin's unparalleled realm. How could I not reach the King of Nine? The great giant axe first reacted. Facing the avenue and facing Jian Wushuang, he knelt on one knee without hesitation, and Hong Zhong-like voice sounded, "Greetings to the master of Wushuang Palace." Thousands of disciples knelt together at this moment and shouted in unison, All disciples in the Palace of Life, welcome the master of the Wushuang Palace. His voice shook through the whole place of sadness and sorrow, and Jian Wushuang was completely clear. With purple eyes looking at thousands of disciples, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. For more than 1,000 years of silence, in exchange, it will only be a more vigorous new life. Chapter 4592. Countless strands of jinmong were scattered in the wind, blowing to the crowd with the breeze. You don't have to be restrained. You all get up. Jian Wushuang laughed softly. Thousands of disciples only felt gentle under their knees, and a gentle force held everyone up. Xia Wushuang Gongzhu. All the disciples joined together. A body of godlike mansions flowing like tassel converged in his body. He flew into the presence of the giant axe and the of heaven. Looking at the godlike figure in front of him, the eyes of the giant axe supreme were slightly moist, only to say a sentence of Wushuang Gongzhu secretly wept. Seeing this, Tianzuan Extreme stunned him with his elbow and whispered, "I said the old man. The master of Wushuang Palace has to go out. You should be happy. Why are you crying again? You care for the husband? The husband wants to cry and how to cry. No one can control it." The giant axe child turned back with the same temper. Tina Supreme shook his head helplessly. Jian Wushuang naturally understands the pain that the Supreme Axe Supreme can't let out. Then he put his palm on the shoulder of Supreme Axe, solemnly saying, "Extreme Axe, you can rest assured how the virtual universe came. I will let them roll back, and the debt they owe must be used blood to pay it back." The great axe heard the words and quickly wiped his tears with his sleeves, arching, "The Supreme Axe under the seat of the Temple of Life is supreme, and is willing to be dispatched by the master of the Wushuang Palace. The Supreme God of Life under the seat of the Temple of God is willing to be dispatched by the master of the Wushuang Palace." The Supreme God of Heaven also said. King Jujia smiled and arched his hand. "Jujia Supreme, under the seat of the Temple of Life, is willing to be dispatched by the master of Wushuang Palace." Jian Wushuang bowed his head, looking at the disciples of Wanming Life Palace, and rushed towards Xiaoyu. "Master Wushuang Palace, in this spiritual practice, there are more than 11,000 disciples in this palace, and 300 disciples have been promoted to the supreme state. Ordinary battlefield." While walking in this path of misery, the great Axe Supreme analyzed the general situation. But the battle between the invincible Supreme and the 6 marks void. The giant axe did not continue. As early as the start of this catastrophe, the nearly 46 marked virtual lords of the virtual universe almost controlled the entire battlefield. The high-end combat power cannot be balanced, so the direction of this war will still tilt towards the virtual universe. What's more, there is a horrible existence of the zombie beyond the invincible realm. Jian Wushuang didn't speak at first. "The snake gave it to me. As for the number of invincible supremacy, wait for the tragedy, and then raise 1 or 2. The axe nodded supremely, and then seemed to realize something, and he was shocked. The king of 9 robbers also paused, and a bitterness appeared from his eyes. Is it just for 10,000 years that Jian Wushuang has grown to such an extent? He thought that with his top-notch cultivation, he could fight against Jian Wushuang no matter how bad it was, but everything changed. Jian Wushuang's target is already facing the zombie of that virtual universe. Now I am half-step invincible and supreme. It doesn't matter if I want to come to the zombie of the virtual universe." Jian Wushuang added. The shock rose from the eyes of the giant axe and the heavens. Jian Wushuang was able to slay the supreme divine realm with the ultimate of the realm. He will always be killed across the border to create miracles. Can you even get over that day? However, the sword Wushuang groaned for a while, looking at the great axe supreme. It should be troublesome for the great axe. The giant axe is supremely enlightened. Bloodwave supreme. Jian Wushuang watched from a distance. In a mighty divine power, Bloodwave Supreme was still condensing. Tiamao shook his head. He has never woken up from Wu Sit, and there must be a great chance waiting for him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It was already a half-step invincible supreme before the Bloodwave Supreme had become enlightened. It was not difficult to break through the invincible Supreme, and it is possible to this day. I am afraid he has already marched towards that more mysterious state. After a moment, all the disciples of the Life Shrine gathered around Jian Wushuang to a slightly open place. He waved under the sky to cast a huge dojo, and then jumped up with the giant axe. Guess who can win? I guess the great axe can win. After all, that is the invincible Supreme. Waving a hand can suppress the existence of the ordinary Supreme. I guess the Lord of the Warrior's Palace can win. Don't forget, then the Lord of the Warrior's Palace could kill the Supreme Realm with the ultimate domination. Now the Lord of the Warrior's Palace is half-step invincible. Easy task? It seems like that. The voices of tens of thousands of disciples were noisy, and there was a lot of discussion, and the sound of humming with respect to nature made all the disciples snoring. Only the strong wind hunted on the sky. The sword-like pair of swords, like of heaven, stood in place, and the mighty divine power infiltrated the ends of the hair and spread out the golden mansions. As soon as the supreme axe came into play, he summoned the axe directly and waited. For Jian Wushuang, he flatly does not regard it as an ordinary half-step invincible supreme. Therefore, in a pair of battles, he immediately elevated his divine power to the invincible supremacy. Master of Wushuang Palace, you will offend next. The giant axe said in a deep voice. The axe in his hand was already trembling. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and his own divine power quietly emerged from the ground. Seeing this, the giant axe waved the giant axe directly, enough to destroy the blazing winds of the star before cutting. However, when dozens of howling winds touched Jian Wushuang's divine power, they melted like ice and snow and died directly. As soon as the giant axe pupil condensed, he knew that ordinary tricks had no effect on Shangjin Wushuang. Taking a deep breath, he put the axe in front of him, and all the divine power began to be restrained. As the divine power contracted and restrained, the figure of the giant axe began to transform into 10 ways. 20. 30. There are 30 great axe supremes in total, and each one possesses the complete power of the great axe. This is my invincible realm, the supernatural powers I have learned, the one-on-one battle, and I am supreme in the same state. No one can stop it. The giant axe is extremely tough, and his way is also indomitable. One blows the might of the sky, and no one dares to compete with it. Supernatural power open heaven. The endless divine power is all in one. A total of 30 treasures are transformed into a line. The sky in the dojo is transformed into chaos. Just like the original power, any god, ghost, and demon must obey the law, and the turbid air sinks and the clear air rises. The chaotic sky was easily torn, and the giant axe opened to cut the sword. Everyone held their breath, the shocking look and feel, and even some disciples who were determined to win with swords turned to the axe supreme. The next moment, thousands of purple gold gods rose up in the chaos like the Milky Way Sioux, and at the same time a magnificent heavenly gate overwhelmed the chaos. Jiju, remember the first domain name in this book? Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 4593. There is a splendor of magnificence, and the gate of grandeur suddenly opens. The sword unparalleled in the air, the magical charm. Eyes seem to pierce through the chaos through eternity, locking the great axe supreme. One side, like the Tongtian giant finger that carried the ancient and desolate divine power, protruded from the suddenly opened Tianmen. Magnificent, coming with one finger. It seemed that the axe who wanted to split the dome of chaos hit the giant finger. However, it was just a breath away. Thousands of cracks appeared from the surface of the axe, and the surging divine power poured out. The celestial axe hit the heavenly giant finger of Tianmen, and even without a breath, it broke directly. The treasure phase was destroyed, and the chaos gas field was severely damaged. The supreme axe was directly blasted away from afar, and the breath instantly fainted to the extreme. However, that giant finger only paused for a moment, and then he continued to run towards the great axe. On the ground, Tina Supreme changed his face instantly, urging her figure to ascend directly to the dojo. One palm, the bow started, and the tentacle shot thousands of gods in succession, in order to deter the big horrible finger. Tianwei Huanghuang's divine power emerged from the open heavenly gates, which nourished the Tongtian giant fingers continuously. Thousands of gods' mansions released from the invincible supreme realm just left a faint trace on the giant finger, and even failed to stop it. The Tongtian giant finger is still sinking and pressing, and the gushing pressure from the heavenly gate is completely suppressed even by the figures of the giant axe and the heavenly supreme. The king of Jujia also saw that something was wrong. As soon as his footsteps were pressed, his body swept into the dojo without hesitation. The black pattern emerged from his entire body, and the vast divine power emanating from the state of extreme supremacy and half-step invincibility emanated. A phantom with naked tops and looming gods appeared from behind Zhujiawang, and then he and the phantom behind him smashed into the finger. Boom! The dojo shattered instantaneously. The shadow behind King Nine Calamity dimmed instantly, and the blood of God poured out from the corner of his mouth. Sober me up, sword unparalleled. The gums were stained with blood, and the king of nine kings roared. The giant axe and the heavenly supreme glanced at each other, and also called their respective treasures, and slammed into the heavenly giant finger together. However, an incredible scene appeared for everyone. 2 invincible supreme treasure phases, and 1 top-level supreme treasure phase, only blocked for a few breaths of time, and then they were all broken. The irresistible Tongtian giant finger continues to run down. Not good. Lan Lan trembled in her heart, ascended to the broken dojo, and released the magical power directly. Then, the frost was soaring. 300 primary supreme, more than 10,000 ultimate masters, also at this moment ascended the sky, facing the giant fingers, twisted into a rope, released their own power. Jian Wushuang is very painful. In his barren and empty consciousness, he has long been lost in it. That heavenly gate was created by Jian Wushuang's understanding of the mysterious ancestral art left by the God of God in his memory. This is the ancestral stroke of transcending the supreme divine realm, and will grow as the user's realm grows. Jian Wushuang used his own half-step invincible state, and used the ancestor technique that should not belong to him. Lost is already the best result. His consciousness was in the hands of no one. Ancestral art, the gate of power world. The sword Wushuang volleys above the sky, and the whole body is covered with red gold gods, like an ancient supreme being. As the voice fell, the giant finger on that side easily crushed the barrier of gods composed of 10,000 people. The horror of life and death under the palm of the virtual suddenly burst into my heart. Thousands of disciples are pale and unavoidable. The king of nine kings showed a bitter face, watching the sword Wushuang with his eyes closed in the sky. He slowly closed his eyes and then suddenly said, "You guys, you must give me a good life." Suddenly, as the wind blows the sea, the spring water melts. A heavy finger hovering over everyone's head. "Hurry, leave soon." Jian Wushuang's strenuous voice sounded openly. Looking intently, I saw Jian Wushuang hanging in the heavens and the earth. The pupils were clear, and his arms dragged to keep the blow. The king of Jujia immediately responded, and the vigorous and powerful force came out, struggling to promote tens of thousands of disciples. After everyone was out of danger, the massive giant finger was down. The world is slightly discolored. Rumble. I don't know how long it took. The king of Jujia sounded a little bit of complaint. "You guy, let that blow go. Aren't you dead?" Sitting in front of a giant pit, the sword was awkward and rubbed his nose with embarrassment. "I was just trying to hit this shot. I didn't expect that the power was so scary that I fell into it." Zhujiawang shook his head helplessly. "I have taken note of this matter. You will need to hold the zombie's head in the future to offset this. It was just a terrible blow," the great axe supreme feared. "If it is on the battlefield, I am afraid that no one invincible supreme can take that one." Jian Wushuang replied, "That type of non-present day I can control. If I had not been awakened by the 9 calamities just now, the consequences would be unthinkable, so I would not use it on the battlefield." Noble Supreme nodded, and then said, Master of the Wushuang Palace, shall we continue to realize in this place of tragedy, or will we go to the divine universe and fight the virtual universe? Jian Wushuang thought for a moment, then said, You will continue to work in this sad place, and I will go alone to the virtual universe to pick up those who should return but cannot return. Guided those who should have returned but could not return? The axe murmured supremely, and his body shook immediately. Is the Lord of Daoyan Palace still alive? Tina shook likewise. Jian Wushuang did not deny or confirm. I had seen the Lord of the Tao Yin Palace in that godland long ago when I was in the Void Universe. It was also at that time, and the Lord of the Tao Yin Palace gave it to me. And he passed me all his sentiments of enlightenment, and then the spirit disappeared. Because Bingyu Supreme fought against me at that time, I had no time to probe the traces of the life of the Lord of the Daoyan Palace. Until now I want to come. The Lord of the Daoyan Palace must still sleep there. Jian Wushuang sincerely said, I will go to this place regardless of whether the main body of the Tao Yin Palace is dead or not, because he belongs to the divine universe, and even if he died, I will bring him back. The great axe supreme immediately kneeled in front of the sword without double-sided with the heavenly supreme, and the old tears crisscrossed. Xia Wushuang Palace Lord, giant axe / Tina, obey the palace lord's orders until death. You don't have to be polite. The imaginary universe owes us, and I will ask for it one by one. Jian Wushuang held up the two of them, his eyes fixed. Zhu Jie came to the front of Jianwu, and Shan said, This is a dangerous trip. I will go to the virtual universe with you, so I can take care of each other. Jiju, remember the first domain name in this book? Mobile website reading URL. Chapter 4594. Jian Wushuang groaned slightly, shook his head and said, No, the goals of the two are too big, and they may be discovered at any time. And I have a secret method that can completely disguise the vanity of the virtual universe. It doesn't matter if I want to come and go. The King of Nine Calamities didn't demand it either, and he didn't speak after saying a caution on the road. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and then gave a detailed explanation to the giant axe and the heavenly supreme supremacy, then began to leave the tragedy. Fu Jun, I can't help you anymore, so be careful all the way. There was a bitterness in Long Rushuang's eyes. You are by my side the greatest help to me. Without your years, it is true loneliness. Looking at this woman who has been resentment without regrets and has been with her so far, Jian Wushuang gently hugged. She, then, turned into a touch of Changhong, and went to the exit of the sad land. The person with such a pure Taoist heart, the future of the master of the Wushuang Palace, I can't see through it even more. The giant axe looked at the sky where Jian Wushuang disappeared and murmured. Stepping back into that dark and lonely passage, all the sorrowful sorrows disappeared, and even the grievances left by ancient times disappeared. Jian Wushuang began to vaguely feel that this side of the burial land seemed to be slowly dissipating in some form. What seemed to be an endless channel, but now it is at the end of a sword thought of Jian Wushuang. Stepping out of the quiet channel, the starless starfield appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The starry sky 10,000 years later is no different from the starry sky 10,000 years ago. The only difference may be the residual force in the galaxy, the slightest force that is about to completely dissipate. Anyone from the Void Universe has been here? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, looking at another emperor's site. The ruins that exuded a dark mist and separated the cosmic starry sky and existed independently are as unchanged as before. Thinking for a moment, Jian Wushuang waved out of the cosmic boat and drove away towards the distance. A few months later, in front of the fissure leading to the Void Universe, a young ranger wearing a wide black robe with a handsome and clear face stopped in front of the 23rd fissure. Since the two sides of the universe are still in the battle of catastrophe, from time to time, all parties step out of the cracks and head for the magical universe that has already opened its doors. At the same time, the various cracks leading to the divine universe have also strengthened the patrol guarding the virtual respect. Today, these 23 cracks have arranged nearly 15 foremarked virtual respects to be stationed, and at the same time, The terror that belongs to six marked virtual respects is surging in the dark. The young ranger dressed as a young man is naturally a sword unparalleled. His eyes were like a deep spring, and he came to the crack in one step. Who is it? A black mist emerged, and the patrol team consisting of 3 four-marked virtual respects stood in front of Jian Wushuang, showing vigilance. Masters, allies. Jian Wushuang chuckled, raising his hand to reveal a ray of weakness. Which star field are you from, and where did you respond to the call of the false god? One of the captain's four-marked vanity, still very vigilant. Jian Wushuang calmly said, Liang Starfield. Yu Huazong responded to the call of the virtual and ran to the magical universe 13,000 years ago. Then why are you returning alone now? Sikin Shuzuan asked. Shouldn't you be playing for Lord Shushan on the battlefield? Jian Wushuang didn't speak, and when he raised his hand, he took 3 black boxes from Qinkuan Ring and gave them to the captain. A strange scent of medicine emerged from the box, and the 4 marks of imagination that were about to become angry saw the box of the robe immediately. I coughed a few times, and the 4-marked Su Zun exclaimed, I missed my homeland. Let's go home soon. The provincial family is worried. Sword Wusuo promised, raised his foot, and prepared to step into the crack. The next moment, a repressive voice resounded from the dark. Slow. Suddenly, a faint sense of crisis came to my heart. Still, was it found? Jian Wushuang stopped, and immediately in the deep crack in front of him, stirred a powerful force. With the emergence of power, there was also a middle-aged man wearing a purple Jinhua suit. A few people who were still ecstatic were kneeling down on the ground after seeing the comer. See, I've seen the 9-fingered emperor. The middle-aged man who attacked Zijinhua's clothes stayed on Jian Wushuang, and then he shouted, You are not a person in my virtual universe. Are you trying to enter because of cooperation? Is it 6 marks? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, his black robe screamed. The successor of the patrol team also noticed that something was wrong, even when they came around. The 9-fingered emperor smiled coldly. It does not seem to be a person in the void universe. Do you volunteer your head, or let me unscrew it? The skull is here. You can take it down and take it straight. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Bold. The 9-fingered emperor burst into a drink, and the supreme virginity followed. Jian Wushou moved lightly and pushed away with one palm. The seemingly bland hand is the virtual force howling that directly shattered. The 9-fingered emperor's eyes were fixed. This guy who looked at only 2 marks at most could break his own power by waving his hand? With this in mind, the 9-fingered emperor no longer entrusted himself, and an emperor's sword containing a mighty power appeared in his hands out of thin air, and then strove to cut it down. Contains the full blow of 6 marks, and where the swordsman passes, it breaks the starry sky. Carved insect tricks. Jian Wushuang disdain sneered, and then rolled away with one finger. The supreme vigor arrived at Jian Meng. The unstoppable Jian Meng turned from brilliance to dim, and disappeared instantly. Jian Wushuang's one-pointed momentum continued unabated. Through the protection of virtual force, he pressed directly on the right shoulder of the 9-finger emperor holding the sword. Invisible energy burst out through the body, tearing his entire right arm with him. Holding the emperor's sword's right arm, he fell into the starless sky and was torn by the howling wind. With just one blow of power, he easily wiped out the 6-marked virtual honor, which made the 3 4-marked virtual honors originally intended to sneak attack, and stayed away from the battle circle without any trace. The 9-fingered emperor with a broken arm looked at Jian Wushuang incredibly. How could a cricket ant destroy a giant elephant? Taking on the important things www.unravel. Jian Wushuang's speed and speed. The palm of your hand is raised like a god's judgment. At that moment, supreme divine power turned into a huge palm print and took a picture of it towards the 9-fingered emperor. The horror between life and death made the 9-fingered emperor extremely cold. He even had no time to turn around, and was crushed into the meat by the giant palm print. The great emperor of a kingdom of God died in the hands of Jian Wushuang, killing the 6-mark void in a half-step invincible state of supremacy. I am afraid that it has transcended all the cognitions of the 2 universes. With a thump, The three four-marked virtual honors knelt neatly in front of Jian Wushuang. Adhering to the principle of sending Buddha to the West, after raising his hand to kill, Jian Wushuang strides into this virtual universe. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 4595. In total, there were 17 virtual honors in the 23rd Crack Patrol. In addition to the most powerful Nine-Finger Emperor, 7 5-mark virtual honors were hidden in the depths. In order to prevent the news that he entered the virtual universe from revealing too quickly, Jian Wushuang simply blocked the entire area with magical powers and killed the remaining virtual respects one by one. After doing all this quickly, Jian Wushuang's figure turned into a streamer, and he swept away toward the path that he once remembered. There are hundreds of millions of star fields in the virtual universe, and the larger star field holy places are already in a wartime state, and they send trace-level virtual respects to the divine universe every last time. To this end, the Holocaust was already in its possession. Because of that empty luck, my entire divine power universe has fallen. Jian Wushuang reflected a large area of stars in his star-like eyes. How do you eat it? I will let you repay it. In a starry and solitary star field, the young swordsman dressed in swordsman stopped here. In just 10,000 years, this place sealed with the Lord of the Taoist Palace was desolate and desolate until it was destroyed. The 99 divine restraints have long since been in vain, and any four-marked virtual lord can be broken by force. The more so, the more panicked Jian Wushuang was. He didn't want to believe that the Supreme Master would die, and even if he urged the divine power to enter the land of God, the 99 divine bands automatically dissipated, opening a way for the sword unparalleled. One step into the land of the gods, the sword unparalleled. I saw that the original mounds were dying, and the ruined ruins disappeared, and replaced by the living green lotus that has spread to the sky. Every inch of land was full of Qinglian, swaying in the wind. Qinglian, who was so full of eyes, had nothing else. Brother Daoyin. Jian Wushuang walked longitudinally. His voice sounded throughout the world. Qinglian contains the charm and is transformed by Tao Yin Supreme. Jian Wushuang did not know if Tao Yin Supreme had fallen, but could only follow his breath to find his whereabouts. For 15 days, he tirelessly searched Daikyu and Dao, but found no trace. Is Brother Daoyin really dead? A glance of gloom glanced from his eyes. Master Wushuang, don't come to Wui. Like the spring breeze and summer cicada, the pleasant warm sound could not be heard. Jian Wushuang hid a spirit and hurriedly looked behind him. I saw in the thousands of green lotuses, Daoyin who hit the blue shirt looked at him with a smile. Brother Daoyin. Jian Wushuang leapt up and ran to Daoyin in excitement. At this moment, Daoyin had recovered slightly from the last time he met, and his withered face began to recover, a little more clear. Wushuang, why should you come here in danger? Daoyin said, I feel that the breath left by that existence is already very weak. Has our universe won? Jian Wushuang's eyes dimmed, and everything that happened after that was told to Tao Yin. Zhou God, his whereabouts are still unknown. Jian Wushuang said here, no matter how difficult it is. Daoyin shook his figure, looked at the eternally dim sky, and cried, Tian Tao, how can Tian Tao be so? As long as I'm still alive, I will surely slaughter all the evil enemies. Jian Wushuang hated, change my life. I Daoyin, sworn to protect the magical universe. Daoyin wept, but now, am back to my original state, unable to return to heaven. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and said, Brother, no matter what, now you leave here with me. I will take you to a great land of good fortune, and I will certainly be able to return to the peak when I realize that for more than 10 years. Hope rose in Dao Yan's eyes, and then fainted again. Stupid master, I can't leave anymore. Once I leave, the breath left by the virtual will inevitably furiously fight back, and am afraid that even you can't leave. Jian Wushuang heard the words and said firmly, Brother, I am not the same as me before. As long as it is not his deity, even if the semi-ancestors come, I will be able to protect Brother Wuyo. After the words were finished, without waiting for Dao Yin to speak, Jian Wushuang waved his hand directly with his divine power to pick up the natal Qinglian under Dao Yin. Suddenly, the entire land of the gods collapsed. Countless green lotuses shrank as the river and the sea fell, and the diffused spiritual power belonged to the origin of the green lotus. At the same time, a majestic sound resounded from ancient times as if through a flood. Dao Yin, why do you want to step out of the ban? Don't you really fear that the spirits will die out? The sky is collapsing, endless imaginary force is falling, and the black flame is so thick that it condenses like a substance, covering the sky, and a chaotic giant face looks at the earth. As the sun of the sun shines on the ground, the trueness of the sword unparalleled, this giant face is the true shadow of the virtual universe. Dao Yin gave a cold hum and didn't look at him. Instead, he passed on the voice sword Wushuang, Master Wushuang. I will fight with him with my soul. Later, you can quickly escape and save the fire for my magical universe. Hearing the words, Jian Wushuang shook his head gently and said, Brother Dao Yin, I have told you now that I am not what I was before. Even if his true shadow comes, I have no fear at all. When the words were over, the majestic and mighty divine power suddenly surged, like the rising wind, hitting the sky. The two very different forces fought together, creating the most magnificent huamong. The divine power belonging to the sword unparalleled, under the pressure of that virtual force, can even be equal to it, and there is a faint upward trend. Huh! The giant face asked in wonder above the sky. These ants can exude such a breath. No wonder you dare to get out of the thunder pool. That being the case, then you all stay here today. Hong Zhong de Lu's giant voice fell, and the endless imagination suddenly condensed into a large palm covering the sky, and he was deeply suppressed. The sword Wushuang was not afraid, and with a cold hum, his palms exuded the bright red gold gods. Ancestral art, the gate of power world. The majestic Tianmin breaks through the darkness and power, is located on the sky, and emits endless magnificence. The treasure light flows, the giant sun shines, and one side of the giant finger emerges from the heavenly gate with the magnificent divine power. Right on that big palm, boom. The two collided with each other, and the most extreme destructive force erupted in the extremely dark virtual force and the magnificent might. The colorful impact ripples directly destroyed the broken sky. The earth burst out into the gully, and the turbid gas of the abyss spewed out. At the moment of the collision, Jian Wu's ears, nose and nose were all bleeding. The upper bodice black robe was torn directly, and the whole body was dimmed. Covering the palm of the sky, it was in a stalemate with the giant fingers of the heavenly gate, and the divine power and imaginary power completely shattered the land of God. The giant face that appeared above the sky was no longer expressionless, and under the finger of the door that day, he faded just as quickly. Although he is the true shadow of the virtual God, at this moment, this is the home of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4596. The endless magnificence rises, and the face is furious. How dare you? Jian Wushuang did not speak. His eyes flashed with golden mansions. I used to desperately exhaust my body just to escape your palm. Now I can resist you with just one style. What can you do to me? Huang Huang's mighty power emerged from the heavenly gate, dissipating the dark, endless power. Even if this seat is just a true shadow, it will naturally wipe out soul and others. When the sky suddenly collapsed, the giant face opened his mouth and swallowed the gate with one finger, and then ran towards the earth. The power heaven gate was dim for an instant. An ant's potential can beat the world? Jian Wushuang mouth Qin Shin blood. The whole body of God pattern began to escape. A gentle divine power drew around Jian Wushuang's waist and pulled him to Dao Yin Supreme. Master Wushuang, I am very grateful to you that you can come and save me back, and all these causes and effects will finally come to me. Dao Yin smiled, and then the pure divine power in his hand pushed Jian Wushuang far away. Later, Dao Yin Supreme transformed himself into a green lotus, and the vast blue rime rushed into Xiaoyu. Jian Wu's eyes were split. Brother Dao Yin, Countless tragedies are ultimately caused by insufficient strength. Right now, this tragedy is going to happen again. The original faint gold pattern suddenly shattered, turning into a scared dragon to practice the sky, centered on the sword Wushuang. The Huang Huang power pierced Xiaoyu and injected directly into the heavenly gate of the power realm. The magnificent red brilliance shines like 100 rounds of big sun. That is still just a faint outline of the gate of the sky, which is used by the sword Wushuang at no cost. Huang Wei, who has penetrated all things, has already surpassed the coercion of the previous giant fingers. Nearly 1,000 handles of magic soldiers emerged from the illusion, linked to each other, showing the tendency to cover the seal, and lowered endless power. The giant virtual face that almost fell to the ground stopped abruptly, and it was even harder to get half an inch. The virtual images of the magical soldiers are intertwined with each other, as if a divine punishment is coming. The false giant face finally stopped before Dao Yan's life, and then began to appear dense cracks. 2 rounds of star-like pupils looked at Jian Wushuang, and after breaking the last sentence, they broke apart. We will meet again. Everything is back to earth, and the true shadow of the virtual is broken. The heavenly gate that hovered over the broken Xiaoyu slowly dissipated, and Jian Wushuang, like a dying swimming fish, sat on the ground kneeling, breathing heavily. Qing Yun converged, and Dao Yan, who had hit the blue shirt, held up his sword unparalleled. Master Wushuang, Dao Yan is here to thank you. Dao Yan supremely arched. The gentle divine power nourishes Jian Wushuang's dried-up meridians and makes him recover quickly. Brother Dao Yan, Jian Wushuang stood upright, solemnly. Don't thank me. This is what I should and must do. Even if I die, I will save you. Dao Yan no longer spoke, nodding with red eyes. In this battle with the True of Shadow, the land of the gods was completely destroyed, and even the entire star field was cracked and collapsed, and hundreds of chaos ages were difficult to repair. Because the movement is too big, there are already trace-level virtual men starting to rush here. After Jian Wushuang waved and set up an enchantment, he and Dao Yan left the place in a cosmic boat. His next destination is the refining of the sect of sect. The Chaos Han Supreme, who is dormant for tens of thousands of times, is also a mountain mover in the divine universe. After traveling through the various star fields for more than a few months, they finally stopped in a very familiar star field. That's the realm of refining Shenzong. Retransfiguration, Jian Wushuang and Dao Yan went straight to refining Shenzong. Although today's Jian Wushuang is a half-step invincible supreme, a supernatural power can already easily kill the invincible supreme. It is the easiest thing to hide the breath. Although Dao Yan cannot convert divine power into virtual power, but her charm has already reached its peak. It is naturally not difficult to avoid being discovered by ordinary virtual respect. A gust of wind fell into the Lian Shenzong, awakened the 2 disciples at the door, muttered a few words to each other, and fell asleep again. In a bright hall that is different from the eerie alchemy, Elder Banshan has been sitting in the middle of the hall for more than tens of thousands of years. From the departure of Jinshuang's sword, he has been enlightened to this day. The incense burner trembled, and the elder Banshan, who had been silent for tens of thousands of years, slowly opened his eyes. In his heart, an inexplicable induction rose. The temple door, which had not been opened for a long time, was gently pushed open. A ranger's figure appeared in his eyes. Behind that ranger, a rueful blue shirt followed. The young ranger slowly pulled down his hood and said with a smile, "Moving the elders, I can go home." Like a thunder strike, all sounds went away in the ears of the elders who moved the mountain. At this moment, he had only one figure in his eyes that he hadn't seen before. "Little guy, it's been a long time." Qing Yan's face showed a smile of vicissitudes. Tao Yan's eyes were reddish. "The Lord of the Palace, the Lord of the Palace." The elder who moved the mountain got up and went straight to Dao Yan, and then kneeled heavily, crying in sorrow. The past is turbulent. The old man reappears, down to the trafficker, and to the supreme of the gods. I am afraid that it is difficult to resist the past misery. These 2 old friends, who have been dating for a long time, would never have thought that they would be so poor in this life that they would meet again. When they first met, The two heroes were dark-haired and proud of the immortality of the divine universe. It's been a long time since I met again after suffering. With the emotion of Jian Wushuang in his heart, he withdrew from the hall and let the two recount the past. Master of Daoyan Palace, you are suffering. Elder Qianshan wiped his eyes and wept silently. Daoyan wiped her tears. 100 million years apart, I didn't expect that we could see each other again. I only hope that we won't be separated again this time. Besides death in this life, I will not be half a step away from the palace master. Dao Yin no longer spoke, but clenched his palm firmly. The two old friends said nothing at all. Sun-moving star, obliquely the door of the temple was slowly opened, and the mountain mover kneeled down on one knee and solemnly said, "The mountain mover sees the master of the Wushuang Palace. From now on, let the master of the Wushuang Palace dispatch. Never die." Jian Wushuang hurriedly lifted the mountain mover. "Let's leave here first, and wait to return to the divine universe before we make a plan." Dao Yin and the Taoist promised to leave the refining Shun Zone with Jian Wushuang. Almost endless years spent in this virtual universe, as if the years of the cage had finally broken. Even if they died in the battlefield outside the territory, it is also the best destination. Jian Wushuang sat on the railing of the cosmic boat and looked at it with extreme eyes. Tao Yin Supreme and Mountaineer Taoist stood on the deck, and finally closed the star field of this virtual universe to his eyes. In at least a year, the spacecraft can leave the virtual universe, and Jian Wushuang will take advantage of the time when the virtual is sealed to conduct a comprehensive counterattack. Diaphragm. What kind of existence does this group of guys have? Jian Wushuang secretly meditated. Chapter 4597. Sun Shun has been sealed for more than 10,000 years, and there is no breath of advent at all. Taking advantage of this time, there are Daoyan Supremes who have gone through the last cataclysmic battle, together with the Starry Sword Sect, and the invincible Supremes of the Dragon and Phoenix Unicorns, should be able to barely hold the number of the 6 marked voids in the universe. Jian Wushuang is confident that although he cannot kill the zombie, he should have no problem holding it. In this way, the high-end battlefield is flat, the ordinary battlefield is also the home of the magical universe, and the hard drag can also drag the ordinary vanity of the virtual universe to death. As long as the living force of the virtual universe is slaughtered as much as possible, and even if the virtual returns again, it will be an extremely long time to launch the next catastrophe. In the calculation of Jian Wushuang, only the extremely mysterious phagocytosis is a great variable. He had personally experienced the horror of the phagocytosis, and if it was not for Gava's shot, he would have feared that he had fallen into the hands of the phagocytosis. What kind of organization and what purpose do they have? Are their needs consistent with what the virtual universe needs? Jian Wushuang felt more and more headaches the more he thought about it. Wushuang Gongzhu, is there anything upset? Can you say one or two with Dao Yin? Dao Yin Supreme asked. Jian Wushuang groaned for a moment, then jumped up to the deck and asked, "Elder Dao Yin, do you know that there is an existence in this virtual universe called the phagocytosis?" Dao Yan's eyes were fixed. Did this attack on the catastrophe? Jian Wushuang nodded and said, "It has already been shot, and judging from the shot, I am afraid that the strength is not weaker than the half-ancestor." Half-ancestor? Have they grown to such a point? Dao Yin was bitter in his eyes. I knew the organization before the last catastrophe. In fact, in the first place, the phagocytosis first appeared in our divine universe. At that time, I had an argument with the Emperor phasing organized by them. Recalling the memories from a long time ago, Dao Yin said slowly, however, the discourse ended in disappointment. After that, they left the divine universe and became the divine universe from then on. Nightmare. Does that Elder Yin know what they really need? Is it really the luck of our magical universe? Jian Wushuang asked urgently. Dao Yin shook his head supremely, and then said, he and his phagocytic organization seem to be a very contradictory existence. In that doctrine, the Emperor promised to help our divine universe retreat from the enemy, but he did not ask for any favorable conditions. There is only one requirement, which is to completely kill the virtual universe without leaving a soul. I didn't agree with his request. Even if the virtual universe invades first, but to kill every soul, I can't ask myself. He left the divine universe and joined the virtual universe. If why he and his phagocytosis helped the virtual universe, I am afraid that it is because the virtual has agreed to his request. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shuddered. The bite-eating emperor of the organization was like a special existence independent of the two universes, and their purpose was never to compete for luck. Instead, the universe to be defeated is completely reduced to a dead domain, leaving no living beings. The two universes seem to have become playthings in his hands, until the dead. Silent for a long while, Jin Wushuang suddenly said, Elder Tao Yan, if that is the case, I should make a deal with him for the magical universe. You want to. Dao Yan didn't go on, and frowned. Master of the Wushuang Palace, aren't all the eternal universe of the poor? All creatures are just pieces of chess? Jin Wushuang shook his head and said for a while, one day, I will find Master and ask the last question. Only the cosmic boat shuttled in the bleak ancient star field. Half a year later, because the land is a bustling starry country, it is no longer possible to use the cosmic boat to shuttle with great fanfare. Jin Wushuang and Dao Yan, the three men who moved the mountain and dressed as a ranger, to save unnecessary trouble. But Rao is so. The journey is also extremely dangerous, just killing the vanity under the sword without hands, no less than 20. At most there is more than March, we can leave here and reach the divine universe. Jin Wushuang said after replenishing from one of the star domain virtual kingdoms. Although Daoyan Supreme and the Taoist looked pale, their irresistible excitement in their eyes exposed their hearts. Too long to leave home, so long that most of the kingdom of God has become dust. Not to mention they have fetters. In order to avoid too much unnecessary trouble, the three rangers try to make a roundabout journey from the lonely starfield. Perhaps the opening of the 23rd crack opened the vigilance of the virtual universe, and the vanity that was rarely seen in the world also appeared in various star fields. On the countdown to leaving the virtual universe, on the sky of a more prosperous starfield virtual kingdom, Jin Wushuang noticed a faint yet familiar atmosphere. That breath is the divine power that belongs only to the divine universe. Daoyan Supreme and the Taoist also noticed that divine power, and then looked at Jin Wushuang. In view of the fact that the two sides of the universe are still in a hot war, Jin Wushuang thought for a moment, then decided to let the two hide in the virtual state below him, and went to investigate the situation alone. After saying a word of caution to each other, the swordless twins swept across the starry sky. I saw that in the endless starry sky, 4 or 5 spaceships of the imaginary universe broke through, and that faint divine power came from the first ship. The mind turned, and the sword was shaped like a rainbow, and he boarded the deck of the first spacecraft in one breath. Who? Whispered. A foremarked Su Zun stepped out from the bottom of the cabin, looking at Jin Wushuang with vigilance. The road is far away, and I want to ask an adult to give a bowl of water to drink. Jin Wushuang said. While he was walking in front of one foot, he grabbed it in the air. Immediately the foremarked virtual respect fell to the ground and fell to his knees, unable to speak, his face in pain. Tell me, are you catching people from the divine universe? Jin Wushuang frowned coldly. The horror between life and death made this foremarked virtual respect speak like a pea, without any concealment. Yes, I caught one. But that was a virgin who didn't have much strength. My grown-up looked at her raw lips and teeth, and was ready to take a blow. The words did not fall. Jin Wushuang directly crushed him into meat, and the spirits were destroyed. Immediately, he stepped back a few steps and looked coldly down the deck. A force that was more pure and overbearing than the invincible Supreme escaped. How dare you dare to come here wantonly? Ba Ju's majestic imagination tore the entire deck, causing purple and blue gods to thunder. Chapter 4598. An old man with a height of several feet and a naked upper body appeared in Jin Wushuang's eyes. Jin Wushuang's pupils were frozen, his white hair was burly, and he had 2 thunderballs in his left hand. It is the old man who has been seen in the refining god sect and in the battlefields outside the region. He is an ambassador for the virtual god, and he has a virtual force to reach the peak, and he is no different from the white ancestor of the hegemon. If it was the previous sword Wushuang, how far has it been to meet him? But now, there is no fear. Breathing a sigh of sigh, Jian Wushuang stretched down his hood, revealing a cheek that could not be more familiar with righteousness. Sure enough, he fixed his gaze and questioned, "It's you, Wushuang, isn't it, Swordsman? Aren't you running away? How dare you come here alone?" "I'm here to collect the debt." Jian Wushuang coldly, "Blood debt? Blood debt?" The Shushin made a sigh of right, and then smiled. "Only you? The scumbags? I originally wanted to take your head and give it to Lord Shushin as a night pot. I never thought you would die. This province is also hard to find." Ignoring the insults of the righteous ambassador, he reached out his hand and pulled out the tailored sword hanging from his waist. Su Shenright flashed his eyes. Very good, very good. Just by the way, I cut your head with this magic sword, without delay." 10 breaths. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Su Shenyu fixed his gaze, and the monstrous imagination blocked all escape paths in an instant. At the same time, the right fist smashed out, and the fist of the extinguishable star was smashed into the sword without double-sided doors. In a star-cutting style, a more powerful Jianmong slammed into the fist boxer, which easily offset his offensive. Su Shenright fixed his gaze. This character, who was almost equal to the ants in his eyes, actually lightly resolved his offensive. Anxious in his heart, he directly threw the two huge thunder in his left hand towards Jian Wushuang. The thunderball rose against the storm, and there was a huge amount of lightning on it. Once it was hit by anyone, even if it was invincible, it had to fall on the spot. Without evasion, Jian Wushuang stood upright like that. Only the Taro Excalibur in his hand was leading forward. Two thunderballs and thunder came, but they were still at the moment when they hit the sword tip of Tai Luo's Excalibur. Then the sword stabbed without a double arm, and the two thunderballs came back in the same way, and the potential was even heavier. Su Shenright fixed his gaze, subconsciously reached out to catch it, and the blood mist burst from his palm. With a moan, he spread his palms and saw that between the thunder bones, the two thunderballs had no idea when they broke into dregs. Since the first battle of the Holocaust, he has long forgotten what it is like to be injured. Now not only his palms are broken, but also two thunderballs, which are regarded as his own life, are also damaged, and the shame make this false make an instant violent. Sword unparalleled. This seat wants you to die without a burial place. The fierce imagination centered on the ambassador of the imaginary god and swept across the entire star domain in an instant. Countless stars broke apart. Even the kingdom underneath was under his power and instantly nirvana. Incompetent fury. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow and smiled, and the Tai Luo divine sword returned to the sheath, so he rushed directly against the violent force. Su Yu, the height of Zhang Yu, made a punch with a punch in front of him, and at the same time opened his mouth to spit out a virtual inflammation, which destroyed the space easily. The black robe surging, Jian Wushuang's fancy palm forward, broke through the thick black flame directly and struck the black fist. A fist the size of a water tank smashed into the palm without any suspense. The imaginary meat emulsion did not appear, and the proud smile even hung on the face of Shushin Yusher. The ghost-like figure quietly appeared in front of him, and a red-gold pattern flashed at the same time. With a soft swipe, a huge head naturally shifted. Jian Wushuang held the white hair in one hand, and lifted the entire head into the hand with Su Shenright. Boom! The headless body shuddered, and then slammed into the bilge. My body, what about the body? Su Shenyu exclaimed, terrified. He wanted to escape but found that he had only such a head. With that big head in front of himself, Jian Wushuang said quietly, Now, still want to use my head as a night pot? No, don't want to. The extreme horror of death at any time made the immortal false in front of you. Completely scared, Sword Wushuang, Master Wushuang, you can let me go. I promise not to investigate everything that happened today, and I will certainly intercede for you in the presence of Lord Shushin, when the magical universe will leave you alone. There was a flash of disgust in his eyes, and Jian Wushuang threw his head directly into the star field. Without waiting for him to be ecstatic, a beam of Shunmong came and killed him. The virtual made the right move, so he disappeared. Walking towards the bilge, he saw a very familiar figure in a huge cage. The light-skinned clothes of this white shirt were extremely filthy at the moment, and the bun that had been turned into a playful look was scattered to cover most of the cheeks. Jian Wushuang strong endured a heart that was about to explode, and he removed the cage mouth in one shot. Little boy. Sword squatting softly. After several calls, the startled numb little figure looked up timidly, and a pair of deer-like eyes looked at Jian Wushuang. After a while, tears poured, and a sorrowful cry rang from the young boy's childish mouth. "It's you, smelly chest basket." The whimper sounded, and the childish fluttered into Jian Wushuang's arms and wept. Sorrow rushed to his heart. This worrisome little boy who seemed to gather the spiritual power of heaven and earth as a whole. At this moment's miserable situation, he thought of the ancestor Feng Tian who saved the fire of God's universe with his body. His eyes were red, and Jian Wushuang murmured, I'm late. Smelly chest basket, where is my master? Please tell me my master. I want my master to take revenge on me and kill the bad guys who bully me. The naive in her arms let out all the terror and pain in her heart. Since she was a child, she has been serving beside her ancestor Feng Tian. She is not the only person in the world. Jian Wushuang is the only person she has talked to after her ancestor, and naturally regards her as the closest person. Smelly chest basket, the young child stood up and looked at Jian Wushuang with a pair of red eyes, sobbing intermittently. You tell me where my master has gone, and I want to miss him very much. Should he not be childish? If he is too naive, he won't hit him. He is scared and doesn't want to leave him for a long time. The cramps in her heart made Jian Wushuang unable to open her to tell her the truth. He can only say sadly, childish, rest assured. With me, from now on, no one will bully you. Chapter 4599. Smelly chest basket. I just want to hear the truth. A large teardrop slid down the naive cheek. My master, is he alive or dead? Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang no longer looked at the naive and trembled. Dead. Immature childishly, his eyes quickly faded, his body flickered a little, and he planted himself in Jian Wushuang's arms and passed out. Looking at this once carefree little fairy boy, now he looks like this. Sadness recedes from his eyes, and he goes to the starry sky. Sword Wushuang lifted his naivety, slowly rising to the starry sky. The remaining 4 spacecraft, a total of 30 vain honors, surrounded them in a trend of encirclement. Master of Wushuang Palace, hurry up. Dao Yin and the movers of Taoism swept through the statues, looking at the more than 30 vanity eyes. If it is in the divine universe, these vanities do not even have 5 marks. You can just wave the mountain and kill them. But now in the virtual universe, the Taoist can use up to 6 or 7 layers of magical powers, and the Taoist Supreme has already been weak, and he has no time to replenish his divine power. Even the Destiny Qinglian will suffer irreversible damage. Confronting these 30 virtual honors, there is no chance of winning. However, Jian Wushuang did not show any sign of leaving, and the golden gods in his eyes surged against the wind. Just repay it with your messy blood. The voice without any emotional color, just like God's punishment, came to the world. Only one sentence, and they ended their ending. This more prosperous star field quietly formed a layer of misty frost, and all the countless creatures under a trace of vanity have unknowingly become an ice sculpture. The 30 vain princes in this cold age felt strange changes at the same time. What's going on? I feel my bone marrow is freezing, and the weak forces are condensing. I said, right? The adults died in the kid's hands. How could we kill him with many people? Run away. After the noisy whispers, the 30 virtual princes were scattered as birds and beasts, and turned into black light and scattered in various directions. Then, each vanity failed to escape, and the moment they turned into an ice sculpture. The 4 seasons in the Terra Sword canon is no longer the same today. With a half-step invincible supremacy, You can kill all realms, let alone this group of virtual lords who are at most not more than 4 marks. Instantly, the frozen country of the star domain was so understatement that Jian Wushuang was like the of gods in charge of punishment. These star domains and vanity that were stained with innocent blood were frozen. Feeling the coolness coming from the whole body, the man moving the mountain could not help but tighten his tight shirt. He began to discover that Jian Wushuang's unwitting growth had surpassed his cognition. Dao Yin Supreme was not looking at those frozen esteemed princes, stepped forward, and looked at the thin figure in Jian Wushuang's arms, unable to bear the pain in his heart. Is this the young girl under Feng Tianzuo? Tao Yin asked with a tremor. Swordless eyes sink like water and nodded. The son of the deceased has suffered so much. You really deserve to die in the virtual universe. Dao Yin wept, her face tingling with anger because of her anger. I really want to crush them one by one now. The man on the mountain road looked iron blue and punched several ice sculptures with ice on his side. In the end, the void universe owes us, and it must be repaid with blood. Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice, and the last trace of pity in his heart was quickly disappearing. In the next period of time, the emergence of a powerful young ranger wearing a large black robe scared more than half of the star universe of the virtual universe. That nightmare figure appeared in one of the star fields, but in half a day, the entire star field vanished as mini nirvana disappeared, down to the trafficker's death, and up to 6 marks of virtual respect. No one's soul survived. A vast force of imagination, as if through the sky, even the strong ancestors of the 6 ancestors in their respective worlds, it is difficult to escape the end of the dead. No one side knows what the mysterious ranger looks like, because anyone who has seen that person has long disappeared with the stars. There was a rumor that the mysterious ranger was sent by the divine universe to revenge, but it was quickly rejected, and there was a sacred rumor that the man was an apostle under the virtual seat and broke through the extreme situation and lost his mind, and then began mass slaughter. When a 5-party star field is fully prepared, please call on each of the ancestors to launch a sack attack, but after the failure, the entire universe of the extreme north is silent. A total of 5 ancestors who were at the top of the 6-marked impoverished state, plus 110 venerated deities, disappeared strangely overnight. The 5 bustling star fields are like wiping away from under the stars, leaving only the black void. No one knows what happened that night. They can only silently pray for the person who exists like a nightmare and leaves soon. In a lonely starfield, a cosmic boat containing only 5 people, like Jinghong, jumped forward at a very fast speed. Jian Wushuang sat on the railing of the bow of the ship, and Changfeng slammed the hunting of the black robe on his body, inadvertently showing the spirit of killing, making him walk out of the blood of the dead mountain. In January, in the 27 star fields, kill 8 of the 6 marks and 23 of the 5 marks. The rest of the realm is uncountable. One after another, the ordinary numbers emerged from his mind and soon disappeared. Today's sword is unparalleled, and the destructiveness of him alone is extremely terrible. He can destroy a virtual country starfield with a wave of his hand, and even the 6-mark virtual respect can only walk through a few patterns under his hand. If it wasn't about to leave the virtual universe, Jian Wushuang would naturally kill the living forces of each star field all the way. At the same time, he was also a bit strange. The virtual universe seemed a little quiet. www. Novel. Except for the prosperous star domain sending virtual respect to the extraterrestrial battlefield, there was no movement. The zombie goddess of that virtual universe must be able to easily sense the breath of Jian Wushuang, and even the phages parasitic in the virtual universe have no response. Is it really because it's too low-key? The naive, who had changed into a white shirt, awakened from his sleep, and after whispering, rushed to the rear of Jian Wushuang, holding the sword's corner tightly with his hand. For today's naivety, Jian Wushuang regrets it more. Seeing the naivety like a bow-struck bird, he seems to see the ancestor Feng Tian, who is weird in temperament and has a mind-bound universe. Jian Wushuang jumped off the railing, urging divine power to appease the naive. Like the naive of a frightened bird, it slowly calmed down, but he couldn't let go of his hands. The 27 star domains, plus the culprit, the imaginary righteousness, all paid for this little boy. Chapter 4600. After learning that Feng Tian's ancestor died, the young child sat for 7 days in a row, as if the soul had been taken away, without any belief or dependence. Even the Taoist Supreme could not persuade the slightest. In the end, it was Jin Wushuang who said something to her, and then she woke up from a dead seat. When he first came out of the fairyland, he realized the extreme evil of the universe, which is fatal to the purest and immature naive. The only thing that Jin Wushuang can do now is to troubleshoot. We have at least 1 day left before we can reach the crack, Jin Wushuang said. It's just that the cracks that want to come to the crack should be tighter. Those guys are already waiting for us there. Even if it was the 20 Liushu and Shuzuan sitting in the cracks, Jin Wushuang also confidently defended Daoyin and the Taoist to the divine universe. But eating the tissue and the zombie is his heart trouble. Without a perfect strategy, Jin Wushuang will never let them break free. They'll go through the barriers first. You wait in the nearby star field. If I'm fine, they'll pick you up. If I can't come back within 7 days, you elder Daoyin dormant and wait until the crack is weak, then break out. Wushuang said. Daoyin just wanted to speak, and Daoyin reached out and stopped him, then said, "Everything is heard by the master of the Wushuang Palace. Even if we go together, we also add trouble to the master of the Wushuang Palace." Jin Wushuang nodded his head. When he was about to leave, the naive pulled his horns again and said timidly, "Do not leave me with a smelly chess basket." Jin Wushuang rubbed the naive bun with his hand. "Wait for 2 days, and I will come back to pick you up at most." The chubby gritted his teeth and then let go of his palm. Jin Wushuang's heart was sour, and after taking an oath, he rushed into the crack. 1 year may be a long time for ordinary creatures, but for monks, it is almost just a blink of an eye. What sword warriors gambled was that the zombies did not strengthen their arrangement and went to the 23 cracks again. As soon as he stepped into the encirclement of the crack, a thick death gas rushed towards him. He hesitated for a moment, and those vanity corpses that were easily killed were still scattered in the void, and their positions had not changed. In addition, there is no living breath. Hasn't it been deployed this year, and no one knows what happened here? Jin Wushuang couldn't believe it. The situation here has not been found on duty in a year. According to the treacherous nature of the zombie god, it is impossible not to guard here. Are they not in the virtual universe? With this in mind, Jin Wushuang was so pleased that he was preparing to test his advance. A violent breath burst out of the crack. Jin Wushuang was startled and immediately released his divine power to wait. The next moment, the crack enchantment was suddenly opened, and a figure suddenly jumped into the virtual universe. Jin Wushuang's pupils froze suddenly. Zombie? At this moment, the zombie god, his black robe was shattered, and the exposed skin scales were like being peeled alive by giant force, exposing the dark gray flesh. The 9 heads of the zombie symbol are only 2 at the moment, and the broken neck cavity has just healed the blood. It seems that the zombie who may die at any time, after seeing Jin Wushuang's figure in front of him, could not help but tremble, and the 2 pairs of vertical pupils were also darkened. "It's you, Jin Wushuang?" Jin Wushuang didn't open his mouth, and his breath reaching the pinnacle already showed his attitude. Feeling his rising horror, the zombie resisted the uneasiness in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Why are you here? Get away quickly, otherwise this seat doesn't mind killing you in place." "Oh, it's just you now?" God's tattoos appeared on the black robe. Jin Wushuang looked at him with a sneer. "I don't mind, you can try it now." After he noticed the change in his breath, the zombie face looked as if he was dead. "How could you?" Jin Wushuang knows that when a person is ill, his life will be killed. Even if he pulls out the Taro Excalibur, he will directly release the 5th form of the Terra Sword. The huge Taro treasure is condensed in the heavens and the earth. Unlike the previous one, a big round of sun appears at the same time on the top of the Taro treasure. Looking at the sword that came out of the sky, the zombie that was almost exhausted and could not hold it anymore, he growled, "Sword unparalleled, you can't kill me. Once I die, all the secrets will disappear." including the news of your master Xuani. Jian Wushuang trembled in his heart, and the giant Tai Luo Bao deflected, almost falling with the zombie. Infinite sword rushes wantonly, directly tearing up the starry sky. The zombie fled a little later, and the entire left arm was directly crushed by the sword. Reaching for a gap, he pulled the zombie figure directly in front of him. Jin Wu's eyes sink like water. Tell me all the secrets you know, and I will spare you. The ugly face of the zombie was twisted by the pain, making it even more ugly. A gleam of blood spilled from the corners of the mouth, and the zombie was half resentful and half jealous. Only after 10,000 years, you have grown into a terrible place. Sword unparalleled. What kind of monster are you? Jian Wushuang held the palm of the zombie's neck firmly. Don't sell me. As soon as I push hard, you will die. The zombie heard the words and laughed strangely. Kill me, and another person will replace me soon. Can you kill all of Jian Wushuang? If you kill me now, I promise that you will even have the virtual universe next. Cannot go out. When Jian Wushuang was stunned in his heart and was about to kill him with one palm, the zombie suddenly said, Do you know who I worship now? Even if you can resist with me in the chamber now, there are several equivalent powers. My guy is here. Can you handle it? You're looking for death. Jian Wushuang sighed and slammed his palm. The zombie's throat made a squeaking sound. Listen to me, and now do as I say. Go to the extreme sea. I guarantee you no trouble. Jian Wushuang was about to open his mouth and began to escape outside the crack in the void. They are here, and if you don't do what I say, you and I will die here. The zombie slowly closed his eyes and stopped speaking. Feeling that horror was getting closer and closer, Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth, dragged directly like a dead dog zombie, and swept towards the depths of the virtual universe behind him. When the two bodies completely disappeared, 23 crack junctions were directly torn. A number of perimeters of surging forceless body emerged. How could there be a breath of divine power here? Is the zombie dead? If you want to see alive, if you want to see a dead body, you must not let him live any longer. Observe. Chapter 46:01. In the lonely and lonely remote starfield, there is no living breath left, and a cosmic boat jumps and shuttles. On this deck, the sturdy zombies by chains of divine strength, divine power chained, breathing heavily on his back. Taoyin Supreme and Taoist resemble the enemy. Master of Wushuang Palace, why did you bring him here? The man moving the mountain road looked anxious. It would be better for us to kill this person now, and the province has created variables. I said, little guy, we have seen each other by chance. Do you want me to die like this? The two remaining heads of the zombie are facing the mountain mover together with strange faces. The divine power was transformed into a pair of piercings, which tied his two mouths directly, and Ho Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly and told what happened to them. After listening, Daoyin frowned and came slowly to the snake god, questioning, Do you know the news of Xian Yi? Jian Wushuang waved his hand to remove the power from his mouth, and the zombie laughed. Of course I know, but I can't say now. This is my whole card. When will I be out of danger? I will say listen. Aren't you afraid I will kill you now? Jian Wushuang said coldly. The ugly face of the zombie shook, and then smiled overcast. Of course I believe, but you kill me now. I guarantee that none of you can live safely. You can only reach a safe place if I live. If you dare play tricks, I don't mind pulling you back before dying. Rest assured, I love my own life and won't be able to live with me. No one was talking, and a lingering haze was covering Jian Wushuang's heart. In order to prevent the naive from seeing the stress response of the zombie, Jian Wushuang used the divine power to make the naive go to sleep earlier. For 7 days, according to the route given by the snake god, the cosmic boat had already deviated from the normal star field. Looking into the eyes, the starry sky changed from crystal blue to extremely dark and dirty. At the same time, a dark giant sea floats in the starry sky and flows into the depths of the universe. Wow! This is a continent that grows in the dark sea. Without the sun, the sky is always a chaotic color that will fall at dusk. The spacecraft was stranded on the gray dirt, and the dying zombie was hung by the sword unparalleled on the bow. Hurry, throw me into the sea. The zombie eyes stared at the dark sea with red eyes. Jian Wushuang didn't ignore him, but explored this strange continent growing on the sea with Dao Yin supreme. Waving for a handful of black water in the giant sea, the strange energy suddenly boiled in the hands of Jian Wushuang. What kind of power is this? Jian Wushuang widened his eyes and looked at the boiling black water in the palm of his hand. Neither belonged to divine power nor virtual power. Seeing the supremacy of Dao Yin, she also felt a handful of black water. Sure enough, it's not divine or virtual. It's really weird. How can this kind of place produce another kind of energy in the two extreme universes? Jian Wushuang looked subconsciously at the head of the universe, but found that the snake did not know when it had disappeared. When his heart sank, Jian Wushuang directly released the vast divine power. Tao Yin Supreme and the Taoist saw their divine power in a flash. The weird laughter resounded from the deck of the cosmic boat, and saw the zombie who turned into a snake awake in the lower body and appeared in front of the crowd with a baby. The sword was unparalleled, and the blood was rushing. His eyes were red. Animal, how dare you? The zombie ignored his anger and said ruthlessly, release the yoke on me, or ill let her die immediately. The naive cried out in pain, and her neck was already bruised. Forbearing his smashed corpse, Jian Wushuang said, yes, but you dare to hurt her for half a point. I promise you that even if you have the means to reach the sky, I will destroy you all. As soon as the zombie's erect pupil condensed, the palm that had been gradually exerted gradually released. And just at the moment, the childish child suddenly took out a copper golem from his arms and smashed it in the head of the zombie. The screams sounded, and the zombie pained and let go of the naive. The sword was unparalleled, and the Taro sword in his hand threw it directly. In response to the storm, the Excalibur broke through, and it was just a face-to-face meeting that cut off a head of the zombie god. As a Changhong, he swept towards the cosmic boat, and Jian Wushuang slammed his blood on the last head of the zombie again. Don't! Kill me! Kill me! All the secrets you want to know disappear. The zombie lost his previous een, and fear of death forced him to beg for mercy. With another punch, Jian Wushuang twisted his neck and choked him up. Say, if you don't tell a secret that pleases me now, I will let you die. Say, I say. The zombie nodded his head and mourned. Like the polar sea right now, it was not born out of our two universes at all, but landed from an unknown place due to an accident. Brought together. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. What kind of secret is this? Do you really want to die? The zombie shook his head, and then said in a vacant look, do you really think that the divine universe and the virtual universe are the ultimate? Jian Wushuang stunned. Keep talking. I don't know. I don't know anything. The existence of it is no longer accessible to me. The zombie regained his composure, and there were various unexplainable emotions in the vertical pupil. What I know is only it's my guess, but you should be able to imagine the ultimate of all these things. Jian Wushuang no longer asked more. After adding dozens of bands on the zombie, he was thrown on the deck at will. After doing this, Jian Wushuang quickly walked to the innocent child hiding. Little girl, are you okay? With a pair of eyes flushed, the immature child shook her head vigorously, and then raised the bronze symbol in her hand. You smelled the chest basket you saved me. This is what you gave to my master. Now I will return it to you. That piece of bronze symbol is nothing else. It was the chaotic wooding ding that was given to Feng Tian's ancestors by Sword Wushuang in exchange for things. Feeling the familiar atmosphere from Ding, Jian Wushuang shook his head gently and stuffed Ding again. This tripod is not very useful to stay with me. Just stay on your body for your defense. The naive heard the words and shook his head stubbornly. No, Master said that he must hand it to you. This respect will be of great use to you in the future. After a short pause, Hina said, I don't need the protection of this tripod. You said you would protect me. Without further comment, Jian Wushuang finally put Ding in her hands. Chapter 4602. Even if the essence of the five spirits is gathered, Chaos Wudi Ding is not very useful to Jian Wushuang, because even now, he can't understand a few points. Instead of staying with him, it's better to keep it next to the naive, just in case. Judging from the results of the Mace of the Zombie just now, the effect of Chaos Wudi Ding is still good. To appease the naive, Jian Wushuang came to Dao Yin Supreme and said in a conscientious voice, "Elder Dao Yin, move elder. How do you think that guy just said?" In order to prevent the snake god from eavesdropping, Jian Wushuang wrapped his entire head with divine power. Dao Yin groaned a little and finally shook his head. "It's incredible. I can't imagine what kind of existence exists besides the divine universe and the void universe. In my opinion, even as the duality of things, the two sides of the universe are already the ultimate of everything." The Taoist who moved the mountain nodded and nodded. His mind was in agreement with Dao Yin, because the divine universe is too vast. It encompasses almost all realms and the limits of all living beings. Even if the cosmic wheel begins to recover, it is just another new life of the universe. Is there another universe besides the divine universe and the void universe? Dao Yin Supreme was born at the beginning of the universe and at the beginning of chaos. His opinions will more or less affect the judgment of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is also willing to believe that the two universes are the ultimate of everything, but he always feels that the words of the zombie were not just mad when he went crazy. He should have glimpsed what remains of civilization in ancient times, or heard I learned what I shouldn't listen to. Jian Wushuang looked away. The polar sea is deep, and the infinite sea is without waves, as if a mirror that is completely black has been preserved for a long time. How could this polar sea that straddles the starry sky but not melt into the virtual universe and exist independently? Reaching out to disperse the divine power on the head of the zombie, Jian Wushuang held him directly and swept towards the edge of the polar sea. Bin was dying, and a zombie who was about to fall. After he noticed that he was close to the polar sea, he immediately became restless. "Put me in, put me in." Jian Wushuang didn't open his mouth, but stopped at the polar coast and reached out to hang the zombie in the polar sea. "Let me go, let me go." The zombie struggled uneasily. He waved a handful of dark water, and that weird wave of energy breathed away again. With a little thought, Jian Wushuang poured the black water in his hand on the broken arm of the zombie. Black water seemed to be born with wisdom. Like a creeping serpent, it instantly fell into the wound, and numerous innumerable dark granulations sprang up and built up with each other, which actually came faster than God's remodeling. Jian Wu's eyes were swift and fast, and he reached out to cut off the clustered granulation. The zombie trembled. His pupils were like a needle tip, sword unparalleled. "It." Without paying attention to the wrath of the zombie god, Jian Wushuang threw the zombie on the shore, and then said quietly, "Of course you want to enter this extreme sea. Open your source of life to me and let me plant a ban." "You dream. What a nasty junior." The zombie gritted his teeth and stared at Jian Wushuang resentfully. With a cold smile, Jian Wushuang lifted his feet and kicked the zombie far away. At the same time, dozens of Huang gods transformed into prison cages of divine power, trapping him in the formation. "Don't try to break through. For you now, you can't stand the 10 breaths," Jian Wushuang reminded, and then flew straight into the endless sea. The zombie god's eyes were fixed, and his revenge glanced up suddenly, sword unparalleled. "This mantra you lost in this extreme sea, and perpetually sink." Stepping into this extreme sea area, a special forbidden breath directly caused the discomfort of the divine power in Jian Wushuang. The forbidden atmosphere seemed to be chaotic and unruly, the barbarism of the original wasteland, and a mysterious suppression from the level of life, making Jian Wushuang the whole person bad. Jingshou Xintai, Jian Wushuang dispelled that weird feeling and continued to ascend above the polar sea. He had an inexplicable intuition that Feng Jihai seemed to be calling him. The dark and infinite sea surface is like a deep mirror, and even if it is Jian Wushuang, occasionally looking at the sea, it is dizzy. In order to prevent the loss of direction, Jian Wushuang placed a cage of divine power on the zombie's body cloth and can feel the distance from the shore at any time. But at the moment, Jin Wushuang felt the breath of the divine power left on the shore and rushed towards himself at a very fast speed. Jin Wushuang's heart tightened, and that bad hunch finally came. A dark beam of light galloping across the strangely still polar sea, but it has not been seen clearly. A blaze of energy emerged from the sky, aiming at the sword Wushuang sinking down. Divine patterns emerged. The vast divine power turned into a light wall and appeared in front of the swordless pair. The two collided, and at the same time, the dark and vigorous ons shattered the light wall. Jin Wushuang frowned, and he found that it was the zombie who sent such a fierce blow. At this moment, the zombie had a broken arm and was born again. He had only one head left. I don't know when he gave birth to 8 more, and the black mist poured from every inch of his pores. The scarlet red mang escaped from the 9 pairs of vertical pupils, and the glance towards Xiang Wushuang was not mixed with the slightest emotion. The prestige of the ancestral and semi-ancestor class made Jin Wushuang not dare to act lightly. Although he roughly understood that he can currently fight the semi-ancestor class without losing, but that is also based on the use of ancestral techniques. This situation is a great disadvantage for Jin Wushuang. He didn't understand how the zombie came back to the top in a very short time and locked himself in. The weird zombie with a weird smile on his face and 9 mouths opened at the same time. Sword unparalleled. Don't restrain the most taboo existence in your heart, release it. This is a bliss world. Don't you like killing people too? There are many people you kill here. Jin Wushuang's brow was tightly frowned. When he was about to release his divine power, he saw the polar sea beneath him like a mirror, and suddenly it boiled. A figure with thick ink-like mucus appeared slowly. Jin Wushuang, you pay me back. The sound was screaming, and the ice cream snorkeler, who exuded a dark mist, came with power. Jin Wushuang's pupils calmed and soon calmed down again, sighing coldly. Have you even moved out of the hallucinations? I can kill you once. Why not kill you a second time? With Bingyu Supreme taking the lead in slaying, the figures that had died in the hands of the sword, without hands, appeared one by one. You were a messy person during your lifetime. Shouldn't it be a messy person after death? Chapter 4603. The monstrous warfare rushed into the sky. Countless red-gold patterns appeared on the whole body, and the sword power transformed by the divine power was like a rushing river, which directly smashed the imagination such as the ice morning supreme into pieces. The world is crying. The strange sounds go straight to Jiuxiao, and everything is gone like a magic barrier. Waving his hand to dispel the black smoke in front of his eyes, Jin Wushuang snorted coldly, sculpture of carving insects. The zombie standing in the distance laughed strangely, sword unparalleled. I will never let you live in this world. Sink in my imagination. The words fell, and a giant zombie who wanted to stand with the sky came out, and the 9 snake heads that almost broke the sky seemed like the 9 rounds. Jin Wushuang was also unwilling to show weakness. He turned his fists into palms and punched out the divine pattern, directly condensing a glorious heavenly gate above the dark sky. Shocks reached the world, and even the calm polar sea shook waves. The next moment, the 9 sunbursts easily tore the sky, carrying endless momentum, and slammed into the sword Wushuang. The magnificent Tianmen hole opened, and one of the giant fingers of the sky also fell heavily. Unlike the previous one, this finger is out, and another giant finger is coming. The first head of the snake hit the sky giant finger, enough to crush the aftermath of any star country burst, completely burst. As the polar sea of the water mirror is completely overturned, the huge waves of the sky and the sky will swallow up the broken sky. Jin Wu's body shape plummeted, and the ears and noses were full of blood. One finger twisted a snake head and one snake head, and 2 incompatible vast forces were completely crushed together. The sky is instantly broken. All the stars are lost, and the cracks in the sky stretch for millions of miles. Polar sea, shore. Sitting in the cosmic boat, Dao Yin and Daoshan Taoist Chi-Chi opened their eyes and hurriedly came to Zhoutu to look deep into the extreme sea. I saw the sky there was broken. The stars were broken. The starry sky was wiped out stiffly, and the violent howling wind peculiar to the void poured into this polar sea area, a scene of extinction. Master of Wushuang Palace, I'm afraid it's in danger. Dalian Supreme frowned and looked away. What to do? Shall we help the master of the Wushuang Palace? Said the Taoist. Wait a second. Because of the restrictions we face in this virtual universe, it's just a matter of trouble. Dao Yin shook his head, and the zombie trapped in the cage of divine power, still curled up in the cage, covered with blood, there is no trace of recovery. He also noticed the scent of destruction that came from the depths of the extreme sea, and the erect pupil of the Yin gaze looked distantly. It's weird. Why would I want him to pass it? The heavenly gate above the broken sky is already dim. After killing 6 snake heads one after another, Jin Wushuang is about to reach the point of exhaustion, and the dark mist surging around that dark zombie has disappeared. Sword unparalleled, Yuet. Only the 3 snake heads of the huge zombie demon uttered a shout of rage. After you are beheaded and killed, all the creatures of the divine universe will be swallowed up by me. The fury ignited instantly. Jin Wushuang only felt hot, and the style of Tianmin-ju who defeated the true shadow of the virtual came again. Countless gods emerged. Thousands of gods and treasures carried the power of the gods directly to the zombie ghost. Just for a moment, like thousands of big suns exploding together. In the presence of the extreme day, the zombie virtual state is also as small as a sea chestnut. Like the water droplets under the red sun, the huge imagination disappeared completely. The sky gate suspended in the broken dome dissipated at the same time, and turned into a speckled star pattern and returned to Jian Wushuang's body. He coughed, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Huang divine power dispersed day by day, and only a faint layer of black and gray remained in the position of the snake god, which dispersed with the wind. Finally, is it dead? The zombie figure dissipated, but Jian Wushuang always felt that something was wrong. The next moment, those black and white ash that are about to fall away, but they are coagulating. The most unwilling Jian Jianshuang to see, even helpless figure came. Sushin. Jian Wuhuang trembled, his mouth bitter. That condensed figure is the pinnacle of the void universe, and a single palm is enough to kill any invincible supreme god. That is the nightmare that Jian Wushuang still does not want to face. His return will represent the countdown to the complete destruction of the magical universe. No, it can't be him. How could he return from the seal of the god of gods so quickly? All these are illusions. Jian Wushuang shook his head vigorously, as if to disperse the figure from his mind. The horror figure hidden in the black mist was surging with imagination, and 2 pairs of red eyes looked at Jian Wushuang without any emotion. I said that we will meet again. Jian Wushuang trembled. Facing this ancestral existence, he knew that all escape was futile. Like the burning black flames of the same group, Xian Shen waved a picture in the sky. I saw that in that magnificent scroll, countless star domain fuckingdoms were destroyed by the invading vanity, and countless souls were easily killed in this catastrophe. From the trafficker to death, to the invincible supreme, all died in blood. Jian Wushuang saw that his children and grandchildren were slaughtered by a 6-spot Su Zun in resistance, as cold as a frost, and the fairy fell into the mountain stream, and the giant axe's head was cut off by his own axe. The Cold King 9 calamities finally exploded in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Everything is paved with blood. No, don't. Jian Wushuang was completely insane. How can I take the first step? Like a ghostly ghost, his body flickered like a mist, and a low voice sounded from his mouth. Submit to me. I promise you that your loved ones and you will continue to live and enjoy the glory of the past. The long hair that broke the girdle danced wildly in the air, and the already dimmed divine pattern skyrocketed again. Jian Wushuang is completely crazy. His eyes are red, and an invisible long sword has slowly formed from his right hand. You all, wait for me. The last soft words sounded from Jian Wushuang's mouth. He held up the invisible sword condensed by the pattern in his hand, and transformed himself into a Tao. Xinghe Huhai Jiani, the first style, Xing. The polar sea is completely turbulent, and the huge waves rising from the sky are completely integrated with the broken sky. A little star is born as if in the ancient floods. With the invisible sword body, the divine power condenses the sword handle. The long wind gathers the blade, the pattern injects it in between, and it becomes the kendo. The most ordinary and magnificent sword, with his ultimate kendo, completely released. The world is clear. The gods are magnificent. Wait for me. I will be with you soon. Chapter 4604. Straightforward, never before breathe into the sky with a breath of horror. The virtual shadow treasure phase turns into a huge rushing sword. After breaking the starry sky easily, come. Centered on the virtual god, Jihai was separated from the middle of the abyss by the sword in the middle, and the rushing sea blocked everything. The Huang Huang pattern burst into the sky, forming countless bursts. Any breath in this style of sword is quickly nirvana. The virtual still stood there, like an image, and gradually receded. Only the red eyes disappeared completely when the body disappeared. At this moment, the heavens, the sea, the stars, and the sea are all chaos. The sword Wushuang, completely evacuated with divine power, was covered with divine patterns, and his eyes were scattered. Then, his body plummeted into the abyss of the extreme sea. In the abyss of the heavens that were separated by the Xinghe Lake and the Sea of Swords, countless currents suddenly rose like a shocking dragon, forming a huge black virtual image. Jian Wushuang's straight shape finally fell into the palm of that huge black virtual image. A drop of crystalline water drops slipped from the eyes of the virtual image and finally dropped on Jian Wushuang's forehead. On the polar coast, all the mountains and the land were shaken, and the cracks as deep as the gullies opened the mountains and rivers. Tao Yin, standing on the head of the universe, shivered, and after looking at the Taoist, he was ready to immediately support Jian Wushuang. As the polar sea surged, the violent waves poured directly on the shore, almost drowning most of the deity's cages. The zombie who was dying, after experiencing the black water surging around him, immediately rejoiced, God help me too. The pure black scales regrown, and the broken arm, along with the 8 heads that were cut off, were growing at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, the sudden change is happening. Above the originally broken sky, a layer of enchantment ripples suddenly appeared. A total of 3 figures came out of it. If Jian Wushuang is at this moment, he will definitely recognize these 3 figures. The first one to come out was hiding in the black mist. Only one bit of red-eyed pupil was exposed. Then 8 too, and walked out side by side with the former sect Emperor Bahuang Shuzong. The yet-to-be-moved Tao Yin Supreme and the Taoist stopped their figure and saw bitterness in their eyes. And the zombie who was madly absorbing the black water saw the 3 figures suddenly frightened. The headed one, Yin Yi, first glanced at Dao Yin, then glanced at the snake bound by the cage of divine power. He's there, you can absorb him, and the semi-ancestors will be completely stable. An indifferent voice came out from his mouth. 8 Desolate respectfully promised, and then slowly walked out, a breath of supreme terror surpassing the 6 marks. Feeling the more mysterious and special realm, the 8 desolate revelers reveled in it. Everything is gifted to me by Lord Eater, and it's time for me to return to Lord Eater. Where am I? Is this the world after death? In the shattered sky, countless gale winds raged, and the stars that shattered into powder were spreading out, which also seemed extremely mysterious. When the sword unparalleled murmured, a low voice sounded. Hey boy, you've woke up and plan to continue playing dead? A fierce hit, the sword unparalleled jumped up. When he looked in, he saw a shadow wearing a corrugated black water robe on the infinitely dark water, and finally stood in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stepped back subconsciously, but hit a wet object. Then, 10, 100, 1,000, still in the shape of dripping water, stretched out their palms together and pushed the sword Wushuang towards the dark shadow. Ku! The sword did not double dry and swallow a few times, and the meridian did not know when it was full of divine power. Don't plan to use your previous moves, although gorgeous enough, but for me, it's not enough for me to sneeze. The deep voice came from the shadow of the black water robe, and the disdainful taste in the words overflowed the words. Jian Wushuang stunned, and immediately hesitated. Not even as powerful as a sneeze? Your cowhide is too big. However, next, the shadow under the black water robe slowly raised his head, and with only one glance, Jian Wushuang closed his mouth honestly. The meaning of that unclear sight included everything: the extinction of the universe, the disappearance of the famine, and the uniqueness of all times. With just one glance, Jian Wushuang kept silent. He felt a sense of powerlessness in the solitude of nothingness that had not even appeared at the beginning of all life. With just one glance, negative emotions breed wildly. Regaining that look, the shadow of the black water robe reopened again, with a little interest in the rare tone. Next, tell me the most direct thought in your heart. What would you do if your universe was about to be completely destroyed? Jian Wushuang's eyes immediately cooled down, even though the existence before him at this moment had exceeded his cognition. Trying to calm his heart, Jian Wushuang said, "As long as I'm still alive, my universe won't fall before me." Oh, huh. What if you finally find that you can't get back to the sky with your own strength? The shadow of the black water robe is ironic. Then I will disappear with the entire universe. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The shadow of the black water robe did not speak again. It seemed that after a long time, his slightly lazy voice sounded again. If you have three choices, one is to die together with the universe by your own strength, the other is to surrender to the hostile universe, to protect your beloved relatives and friends, and the third is to get the help of external forces to lead your own counterattack until you kill the hostile universe, without leaving any soul. Which one would you choose? Three options echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Without any hesitation, he slowly said, "I choose 3. Interesting. He seemed to be very excited with ripples on the black robe. But once you choose this path, the past loved ones, and even the entire universe, will not understand you and spit it out. How about you?" Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang was extremely calm. "Even if I am utterly lost, I am abandoned by the loved ones of the world. I will never regret it." The black water robe completely surging, the endless water waves receded, and a wide black robe appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. A disastrous palm stretched out from under the black robe and slowly pulled down the hood, revealing a young and old face. Eyes without white eyes were like the purest origin. He looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and then extruded a smile that seemed to cry. "I don't have a name, but I used to call me Lao Zun." Chapter 4605. Even the most difficult memories passed away in those extreme years. Two completely black eyes, as in the cycle of reincarnation, reflected the past death of Jian Wushuang. "Don't look into my eyes. With your little experience, it's easy to get lost in the hallucinations." The shadow of the black water robe, who claims to be old, reminded in a deep voice. Sword Wushuang awakened from the mud-like memory, and Shuangyu sweated. "It's too weird. It's too scary. What kind of existence is he? Boy, don't try to figure me out. I can easily see your thoughts and thoughts." Lao Zun drew a smile on some sickly pale face. Jian Wushuang quickly abandoned the distractions and kept his heart firmly. "You are the only guy who has appetite for me after my old friends, so I plan to help you once." Lao Zun said indifferently. "Help once? How do you help?" Jian Wushuang was confused. Somehow, Lao Zun's figure suddenly turned into a puddle of black water and fell into the polar sea, then quietly condensed behind him, without the slightest white eyes looking into the distance. "I know from your consciousness that the universe in which you exist seems to be suffering a calamity, and everyone has no means to catch it. It has completely fallen, and the distance to complete destruction is only a matter of time. Now, I have decided to help you to completely reverse this original inability to return to the end, and everything you have seen before will never happen again." The sudden foreign aid did not make Jian Wushuang lose his mind. He groaned for a moment, looked up and said to Lao Zun, What about the conditions? Lao Zun raised his mouth slightly. There are two conditions. The first condition is very simple. It completely destroys the hostile universe without leaving any soul. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. This first condition was obviously his third option before. Why? This is beginning to regret it. Lao Zun sneered. Jian Wushuang did not speak, staring at him tightly, already determined. I promise you. What is the second condition? Lao Zun smiled with satisfaction. Once agreed is a contract and cannot be changed. As for the second condition, I will say it based on the completion of the first condition. After that, he flicked his fingers, and a drop of black water drops fell on the right arm of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang hurriedly opened his sleeves and saw a tear-like drop of water on the wrist of his right arm. It seemed to feel his worry. Lao Zun added, this is a part of my mind, used for communication between you and me, and does no harm to you. Jian Wushuang was slightly relieved, but he still had vigilant thoughts about this extremely mysterious person. No longer paying attention to Jian Wushuang, Lao Zun turned slowly and stared at the dark and extremely polar sea that flowed horizontally. I'm afraid no one would have thought that I would go back to see you one day. Old palace master, hurry up. In the infinite expanses of imagination, the Taoist bathed in blood and exploded with his body, and finally the most terrible blow broke out. The mountains and rivers were crushed into powder by this blow. However, this blow that was blown with his body was easily destroyed by the 8 desolates. The monstrous palm directly crushes the mover. The 8 desolate and exalted lords who exude demon-blooded blood all over the body. I do not know what secret method to use, have already taken that step and reached the semi-ancestor level. Well, I have long noticed that your motivation is impure. I originally intended to save you a life. I never wanted you to die instead. He dispelled the blood stains, and Bahuang Xuanzhuang hated his lips. Then, he cast his gaze on the blood-stained, dying Dao Yin, and there was a drool in his eyes. Bahuang, this is not something you can touch. A cold voice of biting sounded from behind. Bahuang Shuzuan hurriedly promised and ran to the zombie. The black mist condensed, and when he came to Dao Yin Supreme, give me your feelings, and I will spare you for the time being. He coughed a ray of divine blood. Dao Yin looked at him calmly. All my things belong to the divine universe. Even if the body is dead, you don't want to get half your fingers. Why bother? Give it to me now, and I can still let you die decently. Otherwise, I can only kill you first, and then draw out your feelings inch by inch. Xing was suspended immediately, and the naive hiding behind him fell on the deck. Dao Yin was not afraid, and his face was despised. So, you can just take it. Yin Yi stopped talking and reached out to Dao Yan's chest. Huh? What's your feeling? Biddy was directly puzzled. Dao Yin laughed supremely. It's ridiculous, I said this. My thing, you, the virtual universe, don't want to be half-finger. No longer speaks. Yinny rises up like countless snakes tearing Dao Yin into pieces. At this point, Dao Yin is supreme, falling into the universe. In the large spaceship of Nuwa, there was only one naive. This seat is already like this, you still do not spare. Is it true that this seat has no backhand? In the cage of divine power, 70% to 80% of the zombie gods were restored, and his eyes looked at the 8 desolate emperor in front of him coldly. Only you now? The 8 wilds who belonged to the peak of the ancestral class swelled with a scornful smile. Even if you are at the peak, you are no longer my opponent. Give me your feelings to me. I makes you look better. With their noses fused together, the zombie still fights for the sleepy beast. When Ba Huangshuan looked cold, he raised his palm and drew to the zombie god. OM. The extreme sea trembled. The water level suddenly rose 1,000 feet. The waves were surging, and the 2 bodies came on the tide. Sword unparalleled? When the zombie opened his pupils, a feeling of being born dead came to his heart. He didn't want to, and yelled, sword unparalleled. Tao Yin Supreme and Elder Qianshan have died in their hands. Noisy. A look of disgust flashed in the eyes of Bahuang Shuzuan, slamming his palm on the zombie. A divine power came swiftly, and it was about to hit the Badlands. While Huang Shuzuan was forced to retreat, the sword had no stature, and he lifted the Taro sword to his right arm. Laugh! The entire right arm of Ba Huang Shuzuan was cut off by the roots. Before he could scream, he was kicked hundreds of feet away by Jian Wushuang. Put away the Tai Luo divine sword. Sword Wushuang looked and did not look at the zombie god. The body swept towards the cosmic boat. He had a strong bad feeling. Hidden in the dark fog, he looked at Xiang Jinshuang calmly. Let's meet again. Fart less. What about Elder Daoyan and Elder Moving Mountain? Jian Wu's eyes were so cold that his palms were already on the hilt of his waist. These two guys? Bite shrugged slightly. I just wiped them out. The pupils shrank suddenly. Jian Wushuang roared, "You it!" Thousands of swords rise up against the sky, pointing at one. Emperor Jiutian. Chapter 4606. The magnificent Tianmin emerged, and one of the giant fingers of the sky sank heavily. Wandao normalization, transformed into the most common one, cut to one. Presumptuous. Yin Erliang, who hadn't said anything, drank a bit, even surpassing Yin to meet the sword. One red, one black, and two bright lights collided as if training. It was even too late to be proud, and that bland sword-likeness instantly ripped off the second light of the two and went straight away. The pupil shrank, and the great terror between life and death made Yin air dull on the spot. How could he not have thought that he would only tear his defense with his own strength for the half-step invincible supreme sword master? On the broken sky, the giant finger of the heavenly gate was pressed down at the same time. This polar starfish field completely shattered. The more distant stars burst, and the earth eventually shattered. Boom! Swordy aspect, and Tianmin giant fingers pressed on the body of Bite 2. The polar daylight covered everything, and the hurricane swept the remaining broken earth. I don't know how long it took until the burst finally dissipated, and Jian Wushuang was able to see everything in front of him. The broken void, intact Yinzi, holding Yinzi almost torn from the middle, stood in place. The blood of God couldn't stop flowing out of the wound. Apparently there was more air out and less air intake. Sir! Ba Huangshuan rushed forward, and although his arms had grown back, the whole man was extremely embarrassed. Raised his hand and sent the dying Yin air in his arms to the hands of Ba Huang Shuozhen, and Yin Yi slowly walked towards Jian Wushuang in the void. With every step he took, the void sank and cracked. A supremely weak force is like a giant sea galloping. That is a breath belonging to the semi-ancestor class. Jian Wushuang also waited. Jian Wushuang, you shouldn't have existed. If you are not his disciple, I will definitely try to sue the emperor to the emperor and include you in the organization. Unfortunately, if you are his disciple, you must be kept. A slightly regretful voice resounded from under the mask of Bit One, and the breath that originally belonged to the semi-ancestor level went up a step and finally condensed in that mysterious realm. You have to be in a natural posture, like a monster, and you can kill the ancestral realm in a half-step invincible state, but you know that the most important thing is the genius, who is more genius than you. Top. The sound of Bite E sounded 9 days and 10 places. He has taken that step completely and reached the ancestor level. Promoting the ancestor to the semi-ancestor level is a natural sound that can never be made up with hard work. That's the real puppet. Only the luck of the universe can be used to break through that puppet. The fortune of the virtual universe is almost dry up. How can it possibly give birth to another ancestor? The true horror virtual power condensed as if it drove the entire virtual universe towards the sword without a double pressure. The ancestral breath almost appeared, and everything became a foregone conclusion. Sword unparalleled, death in my hands is your ultimate destination. Countless red phantoms turned into 6 big hands, gradually condensed behind one, and the rules of the heavens and the earth were drawn on each palm. And Jian Wushuang still stood in place. His eyes gradually changed from the initial complexity to calm. The zombie eyes curled up in the cage of divine power were crumbling. Let me out! Let me out! If it was before, Jian Wushuang could only close his eyes and wait for death. But now, everything has changed. A huge dark red arm, grasping the power of the rules of heaven and earth, crushed the sword without a match. Later, there were two arms, one on the other and one on the other, like the sun and the moon, and they were also suppressed. The stars and stars are all broken, and even the void that represents nothingness begins to collapse in a large area under the ancestral atmosphere. Looking at the three arms that cover the sky, Jin Wushuang just swept back and forth without worrying about the danger he was in. The zombie in the divine power cage is already crazy, hitting the cage crazy, trying to escape. Feeling the warmth coming from his wrists, Jin Wushuang looked behind him. The old respect came from the tide, with his right hand on his back, and a left hand holding a water stick transformed from the sea current. The tip of the wand touched the void, and countless small, dense, dark, and black mansions suddenly rushed and proliferated in all directions. I do indeed know how many polar regions of the starry sky are surging. The huge waves rise into the sky, and a black virtual image is transfigured. The three arms behind bit one swept across eternity with an unstoppable ancestral breath. But when countless miles of frost-like blackness covered the void, hundreds of thousands of miles across the eternal arm seemed to have been cut off from the rules and disappeared with the speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the black virtual image transformed from the polar sea came out of the polar sea and smashed into one of the three arms. Boom! The blast burst through Huanyu, and the crimson arm was directly smashed by the black virtual image, and two successive punches, the two light and dark arms that were stagnated in the void, were also broken. The black virtual image was full of ripples, and slammed into the one that stood in the void. Devouring and humming, instead of stepping back, he rushed up. At the same instant, the three huge arms remaining behind condensed into a sharp giant spear, stabbing into the chest of the black virtual image. Time seemed to stagnate. Thousands of crimson cracks emerged from the heart of the black virtual image, and then completely collapsed, returning to the polar sea current. The bite figure re-emerged, and the ancestral breath was still vast and long. A scarlet one-eyed man turned from Jin Wushuang's body to Lao Zun, revealing a dreadful color. At the same time, a strange card with a metallic luster appeared in his hand. Jin Wushuang's heart trembled, and the dimensional reduction blow of that weird card impressed him. If it wasn't for the last shot of Gap Supreme, he would have no way to escape the weird energy in that card. Just when he was about to remind Lao Zun to be careful, he found that Lao Zun's figure had disappeared sometime. This strange energy wave, although weak and abnormal, should not be a product of this universe. The low voice quietly rang from behind Yi's ear. He almost thought about it, and threw the card directly behind him. As the tide emerged, Lao Zun's pale palm gripped the card directly. With a click, the card that even the invincible Supreme couldn't help was crushed easily by the old Supreme. Into powder. Biting a pupil and shrinking, the regular arm behind him pierced directly towards Lao Zun's heart. The water waves flow, and the body dissipates. When his body reappears, he is eating the front. Tell me, who gave you this kind of thing? And who has the energy stored in it? Lao Zun's voice was full of irrefutable majesty. At the same time, his palm was stretched forward, and a beam of black light emerged, which directly tore a regular arm behind Bite. It. Eater went crazy, and he has never been so humiliated since following the Emperor. Chapter 4607. At the moment, this guy who doesn't know where to come out actually ruins the regular arm so lightly. That's the rule he just got when he was promoted to the Ancestor. When he successfully promoted to the Ancestor level, he had absolute self-confidence and fought against the virtual with the card from the Emperor. But now, all of his arrogance and whole cards have been stamped on the soles of the foot by this sick-like guy. Don't say it? Lao Zun's voice was cold, and he reached out his hand, flicking the regular arm behind him, like a breeze, and then broke one arm. A complete madness, the last remaining regular arm, carrying an endless ancestral breath, turned into a giant spear and pierced the Lao Zun. Lao Zun showed no contempt, and only stretched out in his right hand to gently touch. After a while, a fine, dark crack emerged from the forefront of the regular arm, and then quickly spread. Just a breath, it broke the regular arm. I can't believe that even if he is fighting against Su Shan now, it's enough to shout hard, and coupled with the endless pile of cards, I am afraid that even Su Shan has long been out of sight. But now the sudden emergence of the sick sister-in-law just disperses his ancestral strength with one finger. Who is he? The chill rose from the bottom of my heart, and I no longer hesitated, urging the breath in the origin of my life directly. The void is completely collapsed and cracked, with one bit as the center. An indescribable terror surges suddenly, as the terrifying dragon builds a very special energy field in the void. And Lao Zun is also in this fierce surging special in the energy. He avoided the sharp edge and stood back behind Jian Wushuang in a flash. Special red mansions and black light shuttle through it, quickly sketching a mysterious virtual image. The runes that exude faint fluorescence hovered around the virtual image, and a black gold mantle leaf moved with the wind. It was just that the face of the imaginary image was completely hidden in the fog, and it was not real at all. Only an imperial crown emerged through the fog. Seeing this imaginary image, the weakest one went down to his knees. I've seen Lord Eater. Jin Wu's figure shook, looking at the virtual image of the crowned emperor crown, and suddenly realized something. The eternal arrogance of that year, overwhelming the geniuses of the peoples with their own strength, and created the Tai Luo Supreme of the Tai Luo Sword Code, was killed in the hands of the emperor of the name. However, this virtual image of the crowned emperor crown only existed for a moment. The virtual image reached out and swept around, including Yin and Bahuang Su Zun, and then quickly dissipated. From appearing to disappearing, there is only a few dozen breaths, and then everything returns to calm and nothingness. A drop of cold sweat flowed out from the horns of Jian Wushuang, and the barren breath emanating from the virtual body was different from the ancestor, but similar to the ancestor. Even the old-fashioned ancestors, such as the gods of the earth and the gods of imagination, have never had the idea of making Jian Wushuang tremble. Only two people let Jian Wushuang have this kind of thought. One is an old respect who came out of the dark and extreme sea and came from the tide. The other one is the one that the emperor invited to come out of. The emergence of these two existences made Jian Wushuang suspect that the true top of the universe is not the ancestor. While Jian Wushuang was thinking wildly, the old man beside him sighed slightly. It seems that the rules of this universe still restrain me quite a lot. Jian Wushuang was silent, just that Lao Zun pointed a moment ago, and the suppression of the ancestors was already a thing he could not imagine. When he reached the mouth, he swallowed again, and then Jian Wushuang swept towards the broken spaceship. The small childish figure curled up in a corner, eyes full of panic. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he immediately rushed over and wept in a low voice. The smelly chest basket, Elder Dao Yin and the elders who moved the mountain, they are all dead. Jian Wushuang's eyes were dim, and as soon as he returned from the polar sea, he had realized that their breath had completely dissipated. One bite, I will kill you. Swordless eyes sink like water. I want to go home and never want to stay here again. Big tears slipped from the naive eyes, and everything that has gone through in recent days has almost made her on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for sword warriors, I'm afraid she would have the body disappeared. Jian Wushuang nodded. Okay, let's go home and go home now. It's time to set off, and your mission should start. Lao Zun's figure appeared on the deck, reminding Jian Shuangshuang. Jian Wushuang did not speak, even if there is no reminder from Lao Zun. That revenge that has long been accumulated in the heart, it is time to start. Now that you have launched this war of catastrophe, you also need to be aware of the consequences. Leaving the fragmented polar starfish field, the dilapidated spacecraft quickly shuttled through the major star fields. It has been in the virtual universe for 2 years, but it seems like a moment. The battle along the way has made Jian Wushuang grow a lot, and the half-step invincible state has been completely stabilized in this battle. The rapid howling wind blew the hunting robe of Jian Wushuang's robe, sitting cross-legged on the head of the universe boat. He took a thumb-sized seed from his arms and nurtured it with divine power. That is the last source of life left by Daoyin Supreme, which may regenerate the mind after millions of chaos eras. What Jian Wushuang can do now is to be careful and nourishing. A jasper-like tinder bud was slowly drawn out, and Sword Wushuang laughed. What people fear most is not the unknown darkness, but the hope is gone. There is no dawn. The magical universe is like this jasper bud, and the fire remains. How can it fall forever? She lost all strength and became a zombie like a normal person, looking at Jian Wushuang in fear and horror. In his body, the deepest source of life has planted a life restraint belonging to Jian Wushuang. Since then, his life is completely in the hands of Jian Wushuang. Unless swordless twin zombies study its billions of chaos, it will be subject to checks and balances. The old respected sitting on the top of the virtual universe boat, from the moment he saw the naive, he became interested, and sometimes changed various shapes to tease the naive. Helpless today, in addition to being close to Jian Wushuang, the rest are treated like flood beasts. Lao Zun can only give up. After a month of patrolling, Jian Wushuang finally came to the 23 cracks again. Waving his hand to kill nearly 20 ordinary vanity guarding the enchantment, this spaceship of the magical universe has finally left the virtual universe. The enchantment ripples, and the cosmic boat stops at the most marginal level of the divine universe. Howling winds are raging, and even ordinary supremes can hardly stay in this environment for too long. Jian Wushuang glanced back, then urged the spacecraft, and rushed away in the direction of the sad land. Chapter 4608. The bleak star field is still there. If there is no war between the two universes, I am afraid that this kind of marginal zone will not have anyone at the end of the extreme time. As the spacecraft moved forward, the subtle imagination of force flowing in the dreary star field still made Jian Wushuang frown. Has anyone in the virtual universe started to enter the vicinity of sadness? With this in mind, Jian Wushuang started to feel uneasy. The disciples of life in the land of tragedy and sorrow are one of the salaries of the divine universe. If the existence of this organization is here, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang no longer dared to stop and immediately drove the cosmic boat to rush to the tragedy. After sprinting for more than a month, Jian Wushuang slammed into the group he didn't want to see. A black suit and black face armor, showing only a red eye, is a sign of phagocytosis. At this moment, the total of 4 people rushed from the direction of the path of tragedy. The head of the group, after seeing this dilapidated cosmic boat, immediately froze in place. Just when Jian Wushuang was lifting his divine power and preparing for a fierce battle, the members of the 4 phages turned into 4 lightning bolts, bypassing the spacecraft directly, and then swept away in the direction of the virtual universe. Lao Zun, who was sitting on the top of the cosmic boat, just opened his eyes and took a look at the place where the tissues left, and then continued to sleep with his eyes closed. Just, let's go like this? Jian Wushuang was so confused that he didn't stay too much, and continued to sweep away towards the tragedy. After more than half a month, the spacecraft finally arrived at the place of tragedy. Looking at the more familiar passageway, Jian Wushuang was relieved. But when he looked at the Emperor's ancestral site not far away, he thought deeply. Those members of the Bite organization did not enter the land of tragedy. Did they enter the Emperor's ancestral site? The one who has been promoted to the ancestral level is related to this Emperor's ancestral site? After a little thought, Jian Wushuang drove the cosmic boat into the land of tragedy. There are no more weird ghosts and crying long songs in the dark channel, just like the ordinary to the ordinary channel. Passing through the final enchantment, Huang Huang's prestige came into his eyes. The divine power contained in this site, which is now called the burial land. Even the old statue lying on the top of the cosmic boat bounced up in an instant. Even the pure black eyes are full of bright colors. It's such a blessed place. I really didn't expect it. Lao Zun murmured softly. Jian Wushuang didn't hear what Lao Zun was saying. He landed in the spacecraft early and swept deep into the burial ground. There are tens of thousands of dojos in all sizes, which are spectacular. On each side of the path, there is a disciple of the life shrine practicing meditation. At this moment, the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme are teaching a group of disciples who have just been promoted to the Supreme Divine Realm how to proficiently regulate their own meridians. King Jujia, who was wearing a white shirt, was lying in his dojo, together with Lan Lan, supervising the disciples for laziness. The Blood Wave Supreme, who had been in retreat until Jian Wushuang left, was already awake, and she continued to practice her perception in front of thousands of dojos. This kind of supervision task has been done for several years by King Jujia. When he inadvertently yawned, a young ranger in black and black robe appeared in his eyes. Sword unparalleled? The king of Jujia directly ejected, and when he saw that this guy was really Jian Wushuang, he hugged his arms with open arms. Hey, lightly, it's not like I haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. Jian Wushuang smiled, but his arms were hugged heavily. No matter when and where they are, the King of Nine Calamities and the Palace of Life have been regarded by Jian Wushuang as an integral part of life. Loosing the sword unparalleled, King Jutsai looked at it carefully and then smiled. The realm has advanced a lot. I knew I would follow you before I knew it. Jian Wushuang smiled. During my time, let's see nothing happen here. King Jujia said, nothing happens. Everything is normal. In addition, I have good news for you. Over the past few years, more than 90 disciples have broken through the ultimate and reached the supreme state of God. Jian Wushuang laughed. It's really good news. There are nearly 400 supreme people, which is enough to affect the whole battle. Between the two of them, the Great Axe Supreme and the Heavenly Supreme have also discovered the return of Jian Wushuang and are happy to run. The Master of Wushuang Palace, the late Axe and Tentacle are late. The two arched their hands, a little more excited between their eyes. I've seen the Master of Wushuang Palace. Lan Lan laughed. Lung Rushuang also rushed forward, facing the lingering person. She couldn't help it anymore, and opened her arms and hugged Jian Wushuang tightly. Worried you, ma'am? Jian Wushuang patted his back frostily. Forbearing the tears in his eyes, Long Rushuang said, I will go with you in such a dangerous place in the future. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. It's up to you. It's up to you. Kneeling on the deck, looking through the gap in the railing, the young child stared blankly at the warm scene with red eyes. What's the matter, little girl? Is there any sad thing? Lao Zun did not know when she appeared next to Juvenile, and her dark pupil reflected her figure. The naive hurriedly rubbed his eyes. No, it's sand in my eyes. Lao Zun shook his head helplessly, looking at Jian Wushuang not far away, and looked at the naive, then said lightly, Let's go, little girl, we should go on. Blood Supreme has broken through Invincible Supreme. Has that step been taken? Hearing the determination of the Great Axe, Jian Wushuang nodded. Invincible Supreme jumps to the semi-ancestor level, even harder than the semi-ancestor level to enter the ancestor level. From life to two, it is never difficult. It is rare to have one from its roots. And moving from invincible to semi-ancestor level is born from the source. That is a completely unimaginable path. You can see yourself from the perplexity, self-awareness, and self-awareness. Each step is a process of continuous denial and remodeling, just like the nirvana of Phoenix, and finally proves one's own way. And Bloodwave Supreme has successfully entered the semi-ancestor class. In this way, just our Shrine of Life has two semi-ancestors, and the high-end combat power of the Void Universe already has the power of one battle. The Supreme Axe analyzes that in his subconscious, Jian Wushuang has long been regarded as a semi-ancestor. But what should Su Shen do to get out of the seal? Tina Supreme reminded in a timely manner. It seems that time is coming soon. After listening to the words of Supreme God, everyone was silent, just an ancestor of the false god, and without the checks and balances of the gods of the universe, who can resist? Chapter 4609. The ancestors, whether they are the divine universe or the void universe, are at the top of their existence. That state has long been beyond everyone's imagination. All the details of the divine force universe, but between the hands of the virtual god, are enough to be destroyed. If it was the previous Jian Wushuang, I'm afraid I still feel helpless about this problem, but now he is no longer the original him. Yishali Town's semi-ancestors ate too, and they can destroy one point of the virtual god. As long as it is not surrounded by many semi-ancestors, it is also the home of the divine universe. Jian Wushuang confident can stabilize the high-end battlefield. And the only variables, the virtual gods and the byte organization, now also have corresponding opponents. Jian Wushuang turned to look around. An old man in a black water robe, slowly carrying a childishness, with a special atmosphere like the entire polar sea behind him, full of endless power. The old man who signed the contract with Jian Wushuang from GG Starfield and did not know the origin has already stood with Jian Wushuang. Feeling the special and undeniable energy fluctuations, although the giant axe supreme and others did not show hostility, they also became cautious. At the same time, the supreme who was still meditating opened his eyes. The horror divine power belonging to the semi-ancestor class rises to the sky. The next moment, the figure will reach the front of Jian Wushuang, and the look of Lao Zun is extremely cautious. Extreme blood is his own. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, and then he briefly said how he would meet Lao Zun. However, Jian Wushuang passed the incident of Lao Zun easily killing one. After all, this situation, would say that it would mess up the minds of the disciples. After listening to Jian Shuang's words, the giant axe bowed his head. Since that being said, he is not a virtual universe, it is a person who belongs to my magical universe. Lao Zun did not speak, and naturally stood with Jian Wushuang behind him. What's this again? Giant Axe looked puzzled to Juvenile. Jian Wu's eyes were dimmed. It's the ancestor of Feng Tian's ancestor. It's called Juvenile. The atmosphere was suddenly dignified, and for a while everyone was deeply disgusted with the evil actions of the virtual universe. Master of Wushuang Palace, all disciples in the Palace of Life, listen to the dispatch and never die. Bloodwave Supreme arched his hands on one knee. Tens of thousands of sounds sounded at the same time, shaking the sky. Jian Wushuang smiled and looked steadfastly into the distance. Okay, get together. Go back to where we belong. With a plan in place, the disciples of life, shrine in the path of tragedy, began to board the spacecraft and were ready to leave. Standing at the head of the first cosmic boat, Jian Wushuang looked at the still burial place of God, with gratitude in his eyes, and then bowed deeply. The familiar scene gradually went away. The 10,000 square dojos were lifted and lifted by the power of the Lord, and they remained as they were, as if they had just left for a while and would soon return to their respective dojos. Every disciple in the Palace of Life knows that most of them will fall on the battlefield on that side. But they still looked back, just like doing a trivial thing. This is their responsibility and their mission. After leaving the place of tragedy, Jian Wushuang's eyes looked at the Emperor's ancestral site. After hesitating for a moment, he finally gave up. The fallen divine universe must not be delayed every moment. Shushan still hasn't returned. Jian Wushuang decided to completely kill the living force of Shushui in this period. In 3 months, 3 cosmic boats began to approach the extraterrestrial battlefield from the extreme edge of the divine universe. As it gets closer to the extraterrestrial battlefield, some magic shards breaking in the void, and the wreckage of the supreme divine realm begin to appear. Countless blood of gods converge into rivers, floating in the void, and they will continue to flow for tens of thousands of chaotic eras until they slowly become nutrients and are absorbed by the universe. On the battlefield outside the territory, there is no longer a fight against the broken starry sky. Only the supreme wreckage floats miserably in the void. It wasn't until the base camp that was originally occupied by the gods of the gods that Jian Wushuang felt the surging force. From a distance, it's just the vanity of the outside inspection that is no less than 15, let alone the rest of the vanity that has occupied the base camp. Forbearing the anger in his heart, Jian Wushuang signaled that the cosmic boat was docked far away, carrying Lao Zun and the pool of blood, and quietly touched the base camp. Regarding Jian Wushuang's business association, Lao Zun never refuted or denied, as if he was going to do what Lao Zun did. Even if the sword is the lowest in the trio, it also has the strength comparable to the semi-ancestor level. In the face of such a group of vain princes that are not repaired by the 3 marks, it is simple to kill. But if you want to do it quietly, there will be some difficulties. When Jian Wushuang was preparing to release the season control of Tai Luo Sword Code, The familiar barren atmosphere escaped from Laozuan. Dark crystals emerged from the void and instantly covered the outer periphery of the base camp like frost. A patrol team of 14 people seemed to be mired in a quagmire and stopped silently. The breath was frozen, and the quiet surroundings seemed to hear no wind. The sword was unparalleled. After greeting, he rushed over first and waved his palm. The immense power was like thunder and punishment, and the 14 virtual respects were crushed into powder. Even if he had been promoted to the semi-ancestor level, after seeing such an understatement of Jian Wushuang and killing more than a dozen virtual respects, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of cold air, and his heart was hot immediately. In just 1 year, Jian Wushuang can directly suppress so many vanity. If it is 1,000,000 years later, will he accomplish the next cosmic and lead the divine universe out of trouble? 1,000,000 years is just a retreat for them, but it has endless possibilities. If Bloodwave Supreme knew that, long ago, when Jian Wushuang nearly killed the half-ancestors with their own power, I am afraid that my jaw will be dislocated. After eradicating the patrol, the 3 bodies quietly entered the base camp. In the magnificent palace, at this moment, there is a lot of staggering, and nearly 100 strong forms are gathered here, talking and laughing. Sitting at the top of the giant man, 6 marks on his shoulders flickered, hugging 2 shivering goddesses of the universe, laughing loudly, and in this hall full of virtual respect, sitting at the table next to the giant head, the power was surging. The handsome and elegant middle-aged man, a Confucian shirt, and 2 long dragon horns between black hair, illustrates his identity as a dragon. The heavenly divine power swirled around him, but at the moment he was happy with the vanity of the temple. If you see this scene, Jian Wushuang will surely find that this handsome and elegant dragon middle-aged man is the 3rd-generation blood of the dragon family, the brother of the dragon of the evil dragon family, in the invincible and supreme dragon Cypress. Chapter 46:10. The incense burner in the central hall of the Great Hall was smoky, and the drunken 6-marked venerable drunkard kicked the table, twisted the ugly and weird figure, and began to dance in the hall. Long Bai sat in his place. A flash of disgust flashed in his eyes, and was soon covered by a smile, and he applauded from time to time, as if watching a beautiful dance. The giant man sitting on the top laughed again, straightened the niece sitting on his left leg, opened his arms to the left and right, and twisted the maid's head down. Blood splattered, and the giant man unscrewed the head of another niece in accordance with the law, and the 2 heads fell into the hands of the giant man like walnuts. Long Bai. A low, murky voice sounded from the mouth of Juan. The 200 nieces you sent are really good. Now I've enjoyed them almost, you see. Long Bai heard the words and arched with a smile. Just follow the ambassador's word, and Long Bo will offer another 300 virgins every day. The giant man known as Shangshu heard the words and nodded with satisfaction. It's so good. I will wait for Shushan to return in the future. I will ask the Shushan for help, and leave your dragon clan still in charge of the original jurisdiction. Long Bai's eyes flashed a happy look, and he quickly arched his hands. Thank you, Lord. The dragons are willing to do their best to open up the territory for the virtual gods. Shangshu made Ian chuckle with a strange tone. I heard that your dragon clan only breeds with your own clan. The women in the clan are all beautiful and healthy, and you are in good shape. If you don't do the following, you bring 10 women in the clan. A burst of anger appeared in his eyes, and Long Bai almost wanted to kill the sham in an instant, but stiffly put up with it. I don't understand the meaning of Shangshu. Long Bai almost gritted his teeth. Shangsu made Ian smile with a smile. As long as you bring 10 dragon women to this seat, the original jurisdiction of the dragon is unchanged, and you can choose the 7 domains for your own use. What? The inherent pride and dignity of the dragons were thoroughly humiliated, but the palms hidden under the sleeves of the Long Bai robes slowly released. Then he changed the arch of arrogance. It's a big deal, and Su Longbai goes back and asks his ancestors for their opinions. After saying this sentence, Longbai sat back in dismay. The impeccable dragon leader who besieged the Temple of Life with all major forces, but now like a dog, begging for peace. He vaguely felt that the opinions of the ancestors were completely wrong, and they were totally wrong. But can everything be saved? Sitting on the top of the head, the imagination is extremely open, and this race known for pride can be humiliated by itself at this moment. The sense of conquest is far faster than the slaughter of the star domain. Shang-Su sat on the back of the chair with satisfaction, wondering whether it was too much wine or too much yin, and his head began to feel dizzy. Everything began to spin in circles, overlapping shadows appeared. Shang-Shu tried to shake his head and glanced at the center of the giant hall. I don't know when he stood in three figures. Whoever is coming, quickly report what happened. Shang Zu's halberd fingered. However, it was not answered. With each step of the figure dressed by the ranger in front, the hall secretly scored a point. The staggered crowd of vain respects, as if frozen, were motionless. Shang-Shu finally became awake, because he found in horror that his body could not move anymore. A blood shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and the roar of Baju became the last voice heard by Shang-Shu. Miscellaneous. Bloodwave Supreme stretched out his palm, and the semi-ancestor's divine power easily smashed his head. The blood mist gushed, and the hill-like figure collapsed. Everything seemed to play in slow motion. Long Bai watched this scene completely, and his heart was completely cold. You disappoint me so much, you dragons disappoint me too. The sound of regret sounded, and a figure did not know when it appeared in front of Long Bai. Long Bai slowly raised his head. The cheek that was so familiar that he could no longer be familiar was now truly printed in his eyes. Sword unparalleled. The eyes of looking at that face were full of regrets. Somehow, the resentment in his heart disappeared without a trace, replaced by shame and guilt. Every ancient race that has existed since the floods and chaos, have your inner pride been eaten by dogs? Jin Wushuang glared at each other, holding Long Bai's collar directly to pull him up. Long Bai reacted, and a sense of shame rushed into his heart. The divine power belonging to the invincible Supreme directly drove the sword unparalleled by several steps. Insane swordsman, can you humiliate my dragon clan? Long Bai said angrily. Upon hearing that, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. It is never outsiders who humiliate you, but yourself. The stigma of being despised caused Long Bai to lose his mind for a moment. He directly summoned a virtual image of his destiny, of mighty gold dragon, carrying supreme horror, and slammed into the sword. As long as Jian Wushuang is killed, the most disgraceful aspect of his dragon tribe will be unknown to outsiders. Boom! After the golden dragon virtual image hits the sword unparalleled, it is hard to get half an inch. Jian Wushuang responded with a palm, and then suddenly twisted, and the virtual image of Jin Long was broken into powder. Long Bai himself was hit by a sledgehammer, and his body receded into the wall. Withdrawing his palm, Jian Wushuang stepped in front of Long Bai, his eyes sinking like water. Then, he slowly stretched out his palm, facing Long Bai, and opened his bow from left to right and pulled up his big mouth. It was louder than it sounded, as if it sounded enough to crack the sky, echoed in the giant hall. After all the virtual lords in the giant hall were resolved, the Supreme Master of Blood and the Old Master stood side by side, watching Jian Wushuang twitching and waving intently. Blood. Shuebo Supreme pursed his lips. The old respect echoed and nodded. I do not know how long it took before Jian Wushuang stopped beating, throwing his palms and drying the dragon's blood full of hands. And a head swelled into a basket, and his face looked like a dragon cypress with a dye shop on it. And finally he knelt down on the ground. The dragon cypress that almost even had its original shape drawn out was dull, but murmured, I was wrong, I was wrong. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang said, It's not your fault alone. It's your entire dragon clan's fault. I'm going to discuss it. Long Bai suddenly looked up. Let me go. I will definitely persuade my ancestor when I go back. You are not allowed to stay, but you are only a sacred place of the holy universe who captures the divine power of the universe. Dedicated to the torture of the virtual universe, I will not be able to keep you. Jian Wushuang said lightly, as if the final judgment had been set. Long Bai heard that, as if evacuated all his strength. He sat paralyzed suddenly. If this is the case, then please help me bring a word to the ancestors of the dragon clan so that they don't go on wrong. Man is dying, and his words are good. The bird is dying, and its song is also mourning. Chapter 46:11. Jian Wushuang nodded, then took the palm as a sword and took off Long Bei's head. The generation of dragons is invincible and extinct. The breath of the dragon enforcer, though far-reaching, never appeared. Master of the warrior's palace, shall we move on, or will we continue? Bloodwave Supreme stepped forward and asked. Waving his hand to incorporate Long Bei's head into the Qinkuan ring, Jian Wushuang groaned. Now that the divine power universe has fallen, continue to rush forward. I am afraid that it will run into the army of the virtual universe. We are here to wait for reinforcements. Reinforcement? We still have? Bloodwave Supreme was uncertain. Jian Wushuang nodded. If the reinforcements don't come, well, ask. For example, now that the dragons have returned to the virtual universe, we will go to ask for one or two. What if they ignore us? Shuebwa Supreme asked. Jian Wushuang calmly said, if the cliffs are clear, or if they are sensible, I will not hold them to surrender. If they openly express their position of surrender, then they will be killed. Bloodwave Supreme felt coldness between the neck and neck, and the feeling that Jian Wushuang gave him was just following the words and saying that killing the entire family would definitely fulfill his promise. Out of the giant hall in the base camp, Bloodwave Supreme led more than 10,000 disciples of the life shrine to the base camp and settled down. Jian Wushuang injected his own two ancestors, Tianmin and Tianminjiu, into the stone that can hold everything and gave it to the supreme guardian of Bloodwave. At the same time, he first cast Zingehuhejianyani. It was poured into Nashi and handed over to the great axe for safekeeping. With these three styles, Jian Wushuang is confident. If it is not for the ancestors, even the half-ancestors will have to hate the spot. In the base camp, he left the Bloodwave Supreme and guarded by the giant axe Heavenly Supreme. So if there is a crisis, he can definitely support the Sword Wushuang back. Entrusted to everyone, Jian Wushuang took Laozuan and set off on the way to the dragon. The land of the dragons is so vast that it almost occupies the largest area of stars in the entire ancient divine universe. They enjoyed the most perfect resources, but they surrendered first in the War of Catastrophe. Jian Wushuang did not know how many star powers had surrendered, but there was one calculation, and it was time to liquidate. Wanyi. The oldest flood star field is the core star field of the dragon family. Only when the people reach the supreme divine realm can they continue to practice and live. It is rumored that the Wanya star field contains the most pure core of the divine power in the entire divine universe. During the day of cultivation, it arrived a century on Earth. The sword unparalleled is straight to Wanya Starfield. On this journey, the sword has no eyes, and nearly half of the Star Kingdom fuckingdom is either destroyed or exhausted, or it is still resisting. Ordinary monks without strength can only desperately wait for the monster that breaks in their respective star fields. Going all the way, Jian Wushuang killed all the way. On the battlefield, which had only trace-level virtual respect, now there is a steady stream of star-level virtual respect like ants. Looking at the evil deeds they have created, Jian Wushuang has long shown no mercy to them, and waving his hand is to destroy the stars and traces. Until coming to Wanya Starfield, Jian Wushuang had no idea how many monks in the Void Universe had been killed and how many starfields had been saved. At this moment, he was full of anger. This oldest and vastest star field shows no sign of invasion, and it is very peaceful. Who dares to break into the forbidden area of the dragon race and leave quickly to avoid death? From time to time, Long Way to the towering front door emerged, as if driving away flies, slap on Jian Wushuang's body. Okay, Great Majesty. Jian Wushuang smiled angrily, and Tai Luo's Excalibur was already in his hand. Today I will see when your dragon clan can hide. The vast divine power is completely condensed on the Taro divine sword, and the divine power floating in the universe is concentrated under this sword. Broken. The roar is like divine punishment. The sword that has already exceeded the rules has directly caused the sky to collapse and the starry sky to collapse. Only one sword, magnificent. A sword that stood up to the sky, straight to the towering main gate of Wanya Starfield. As in the last days, the main gate collapsed in an instant, and the sword swept across the earth, directly overturning the mountains and rivers, turning the river and the sea, and changing the sky. 1,000,000 miles, nothing more. Who did it? The roar of the endless long way sounded, a dark golden dragon standing up against the sky, and a star-sized dragon. I looked at Jian Wushuang. The dark-colored golden dragon's left arm was cut off by Qi Jin, and the colorful blood of the dragon's blood flowed endlessly. He was originally stationed at the main gate of Wanya Starfield, and spent every day in doze. Where would anyone think that someone would call the door like this? If he is not alert, I am afraid that a dragon head would have to be cut off. But he kept his restraint as much as possible, and did not release the overbearing long way. He is not a fool. He can destroy Wanya Starfield 1,000,000 miles with one sword, and he can easily cut off his arm. It is by no means what he can counter. Jian Wushuang put away the Taro magic sword, and said obliquely, "The Lord of Life Jingu Palace, Jian Wushuang comes, let your ancestors roll out. You are wanton." The dark golden dragon can no longer bear it, and the pride of the dragons makes him rush to the sword unparalleled. With a cold hum, the invisible sword intentions emerged quietly, facing this dark golden dragon, chopping off it. Without any sound, a huge dragon head staring at each other was in the hands of Jian Wushuang. The dragon corpse without its head was planted into the void with the last inertia. Carrying the dragon head in this way, Jinsho's sword carried Lao Zun and broke into Wanya Starfield. The monstrous dragon's blood was sprinkled on the ground, and the dragon's corpses fell tragically on the mountain stream. Jian Wushuang no longer knows how many dragon descendants have been killed, and the dragon heads in Qinkuan Ring have already piled up a bunch. When the descendants of the dragons who came under containment did not intercept and kill them, Jian Wushuang put away the Taro sword in his hand. "Take me to see your old ancestors, if not, then I will visit one by one," Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice. His body shook, and the countless dragon blood fell. All the descendants of the dragon clan have trembled, and no one dared to step forward to intercept and kill unravel, but spontaneously vacated away. Jian Wushuang didn't speak, and his body was galloping. Mountains and rivers gradually disappeared, replaced by a statue of a dragon, standing on top of the sky. This is the forbidden area of the dragons. Since the beginning of chaos, only Swordsman has set foot here. On each dragon statue, there is a breath of extreme beauty, which belongs to the semi-ancestor class. And in this statue of the dragon, a bluestone-paved boulevard leads directly to that side of the Temple of Heaven. Divine power was dissipated, and the sword Wushuang walked towards the avenue step by step closer to the Zhetian Giant Hall. The dragon statues on both sides seemed to come alive, and various extreme dragon breaths built a yellowish atmosphere and swept towards the giant hall. Jian Wushuang grinned, "Visit the Temple of Life, and look at the budding mouse generations. Come and see." Chapter 46:12. The voice of blessing of divine power, like Hong Zhong and Delu, resounded completely for 9 days and 10 places. Jian Wushuang was not afraid, and said louder then, "Visit the Temple of Life, and look at all the budding rats. Come and see." Nearly 100 golden dragons tore the sky, spontaneously blocked Jian Wushuang, and the dragon's breath rose skyward. After only a brief glance, he found that all of these golden dragons were actually supreme divine realms, and even more sneer. And among these nearly 100 golden dragons, a dragon whose scales scattered colorful mang shadows bowed down from the sky, and the Tyrannosaurus surged, shot. "You know this is the forbidden area of the dragon clan, and within 3 days of death, we will confess our death. I will not pursue it." Jian Wushuang glanced obliquely, holding the palm of his hand directly and holding it firmly. At that moment, the colorful dragon entangled in the air, as if held by his neck, fell into a miserable shape. The Tai Luo Excalibur was already in hand. When the sword Wushuang was about to decapitate it, the clouds suddenly collapsed, and a huge amount of dragon's breath fell. Even Jian Wushuang had to avoid the sharp edge and the dragon's breath flowing down like a waterfall. The sacred dragon breath spreads the sky and shelters all the descendants of the dragon race. At the same time, a huge red gold eye chased through the clouds and looked at Jian Wushuang. 10 minutes away, leave quickly, this is not where you should come. The extremely old voice seemed to wake up from his deep sleep, warning him. Jian Wushuang dismissed with a smile. Every land in the divine universe is accessible to the people of the divine universe. Why can't you hear? And who rules outsiders not to enter? What if I don't go here? Ignorant child, since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. The red gold eye wheel in the cloud suddenly condensed, and the mighty dragon was mighty. A dark golden dragon head appeared to carry the power of the entire star field and appeared on the sky. Jian Wushuang looked up at the Shengwei Jinlong indifferently, and it was already clear in his heart that he had gone through the first war of catastrophe. At the same time, the giant claws covered with ancient scars, like the pillars of Optimus, rolled down towards the sword unparalleled. Lao Zun took a step forward, and the scepter formed by the black water in his hand was about to stop, but was stopped by the sword unparalleled. Let's do it. I can handle it. After Jian Wushuang said this sentence, the vast divine power rose from his body and ran directly into the dragon and the giant claw. Oh! The energy of the two was enough to destroy the sky and the ground, and the detonation produced directly swept the clouds, and the descendants of the dragons who were gathered together were also detonated from a distance. Both hands were closed at the same time. The stone avenue under Jian Wu's feet had cracked into a large pit, and half of the scales on dragon's claws with dense scars were shattered. Dragon blood spread out of the scales, and then disappeared. Silence, with plenty of time to rest, the dragon's figure hovering over the sky slowly dissipated, replaced by an old man wearing a black gold suit and white hair. I do not know how many long chaos of the chaos period have fallen asleep, reawakened again, belonging to the majesty of the 3 generations of blood. Let all the descendants of the dragon family kneel to the ground. Long Ling stood in front of the main gate of the heavenly giant hall, shining Jinmeng's eyes staring at Jian Wushuang. I have seen you. The old yet majestic voice sounded from Long Yan's mouth. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, See, I have seen it naturally, but the situation of meeting several times is as unpleasant as it is now. Long Yan snorted coldly. Before his figure stepped, the monstrous Long Wei squeezed out, You kill my people and destroy me 1,000,000 miles in the starfield, depending on the dignity of the dragon people? Jian Wushuang heard a laugh and said, When will your dragon clan have face? Isn't it that you will only lie in the nest and suppress the rats of the universe? Stand down, look for death. The fury descended like a heaven punishment, and Long Yao slammed his sword at Wu Shou with one palm. The giant claw imaginary tears the space, and the powerful force almost instantly blocks all his escape routes. Jian Wushuang still stood in place, facing the repressive palm. He just pulled out the Taro Excalibur and made a stroke. As the ice and snow melted, the mountains, snow, and wind and smoke, the most overbearing dragon's breath seemed to drown in the sea and dissipate directly. Understate that broken Long Wei was broken, and the sword unparalleled stepped towards Long Yuan. As early as the first battle of the Holocaust, it has achieved the invincible and supreme state of the dragon. Now that it is in the forbidden area of Zulong, its strength is comparable to that of the semi-ancestor. But somehow, when he saw this ant-like figure step by step, he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of crisis. However, this absurd idea was quickly thrown away by him. The ants are ants. Anyone can shake the dragon? As soon as he thought about it, Long Ling took another step again, and the vast dragon surged up in breath, transforming his life into a golden dragon and slamming into the sword unparalleled. He was convinced that Jian Wushuang couldn't stop the blow anyway. I don't know where the frost, like vines, sprung up to form a magnificent prison cage. Taro Supreme's treasured face, which is chic in all things, emerges behind Jian Wushuang. The wine line enters the throat and turns into the purest taro sword, straight forward. The blue stone paved avenue shattered from the middle and the ground collapsed. The golden dragon that came out of nowhere, when it touched Tai Luojiani, cut it in half from the middle of his eyes instantly. The dragon's breath is broken, and the golden dragon vanishes. Long Yu took a step back, his body and blood surged, his destiny dragon soul was broken, and he also suffered a mild back injury. Facing the earth that was almost plowed, Jian Wushuang stood up and swept straight towards Long Yin. Regardless of rectifying qi and blood, Long Yin also made a move to deal with it. Huihong Tianmin doesn't know when it will appear, and one of the giant fingers of the sky suddenly comes from behind the door, rolling down. Dragon Crest, who had already climbed Dragon's Breath to be enough to fight with the semi-ancestors, had the purest sense of repression after seeing the giant fingers above him, making him like a falling ice cave. The ancestral art that can only be mastered by the gods of the universe. I hit my head like this now. The defense that had just risen was crushed directly, and Long Ling even had no time to make a sound, and then completely disappeared into the magnificent miracle. The earth was completely broken, and after the might of God was scattered, a huge pit was left behind. After seeing this scene, the descendants of nearly 100 dragons will immediately come to see it. Lao Zun, standing in place, quietly slammed the black water scepter, invisible ripples like a barrier, directly blocking all dragon descendants. In front of the giant pit, Jian Wushuang whispered and saw the depth of the giant pit and slowly raised a figure. The crystal dragon's blood flowed down the wound, which was deep enough to reach the bone. At this moment, the dragon's body shape was already fragmented, and most of the dragon's scales covering it had been broken. Looking at this almost dying figure, Jian Wushuang did not rush to shoot, but said lightly, "Do you want to ask why?" Chapter 46:13. Long Yin did not speak, and a pair of dragon eyes stared at him. However, Jian Wushuang's next sentence was to tremble him, as if the most secret things were made public. "Why do you dragons return to the void universe?" A short sentence is like a thunderbolt. Long Yin lips said, "You? How did you know?" Jian Wushuang coldly said, "Because of myself, in the base camp of the extraterritorial battlefield, I saw a person who should not have seen and knew these things." Long Bai. Long Yin seemed to have lost all his strength and lost his soul. Where is Long Bai now? "Because of your wrong decision, Long Bai paid the price he should pay," Jian Wushuang said, reaching for a ring of Qin Kuan. Long Bai's lifeless head appeared in Long Yan's eyes. "My brother." Long Xin rushed, but was blocked by Jian Wushuang's wave. "Shuzi, you are going to fight against my entire dragon clan." Dragon sobbed blood and set foot. Jian Wushuang silently, after a long while, said, "I never thought of being an enemy of the dragons for a while. Even then, and now, I have never thought about that. It's you who pushed the entire dragon race to despair. I thought that surrendering to the virtual universe would save the real strength of the dragons. As everyone knows, the cold of the teeth will be the real disaster for your dragons." Jian Wushuang said coldly, "Everything I do today is to wake you up. Tell me why you surrender." Long Yin receded, his eyes shed tears. "Now that the magical universe has fallen and the of the universe has died, you tell me, who can resist the virtual and the virtual universe without surrender?" "Stupid," Jian Wushuang hated. "Did you really know nothing about the cold lips? For half of the living space, you are willing to endure such humiliation. Do you think that the divine power has fallen, even if you are a dog in the enclosure, will others want you? If you kill canines, they think you will not bite?" After that, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and condensed a picture. It was a scene in a base camp outside the field, and Long Bai, who was wearing a long shirt and suit, sat down and looked iron blue. The strange noise of Shangshues sounded. "As long as you bring 10 dragon women to this seat, the original jurisdiction of the dragon will remain unchanged, and you can choose the 7 domains for your own use." There was a humiliation and anger in Long Bai's eyes, but he put up and arched, "It's a big deal. and Long Bai must go back and ask the ancestors for their opinions. The pride and dignity brought about by the ancients of the dragons were completely destroyed in such a short conversation, and they stepped on the soles of their feet. Looking at the picture, Long Bai sat back to his original place in a desperate state. The heart of the dragon was dripping blood, and the dragon's eternal arrogance was also in this humiliation, completely annihilating the Tao heart. The screen goes to the end. When Long Bai was about to die, he said his last persuasion. "Tell my elder brother, don't go on wrong." "My brother?" Long Ling cried, and the world changed. Holding the head of Long Bai with divine power, Jin Wushuang gently pushed it to Long Yu. "Even if you surrender to the virtual universe, they will not let you go like this. They will slowly eat away the entire dragon race. Despite the fall of the divine power universe, there is still a possibility of its rise. I don't want your dragons to go completely on this path. Even if it coexists with the divine universe, what is it? This is our glory and a necessary mission." Jin Wushuang said calmly. "If the contrary, your best case is to be enslaved, and your enslaved children. Will you curse your ancestors who make decisions, be the scum of Hao, the old thief?" Long Yin shuddered, and seemed to be unable to bear any more, spitting blood. No longer proud in his eyes, he was old and lonely. "You called Jin Wushuang, right? Is that little guy in the Temple of Life?" Long Yin slowly spoke. Jin Wushuang responded, "Yes." Long Yuan nodded, his murky eyes filled with relief. The old man was taught. The next moment, Long Yin suddenly slammed his palm like a knife and chopped his neck. Then a head fell into the abyss of the crater. Volunteer to disperse as a self-cultivating dragonfly, transforming into a golden dragon and slowly falling. Because everything is coming too fast. When the sword Wushuang reacts, Long Yin has already disappeared. Jin Wushuang was silent, looking at the corpse of the golden dragon scattered in the giant pit to repair the dragon's breath, and whispered, "Giants. Once ancestors." Hundreds of dragon descendants saw this scene and wept with tears. Jin Wushuang motioned to Lao Zun to remove the barrier, and the dragons in the periphery would go crazy in front of the giant pit and kneel heavily on the ground. Did this trip to the dragon tribe end like this? Jin Wushuang looked at the descendants of the dragon tribe kneeling on the ground and could not bear the punishment. At this moment, there seems to be a long bell at dusk, and countless yellowish chi rushes into the heavenly hall. The two heavenly gates slowly widened. A dim figure waved away, and then signaled the sword Wushuang to come. Without any hesitation, Jin Wushuang and Lao Zun stared at each other, even though they swept towards the heavenly hall. Stopped outside the gate of the palace, Jin Wushuang could faintly see. The obscure figure was a middle-aged woman. The woman was wearing a plain shirt, and two left and right arms were entangled with two Xinhuang qi. When Jin Wushuang came, she signaled, "Follow me." After that, the woman first entered the giant hall. Jin Wushuang undoubtedly had him, and also stepped into the giant hall. Stepping in, the ripples symbolizing the enchantment spread slightly, and then returned to calm. The strong dragon's breath permeates every inch of space, and even Jin Wushuang feels the sense of oppression. This giant hall is very strangely arranged. To the center of the whole hall, a giant pillar that seems to border the sky is erected. On top of this giant pillar, there is a red gold dragon that is almost as tall as the giant pillar. Each leaf is twice as large as Jin Wushuang, which is full of pure gold. Meaning, holy dick. The middle-aged woman with her hands full of mysterious spirit respectfully said, "Old ancestor, the guest is here." The huge red gold scales began to move, and the golden dragon entangled above the giant pillar began to move. Xinhuang Qi is even more intense. A dragon head beyond imagination seems to hang from above 9 days, and a pair of dragon eyes is like 2 star fields, reflecting the sword unparalleled figure. And the mysterious yellow air is sprayed from the nostril of this unimaginable dragon. Welcome your arrival. I am the ancestor of the dragon clan. You can also call me Linha. Jin Wushuang's heart shook slightly. He realized that the ancestral dragon emperor in front of him had already surpassed the semi-ancestor level. Chapter 46:14. After returning from a little shock, Jian Wushuang arched his hand. The younger swordsman met the emperor of Linha. The giant dragon's head slowly nodded, and then the spotted Jinmong began to escape from the dragon body. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "Old ancestors must not." The entire dragon body entangled on the giant pillar began to illusion, and a moment old man in a plain shirt was gathered. Two huge dragon horns seemed to confirm his almost endless life. "Our ancestor, you should continue to nurse. How can you leave again?" The middle-aged woman expressed anxiety. The old man named Linha Dragon Emperor smiled. "Anyway, the old man's old illness is not a day or two, and it is necessary to add some more." The middle-aged woman shook her head helplessly and did not say anything, following the old man. "Xiaoyu, you have met the non-dragon outsiders for the first time since that war. Linha Dragon Emperor and martyrdom, the inherent pride of the dragon tribe, was missing from him. As if it were another, the ordinary old man has drawn the distance between the two invisible." Jian Wushuang thought for a moment, and then said, "Is this the first battle of catastrophe?" "It's much longer than that." As if in memory, the Emperor Linha shook his head and smiled. "That war was a war between our three dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns. My old illness was also left in that war. Little friend, do you know that before me, cosmic luck could only have one ancestor?" Jian Wushuang heard the words and was slightly puzzled. "Isn't it possible to have only one?" The Emperor Linha smiled and shook his head. "At that time, I was still a youth, and my father was the ancestor. However, before the battle of the three races, I suddenly did not know where he was, leaving me with an ancestor. Qi Yun." At the end of the speech, the emperor's palm of Linha showed. A unique but more mysterious atmosphere emerged from the dragon clan. With the appearance of that mysterious atmosphere, including the sword dance pair, the divine power in the body suddenly felt a kind of shivering suppression. That was the true luck of the ancestors. The Emperor Linha looked at the ancestral fortune in his hand and whispered, "I wanted to appreciate the luck that my father left, but the war between the three races followed, and my body was left in that war dark illness. Ultimate, I can no longer break through the ancestors." Now, Linha Longdi looked at Jian Wushuang and waved his ancestral energy into his hands. He should have a master. Jian Wushuang trembled, almost at the same time as the middle-aged woman. "It must be. Old man, that's the foundation of our dragon family." The middle-aged woman hurriedly said, "You gave an outsider. What should we do?" "Shut up," said the Emperor Linha. "Unpleasant. Don't talk too much." The middle-aged woman didn't dare to speak anymore, but just forced her to look. The eyes of Xiang Jianshuang almost swallowed him. The sword smiled bitterly on both sides, and then firmly said, "Senior, this is too expensive. I will not accept it anyway. If you insist on giving it away, I can only refute your face." The Emperor Linha did not make a stand, but said, "Little friend, can I talk to you alone?" Jian Wushuang nodded in answer, then asked Lao Zun to wait in place. The middle-aged woman glared at Jian Wushuang with a resentful glance, then swept out of the hall. Then, Linha Dragon Emperor slowly moved forward with his sword. "I don't understand." After a short while, Jian Wushuang asked. After hearing the words, the Emperor Linha answered the question and asked, "Little friend, do you know why we fought in the battle of the three races, so that the foundation of my dragon race was destroyed, and can't we recover now?" Sword Wushuang shook his head. Linha Dragon Emperor eloquently said, "That's because the three of us at that time jointly found a heavenly ancestor-level luck. To compete for that luck, war inevitably broke out. As the most powerful dragon among the three races, it should have been easy to get that luck, but my father suddenly disappeared, leaving the dragons in a passive situation. Even so, I temporarily became the patriarch, commanding the entire dragon tribe, pushing the war to the climax. I had already entered that state with half a foot at that time, and I struck the Phoenix tribe, the Kylan tribe, and the Unicorn King of Kirin with my own strength, and died shortly afterwards, and my serious illness was left at that time. The war hastily ended. I am still alive, but the serious illness at that time still affects me until now, and I know that there are not many days." The Emperor Linha said that he paused here, and then continued, but my dragon clan was so severely wounded that even today it cannot be fully recovered. The descendants of the clan are even more mediocre. So far no one has realized that step. While the Feng and Kirin tribe have already recovered, and I can almost say that the ancestral luck is in the hands of the Kirin tribe. I still have fears when I live. Once I die, I am afraid that the dragon will soon be destroyed. The Emperor Linha showed his bitterness. So surrendering the virtual universe is my instruction. I just want the dragons to have a chance to live, but from now on, I should be wrong. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang also fully understood his meaning, pondered for a long while, and still firmly pushed the ancestral energy in his hand into the hands of the Emperor of Linha. I can't guarantee too much, but for one thing, as long as I'm alive, the dragons can only die on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's bland words were like vows. When the Emperor Linha heard the words, the dragon's head was instantly red, and he bent his knees to salute, and Jian Wushuang hurriedly stopped it. The old man has accepted the love of the little friend. Today, this luck, if the little friend delays again, I will have no face. Linha Longdi gave up his ancestral atmosphere, determined. Jian Wushuang was dumb. He really didn't want to accept it. After all, he was very far away from the half-ancestor class. So he resolutely accepted it, not to mention the use of his own, but to bear the love of the dragon family first. In this way, it took trouble in disguise to take over the broken things of the dragon and the other two races. But looking at the resolute look of Linha Dragon Emperor, Jian Wushuang could only accept it for the time being, adding the last sentence, "This is just for me temporarily. If there is a timeless arrogance in the dragon family, I will return it." Linha Longdi understood the meaning of Jian Wushuang's words, and there was a gloom in his eyes. I said before that as long as I live, the dragons can only die on the battlefield. Now the two sides of the universe are completely endless and fighting together is the most important thing to do now. Jian Wushuang said, "I am here this time that sy." The Emperor of the River heard the words and solemnly said, "From this moment on, all the descendants of the Dragon Clan will let their friends dispatch them to fight the virtual universe to the last moment." Chapter 46:15. Jian Wushuang said, "It's not to be ordered by me. We have the same enemies. The dragon and the Temple of Life can resist each other as allies. A soldier without a general is like a dragon without a head." The Emperor of Linha shook his head, and then gave him a crystalline and round heart-protecting scale, and gave it to him. All dragons. Jian Wushuang no longer quit, and after incorporating the true order into the Qinkuan ring, he said, "Now that the dragons are back, it is also time for me to return to the extraterritorial battlefield to deploy." Linha Dragon Emperor nodded, and then said, "Little friend, as far as I know, the Feng tribe has completely surrendered to the virtual universe. You must beware of one or two at that time." Jian Wushuang heard his words and frowned. The Phoenix tribe also surrendered. What about the Kirin tribe? The Kirin tribe has been fighting hard since the beginning of the Holocaust. I once sent the descendants of the dragon tribe to support them, but they were rejected. Linha Longdi said. Taking a deep breath, he groaned. Now it seems that I'm going to see the Feng family again. Linha Dragon Emperor wanted to stop talking, and finally spoke with Jian Wushuang. Walking out of the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan, Jian Wushuang looked back at the sky, and finally left Wanya Starfield with Lao Zun. After learning about some ancient secrets and the return of the Dragon Clan, Jian Wushuang's heart was relieved. With the full participation of the dragons, the high-end battlefield can be pulled back almost instantly. The Divine Power universe is not the universe of the Life Shrine, but the universe of all the monks of the people. If there is no other force to join, it will be difficult to survive. Leaving from the Wanya Starfield, Jian Wushuang immediately rushed to the starfield where the Feng tribe was located. Since the fall of the Divine Power universe, the power of the Void universe has almost penetrated halfway, and the downright star fighters have begun to furiously seize it. Numerous star domain fuckingdoms have been destroyed. At the same time, There is no shortage of deadly battles and returning star domains. And the power that symbolizes the power of the universe, only 3 ancient races, there are 2 surrenders. How can this make the sword unparalleled? Qishao. It is one of the oldest superstars in the divine universe and belongs to the jurisdiction of the Phoenix tribe. It is rumored that there are 10,000 rounds of scorching sun in the Qishao constellation. Under the light of the scorching sun, the Phoenix carries out fiery nirvana to achieve the supreme state. After traveling for more than half a year, Jian Wushuang came to Qishao star field. On this way, the large and small star fields are more or less occupied by the forces of the virtual universe, except that the Feng and the dragon are similar, and there are no traces of virtual respect. As the front gate of the Qishao star field, 10 suns hung above the star field, emitting a burning flame. Jian Wushuang didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He took out the Tai Luo divine sword, and it was like breaking the Wanya star field of the dragon clan. One sword destroyed the mountains and rivers of Qishao. Several phoenixes who arrived came to death under that sword. The only thing that made Jian Wushuang feel a bit troublesome was that every disciple of the Feng tribe would ignite fierce nirvana when he was seriously injured, and then resurrected. After completely solving several Feng disciples, Jian Wushuang strode into the Qishao star field. Who dares to break into the forbidden area? On the crimson sky that was illuminated by nearly 100 rounds of the sun, a phoenix with wings spreading nearly 100 feet covered the sky. Swordless pair of eyes narrowed slightly, and the palm pressed on the handle of Tai Luo began to tighten. However, the imaginary assassination scene did not appear. The huge phoenix carried the momentum of the sun, and after hovering for a moment above Jian Wushuang's head, he turned into a handsome young man and fell in front of him. Are you from the Temple of Life? Junie youth looked at Jian Wushuang a little uncertainly. Jian Wushuang was slightly surprised, but still nodded. After hearing the words, the Junie youth did not say more, and he simply tilted his head and said, "Follow me. Our ancestors have been waiting for your life shrine for a long time." At the end of the speech, the Junie youth reverted to the flames of fire, and the supreme divine power rose into the sky and turned into a flash of fierce horsepower and swept away. Although the Shrine of Life has always been a top force in the divine universe, it has not had much contact with the 3 dragons and phoenixes. At this moment, the Feng clan, who had surrendered to the virtual universe, not only did not care about Jian Wushuang, the master of the Palace of Life, destroying the star field, but seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the Palace of Life, which made Jian Wushuang a little puzzled. Without much guessing, Jian Wushuang and Lao Zun swept deeper along the trace left by the fire phoenix. As we move forward, there will be more and more big days above the sky. Until the last depth, the whole sky will be almost occupied by the day, and in a rough way, there will be no more than tens of thousands. Rao is the level of divine power of the sword, and also feels his throat dry. When reaching the deepest part of the Qishao star field, a giant temple covering the sky, which was not much smaller than the forbidden land of the dragons, appeared, and nearly 1,000 phoenix descendants lined up on both sides of the giant's hall, as if waiting for something. The soles of the feet fell to the ground, feeling the blazing temperature that could almost evaporate the ordinary supreme, and the sword unveiled his eyes naturally, the figure of 100 phoenixes circling in front of the temple of heaven. A long chime slammed into the clouds, the 100 phoenixes and phoenixes soared into the sky, and a total of 10 magnificent tail feathers left the stream of flames in the air, shocking. Just spreading his wings, Baizhang Fire Phoenix was almost before the sword was double-sided, and the flames flowing from the feathers almost sprayed on him. But Jian Wushuang didn't panic, just looked at it calmly. The magnificent fire feathers flowing with flames receded, and a beautiful cheek appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. "I said why you nerds don't hide. Because of your half-strength invincibility, aren't you afraid that this seat will burn you to ashes?" Although it was a gentle female voice, the spirit of Yingwu spurted out. Under that handsome cheek, the most imaginative, it is an extremely hot body that is half hidden under the great firewife. "Wear well and get cold," Jian Wushuang reminded. UC reading www.ukanshu. The savage cheeks of Ing Wujuan suddenly burst into flames. "Oh, you guy. I thought I was a nerd, but I didn't think I would dare to tease me." Jian Wushuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and said directly, "Find out your ancestor. I have something to ask." "Why? Do you just think so superficially? This isn't the ancestor of the Phoenix tribe?" Junmei woman sneered. Jian Wushuang fainted for a moment. He was never expected. The ancestor of the Feng tribe, one of the top ancient clans in the divine universe, would be such a young and beautiful woman. Another stupid man bewitched by beauty. Aren't outsiders now so superficial? The beautiful woman sighed. "Are you really the ancestor of the Phoenix tribe?" "Natural." Jian Wushuang sneered. "That's good. I'm looking for you." Chapter 46:16. The tailored Excalibur, which can cut off the heavens of all things, came out of the sheath, and the sharp sword reached the neck of the ancestor of the Phoenix tribe. At this moment, nearly 100 Phoenix descendants transformed into huge wings at this moment and surrounded the sword unparalleled. The ancestors of the Feng family shrank their pupils, then calmed down, sneer. "I thought you were a nerd, but turned out to be a fool. With this half-step invincible and supreme state, believe it or not, I burn you directly." After that, a huge phoenix totem rises from behind the ancestors of the Feng tribe, and the phoenix sings. "While this seat is not yet angry, you can quickly go back and call the palace master of your life temple," she said in a deep voice, and there was no doubt in her words. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "I am the lord of the palace of life." "Just you?" Feng old ancestor laughed. "You are? If you are really, then, with the strength of my sons and daughters of Feng, wouldn't everyone be the master of the palace of life?" Suddenly all the children of the Phoenix tribe laughed. "If you are acquaintances, go back quickly and let your lord of the palace come to see me." She waved her hands. Her expression began to be impatient. At this time, a loud drink sounded. "You can't let him go, my ancestor. He just came to commit the crime and killed our 3 disciples." In a flash of time, the fiery flames sprang forth, and the ancestors of the Feng tribe were angry and rushed to the crown. I said why the Chixiao starfield was oscillating. I thought it was an unsightly mess. It turned out that you, a bad guy, had made a ghost, really looking for death. After that, the fire phoenix totem suspended above the sky opened his mouth and spit out the flames of extinction. The scent of fire belonging to the semi-ancestor class fell down, and even Jian Wushuang felt a burning sensation. Jian Wushuang did not dare to enlarging, and directly released the 4th season of the Tailu Sword Code. As a result, the unfavorable winter cold frost situation actually dissipated on this fiery land. The bursting flames fell, and the sword flew out without a hit. He waved his hand barely to extinguish the flames sticking to the clothes, and the sword had no double-sided color and began to condense. If this phoenix ancestor used his full strength just now, I am afraid he would suffer a minor injury. In other words, the offensive that broke the winter cold frost just now is less than the 5-point power of the ancestors of the Feng tribe. Folding down the enemy's heart, Jian Wu's eyes watched Shintai. A red-gold pattern slowly emerged and began to flow around him. The old respect who had been silently behind him, after seeing this scene, raised his eyelids slightly and then calmed down again. The ancestor of the Phoenix family, who was about to open his sword against the sword unparalleled, began to look dignified and at the same time secretly muttered in his heart, "It shouldn't be. This boy is obviously invincible and supreme. Why does it give me a dangerous feeling? Pretend to be a ghost?" The ancestor of the Feng tribe hummed coldly, then turned into a huge phoenix and rushed towards the sword unparalleled. Golden eyes opened, an invisible blade. Yu Jianshuang's right hand condensed, facing the ancestors of the phoenix tribe that came with endless power to sink and cut down. The heavens and the earth changed color, the earthquake shook, and the abyss of heaven shattered from under the sword. The sword is stretched for millions of miles, and the mountains and rivers are overturning, and the sun is dim. The phoenix ancestor who had turned into a phoenix, flickered with fear in the eyes of the two pairs of phoenixes. She suddenly discovered that this kid was actually playing pigs and eating tigers. The ancestors of the Feng clan suddenly stopped in the air, and when they were preparing to avoid the sharp edge, they found in horror that all their outlets had been blocked by the pervasive sword. Damn bastard! The spiky bird's beak spit out the words. In desperation, the ancestor of the phoenix tribe grew up, and nearly 100 rounds of sun trembled at the same time, and the blazing sun fell into a sea of fire. The huge phoenix is in this sea of fire, enduring the pain of burning, nirvana fierce. The shrieking pierced the sky. The fire plume was brilliantly glorious. Countless streamers and flames fell to the ground, and a giant phoenix nirvana born with wings spreading the sky was born. Facing the vast sword, there was a round of big sun in Jufeng's mouth, and they collided violently. The redness of Jin Meng was just a moment, and the fire area that had just formed was cracked in a large area. The Jin Meng sword meant not only the slightest loss, but it accelerated the chopping. Old ancestors. Almost 100 disciples of the Feng ethnic group all rushed over, but at the moment of raising their feet, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Lao Zun raised his eyelids, paused with the Blackwater scepter in his hands, and went silent again. Feeling the fragmentation of the realm, the feeling of lack of skills came back to my heart. The ancestor of the Feng tribe made a last long beep, then closed the eyes of the phoenix. When the vast sword smashed the last sea of fire, the endless power was stopped in front of her. Time seemed to stagnate, and after a while everything melted. Snow and ice disappeared. Jian Wushuang retracted his palm and said quietly, "Open your eyes. You are not dead." Phoenix's eyes slowly opened, and the ancestors of the Feng tribe reshaped into human figures still hung high in the air, unable to believe that they were alive. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw what should not be seen, and quickly turned his eyes to the side. I wasn't dead," the ancestor of the Feng clan murmured softly, then stared at the sword unparalleled against the ground. With wings spread behind him, the ancestor of the Feng tribe appeared in front of him. "I said, why didn't you kill me?" She gasped slightly, her chest undulating. Jian Wushuang glanced at her and said, "I have the ability to kill you, but I can't kill you now. I need to know an answer." "What is the answer?" "Why surrender to the void universe? With your semi-ancestral strength and in your own territory, it is not difficult to resist," Jian Wushuang said. The ancestor of the Feng tribe was speechless and squeezed his lips tightly. "I said that I was just surrendering and waiting for the opportunity. Do you believe it?" "I believe," Jian Wushuang replied. Simply 2 words. The ancestors of the Feng tribe were stunned, and then the corner of the mouth was raised with a beautiful arc. "I can be the master of the palace of life at this age, and it really has a thorough mind." Jian Wushuang ignored it and continued indifferently. "Since your Phoenix clan surely surrendered, you will immediately go to the extraterritorial battlefield and the Shrine of Life to jointly defend the enemy." "No problem." The ancestors of the Feng tribe were very straightforward, but the frontier turned around. "But I want to see if the palace master of the Life Shrine has that ability to help the Kirin tribe successfully resist the attack of the virtual universe. If you succeed, I can guarantee that the Phoenix will not die for the magical universe from now on." "Really? Really?" The ancestor of the Feng tribe firmly said. "The deal," then set off immediately. Jian Wushuang nodded and promised, turning and preparing to leave. Looking at the body without any muddle, her pair of phobias flickered, and then she exclaimed, "Wait for me." Chapter 46:17. You have to follow us too? In the vast expanse of stars, the head of the universe boat, Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at the ancestors of the Phoenix family standing beside him. "That's natural. I'm gambling. Of course, I have to supervise you with the past," she said leisurely, and from time to time, sparkling flames floated from her long red hair. Jian Wushuang shook his head and stopped talking. The 3 groups of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns are standing up. Each group occupies the oldest and perfect star field, and the distance is also getting more and more distant. Even at the speed of the spacecraft, it can take up to half a year to reach the Kirin family. On the way to the Kirin tribe, the extent to which the kingdoms of the various star domains fell has far exceeded the situation of the previous star domains, and almost no one exists. Traces of virtual respect began to be stationed here in large quantities. Star-shaped virtual men are countless, robbing countless magic resources. Sword Wushuang is naturally not idle. When not delaying his journey, he began mass slaughter of the vagrants occupying the various fuckingdoms. Just as the most ruthless divine punishment came, there were countless killings in the waving hand, even if it was 3 marks, for marks of virtual respect had no resistance at all. The ancestors of the Phoenix tribe who accompanied them all became more and more shocked. What exactly this guy is, obviously is half-step invincible supreme, but his shot seems to exist at the top of the order. This guy, shouldn't he have been passed down by the of the universe? If the ancestors of the Feng ethnic group thought, otherwise how could they easily defeat themselves? After the fierce fire nirvana, the ancestor of the Phoenix family has long been firmly at the top of the semi-ancestor class, and she is also in her own field. She is confident that she can meet 2 semi-ancestor enemies and retreat calmly. However, Jian Wushuang defeated the semi-ancestor pinnacle herself in only one form, and she began to look at Jian Wushuang with extremely skeptical and confident eyes. Thinking all the way, the ancestor of the Feng tribe finally summed up his own point of view. When and where, you can't mess with the Lord of the Palace. Lotu the Kirin family is one of the most vast star domains, and it is also one of the most peculiar star domains. Outside this Luodu star domain, a total of 6 smaller star domains are guarding Luodu. According to legend, under this Luodu town, a chaos spring eye was sealed, and the Qilin tribe inherited the Order of the Sky. They have been stationed here since the beginning of chaos, and continue to this day. The star field was broken, and the corpses of countless monks were floating in the broken void, and the flowing blood filled the cracks. Ahead, shouting and killing sounded loud. The countless vagrants are like the tide near the shore, and like a locust crossing, they flock to the star field that has not been broken for a long time. There, it is Luodu of the Kirin tribe. A 5-marked Su Zun raised his hand and waved his power, crushing several of the unicorns of the Qilin tribe directly into loquat powder. Another 6-marked virtual respect, with a shocked arm, directly bombarded the huge battle in front of a gap, and dozens of 1-mark virtual respect swarmed forward, nearly tearing through. With an army formation of tens of thousands of descendants of the Kirin tribe, the majestic and magnificent, a colorful halo unique to the Kirin tribe shines on the world. But the dark imagination is like one party covering the secret net, and all the divine power is in it. The main gate of the Luodu star field, above the city wall that is as high as the sky, is an old man wearing gold armor, who escapes the power of the gods, and looks at the battlefield that killed Shintian. On the side of this old man, 5 young men with the same armor were standing. Such an endless war has not been known for how many years, and nearly half of the children of the Kirin tribe have died in such resistance. And those virtual vagrants are like locusts. They can't kill as much as they can, and they have exhausted the Kirin tribe. The old man with golden eyes was already dim, and the situation of isolation and helplessness made him wonder whether it was such an endless resistance or surrender. The declaration of the divine power universe fell, and the major top forces were either eagle dogs or perished. The Kirin tribe has come to an end. Kirin, the stubborn resistance, you listen. As long as you return to the virtual universe in full, we can stop the attack and promise that you will still rule the original star domain, and unnecessary resistance will only accelerate your own destruction. The persuasion words wandering in the shattered sky are repeated over and over again. Somehow, today, the old man was touched outside. For a long time, the elder Jin Kai closed his eyes slowly. My son, what do you think? The 5 young armored men standing behind him looked at each other, then firmly said, fight to the last minute, but I want you to live. The old man named Jin Kai looked sad. If you continue to resist like this, the Kirin tribe will annihilate the tribe. Several people looked at each other again. Their eyes were dim. One of the slightly immature Jinjia youths said, not necessarily, father. Maybe we can really persist until the day when the eldest brother goes out of customs. The old man named Jean Kai shook his head and slowly shook his head. The hope rising in the eyes was quickly suppressed. It's been so long that he almost forgot he had a son. The Chihong Tianjiao of that Kirin tribe was born by fate, but after entering the closed door when he was at the top, he never came out again. No one knows whether he is dead or alive. The old man Jinjia couldn't and dare not pin his hope on that nothingness. Maybe it's really time to end. Just as he was about to shout the word Ingjiang, a clear chant suddenly broke through from the broken sky. The flames of light reflected the sky, and a phoenix covering the sky rose, and the wings spread like a cloud of heaven, and countless flames fell from her fire feathers. Like the Jiuyo bath fire, even if the trace-level virtual respect touches the flame, it is instantly dead, and the intestines penetrate through the bones. As far as I can see, everything is bursting into flames. At the same time, one side of the magnificent Tianmin opened from the back of the phoenix covering the sky, and the red gold Mang he arrived, and an unimaginable giant finger also came. The divine power reflected, the star dome was completely broken. Whether it is a star-studded prince or a trace of venerated princes, they are astonished to see that unavoidable, like a finger of divine punishment. Boom. The world is discolored. Novel. Void Depression, the extremely huge army of the void universe, is directly erased in the presence of this giant finger. Like the dark clouds after the sun appeared, all scattered. The killing sound ceased, and the Sushur Su Zun who survived under that finger scared his courage and began to flee on a large scale. Cooing, all the children of the Qilin family swallowed their throats uniformly, and they were all shocked in the magnificent sky gate just now. Dispersed the divine power Huamong, a sword unparalleled in a black robe, pacing in the void. Oh! Covering the sky, Feng Feng swooped up from the swordless body, and Yinghua's phoenix eyes were full of flames. What are the little fellows of the Kirin tribe still doing? Isn't revenge the most right now? Chapter 46:18. Wake up in a word. All the descendants of the Kirin tribe on the battlefield came back from shock, looking at the virtual soldier who was almost invincible. There are still 7,000 or 8,000 members of the Kirin tribe who instantly transformed into their destiny Kirin and faced the most fierce counterattack of the retreating army of virtual soldiers. The old man with golden armor on the wall of Luodu city, after seeing this scene, his dim eyes light up for a moment, but immediately pressed down, replaced by a complex look. Father, it's the Feng tribe to support it. Still the young Jinjia youth who was a bit immature before, excited. We have been saved. Sixth brother, don't be too happy. Their Phoenix tribe is not much better than the fragments of the void universe. I'm afraid it's the bad ones. The most stable and strong youth wrote. No, the guy in the black robe is definitely not from the Feng tribe. What? Not Feng people. Just now I saw him and killed half of the Sushur army. When did our divine universe exist so horrible? Enough! Majestic's voice sounded from the old man's mouth, and then his gaze looked at the sword Wushuang who came out of the air. Follow me to meet the enemy. Boom! The huge exercise composed of a few dark and ineffective forces directly killed the nearly 50 unicorns of the supreme divine realm. At the end of this retreating army of virtual soldiers, there were two figures hidden in wide black robes. They were extremely horrible, and almost every shot was able to instantly kill dozens of supreme gods. It is just these two people that stiffly prevented nearly tens of thousands of descendants of the Kirin tribe from taking revenge. A dash, with a clear whistle, the ancestor of the Phoenix tribe opened his mouth and spit out a fiery flame toward the two bodies. The power that is enough to destroy the sky and the earth is that even sword unmatched has a slight glance. But the scene that happened the next moment surprised him all. The fiery flames tore the sky and instantly struck the two bodies. However, the two of them held their hands together, and the void twisted suddenly, and the fiery flames poured into the void enchantment. Jian Wushuang instantaneously affirmed that these two men must be a semi-ancestor level horror, and immediately pulled out the Tai Luo Excalibur, struggling to split a celestial sword. But the result was as before. The sword instinct that was originally invincible enough to be equal to the semi-ancestor's full-strength blow, but strangely disappeared when beheaded at the two. What's going on? Jian Wushuang frowned. In the direction of Luodu in the distance, a monolithic Qilin Baoxiang stood up, and the colorful Huamong looked like a big day in the world. The two figures hidden under the black robes saw that the remnants of the army had already withdrawn from the battlefield, and even urged the figures to fly away in the distance. "Wanna go?" Jian Wushuang directly displayed the Tai Luo sword style, and the winter and Winterfields were instantly overwhelming. However, it was useless. It just stopped the two for a moment and then disappeared completely. When disappearing, one of the black robes looked back at Jian Wushuang before finally leaving. The arrival of the huge unicorn treasure phase dissipated the darkness of the entire battlefield. Huamong was shining on the body like gentle sunshine, with an indescribable warmth. The giant unicorn treasure retreated, and an old man dressed in gold armor condensed, and behind him 5 tall figures looked like copper walls and iron walls. "Meet my ancestors." Nearly 10,000 children of the Qilin tribe kneel on one knee, and their voices are loud and clear. The old man named Jin Kai nodded. His voice sounded loudly, each of his duties. Noah. The 8,000 sons and grandchildren didn't stay for a moment, and in the blink of an eye on this broken battlefield, there were only a few swordless men. "Thank you very much for the old man and the entire Kirin family just now." The old man named Jin Kai arched his hand. His voice was not humble, nor was he grateful. Jian Wushuang didn't care. Helping the Kirin retreat was also their responsibility. When they were about to turn around and retire, the ancestor of the Feng tribe beside him sighed coldly. "I said the old thing. Let's help you retreat from the enemy. Is it just a thank you? Presumptuous. How dare you talk to my father like this?" The big young man behind the elder Jin Kai opened his eyes, and Qilin Baoxiang already called out. The ancestors of the Phoenix clan who had only complained completely ignited, and drew a palm in the face of the strong young man directly in the face of the old man with gold armor. Crisp slaps sounded. The strong young man was directly pumped away from the distance, and the remaining 4 instantly released their destiny, and they rushed to the ancestors of the Feng tribe. "Enough!" A loud scream rang out, and the old man Jin shook his arm and knocked back several people. "Shut up for me," Feng ancestor said coldly. "Don't say I dare to talk to your father like this. Even if your grandfather is here, I will call him an old man." "Feng Qi, you also shut up. Today you came to reinforce my Kirin tribe. Thank you, but I have suffered so many traumas, and I am afraid I can't receive several people." The ancestor of the Feng family named Feng Qi again said, "I do indeed care about those with you. Now that the divine power universe has fallen, I hope that you, the Kirin people, will go to the extraterritorial battlefield with the Shrine of Life and defend the enemy together. It's not a moment of peace." "Oh, don't you remember that the Feng tribe returned early? Why are you defending your enemies again now?" The old man Jin looked calm, but his words were full of irony. Feng Qi was immediately ashamed. "Kishan Lauer, you dare to insult me. My plan is to save the strength of the Phoenix clan." The old man named Jin Kai, who was called as Qishan, stopped talking and put on a guest-off appearance. Feng Qi gritted his teeth and was helpless. The sword warriors on the side groaned for a moment and said, "Seniors, juniors are the main sword warriors of the Palace of Life. If the situation outside the time domain is tight, I hope the Kirin tribe can strengthen 1 or 2." Looking at this action, the low-key, not-so-speaking youth, although Qishan does not have much favor, is also very comfortable. After weighing 1 or 2, he arched, "If the battlefield outside the territory is tense, the Kirin tribe will be reinforced." After speaking, Qishan waved his hand, and a palm-sized communication order was handed to Jian Wushuang. "At that time, the master of Wushuang Palace can use this to contact my clan." "Thank you very much." Jian Wushuang solemnly arched his hands, then turned around and left with Lao Zun, without dragging his feet. Feng Qi gave Qishan a fierce glance and quickly followed Jian Wushuang. Father, why didn't you let us fight the demon girl just now? The strong young man covered his red and swollen left face and hated. Qishan looked at the back that had disappeared at the end of the star field and said quietly, when you have that strength, I will not stop you. Even if you are tied together today, you are not enough for others. Chapter 46:19. The strong young man heard the words and reiterated, sooner or later, one day, I will make the entire Feng tribe pay a price. Stupid, Qishan glanced at him obliquely. As long as the Dragon clan isn't annihilated, we can't tear our face with the Feng clan for a day. When the elder brother comes out, everything will be liquidated. One of the young gold armors proudly said, at that time, how can the little dragon family put their eyes on it? The entire divine universe will be ours. Qishan doesn't have much expression on his face. He seems to be thinking about something. He said for a long time, do you think the strength of the sword master who claims to be the master of Shijinga Palace? A few Jinjia youths looked at each other and looked a little unnatural. The style cast by Jian Wushuang was so shocking that it almost wiped out more than half of the army of Sushur. You know, of the virtual men dispatched by the virtual universe this time. Most of the mark-level virtual princes occupy the majority, but in the style of Jian Wushuang, they are easily erased without any difference. Even the ancestors of the Feng tribe, who have entered the semi-ancestor class, are far inferior. The sturdy young man said in a timely manner, Father, I don't believe in the magical power just now. It was that guy who showed it. It must be the mark left to him by the ancestors of the Palace of Life. You must know that he is invincible. Situation. Qishan did not answer, but he already had the answer. He could let the ancestors of the Phoenix tribe accompany him to go forward, and he was willing to lead the Phoenix tribe to cooperate with the Shrine of Life to jointly defend the enemy. Strength? The horrible sight of Feng Qi, Qishan is even clearer. If it was not for Feng Qi's unintentional help at the beginning, the Qilin's splendid fortunes would also likely pass. After weighing one or two, Qishan said, Qi, listen. Qi. You two set off immediately, followed Jian Wushuang, and went to the extraterritorial battlefield. The big young man named Qi Ting stunned, and then hurriedly said, Father, there is a crisis in the extraterritorial battlefield, and the virtual universe is invading. I'm afraid. Father, if the second brother is afraid, Qi Hong is willing to go on behalf of the second brother. A thin man took a step forward, looking proud. Who said that I was scared? What did you do when I talked to my father? Qi Ting was angry, and then arched, Father, Qi Ting is willing to join the 6 brothers to go to the extraterritorial battlefield. Qishan nodded. His eyes flickered. Go, let's go to the Kirin family and have a look. The broken galaxy is surging, and countless star domains have become dead domains under the invasion of the virtual universe. I do not know whether it is the turbulence of the two universes or other factors. The starry sky in the divine universe is no longer magnificent and is replaced by endless chaotic darkness. The spacecraft shuttled between them, making Jian Wushuang feel chills. I'm so annoyed. I knew that this seat should be watching aside how they surrendered, and then kneeled down and begged us. In the spacecraft, Feng Qi, who was hot-tempered, was furious and greeted the entire Kirin tribe one by one in a trick. When she was tired of cursing, Jian Wushuang said leisurely, Successful retreat from the enemy is time to fulfill your promise. Feng Qi half angrily and half complained glanced at Jian Wushuang. His hot temper could not be vented. Immediately, Feng Qi stretched out her hands and made a long hair from behind her ears. A fire plume with red flames appeared in her hands. This is the real order of the Feng nationality. You only need to hold it. As if I were in person, all the people of the Feng nationality would listen to your call. Jian Wushuang didn't reach out to pick it up. After looking at her, she said, You can keep it for yourself, then you can take the Phoenix Supreme to the extraterritorial battlefield, and I don't need to intervene in the command. Feng Qi's eyes flowed, and she looked at Jian Wushuang again and again. You're not afraid that I won't count if I speak, and then I won't close the door? Afraid, Jin Wushuang said, simple and clear, and then there was no more. Feng Qi froze, and then stomped heavily, gritted her teeth and cut her teeth. Well, you have a sword unparalleled. Wait for my mother. Afterwards, Feng Qi turned into a phoenix and fled towards the Qishao star field. Jian Wushuang looked at the cosmic boat deck. The big pit kicked by Feng Qi, shook his head helplessly. Leaving from Luodu star field under the jurisdiction of the Kirin family, Jian Wushuang was truly relieved. As the most ancient and ancient forces of the divine force universe, returning, together with the Temple of Life and some surviving denominations, are enough to barely be able to compete against the virtual universe. Coupled with the constant addition of some monks, it seems that it is a matter of time to completely expel the virtual universe. In the next journey, the second son of the Kirin tribe, Qi Ting, and the 6 sons of Qi Qin, followed up to show their intentions, and then went to the extraterritorial battlefield with Jian Wushuang. Returning to the extraterrestrial battlefield, watching the familiar environment and the Disciples of Life shrine patrolling outside the base camp, Jian Wushuang's hung heart really fell into his stomach. Ha ha! The blood of the Temple of Life. See the master of the Wushuang Palace. The first to feel the blood wave of Jian Wushuang's breath, the Supreme laughed and hurriedly came from the temple. Jian Wushuang rushed to hold the blood wave supremely. It doesn't take much courtesy to have a long blood wavelength. Blood Wave Supreme nodded and promised. The feelings between them were beyond the understanding of others. Qi Ting, who was behind Jian Shuang, was shocked. His eyes were shocking. The vastness of Blood Wave Supreme's undisguised expanse was the breathless semi-ancestor's breath. It seems that this shrine of life really has some details. I have a semi-ancestor, and I have to explain it to my father as soon as possible, Qi Ting secretly thought. Subsequently, the Great Axe Supreme Tianmao Supreme, and Lan Lan, the 9 Calamities, and others brought hundreds of Supreme to greet him. Looking at the eyes of the Supremes who appeared like dumplings, Qi listened and swallowed his throat involuntarily. Although these Supreme backgrounds are nothing in the ancient top tribe of the Kirin tribe, but they are only a semi-ancestor, and they have simply elevated the Palace of Life to another level. In Qi Ting's heart, the Life Shrine has been divided into the same superpower as the Feng and Dragon. Looking at these familiar old folks in front of him, Jian Wushuang played with ease and joy in his heart. Is there anything in the extraterritorial battlefield during this time? The Blood Wave Supreme responded. The big invasion has not reappeared, and some trace-level virtual lords have begun to return to the virtual universe one after another. Jujie and I, the Axe of the Axe, are standing in the past. Killing the virtual respect is no less than 100. One more thing, that is, more than a month before you return, an army of nearly 50,000 soldiers fleeing from the divine universe. I wanted to intercept a wave, but I found that the realm of the leading two was improbable. Test, let them go to the crack. Chapter 46:20. After listening to the description of the Supreme Master of Blood, Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and the army of the vanguards who had fled rashly should be the army under the Luodu starfield of the Kirin tribe, who had been destroyed by themselves. After a second embarrassment outside the base camp, the talents entered the base camp. The previous monstrous power is no longer, and it is replaced by a quiet and cowardly divine power. Outside the gate of the long desolated giant hall, all kinds of ancient grass flowers were planted by the beauty-loving female disciples in the Palace of Life. Being supreme by others such as Blood Wave Supreme, Jian Wushuang was not good enough to shirk away and had to take the seat. At this point, nearly 100 people in the temple have been talking for nearly 10 days. Qi Ting and Qi Gong also gradually integrated into this atmosphere. They share a common goal and work hard for it, which makes Qi Ting's inner prejudice start to be a bit vague. This group of guys seems to really die for the divine universe. Really a bunch of stupid guys, shaking their heads, Kirin sighed. Such discussions continued for nearly 15 days, ending with the deployment of Jian Wushuang. He waved his hand to retract the scroll of divine power, and as the crowds began to walk to their respective palaces, the hall was empty. Jian Wushuang rubbed his eyes tiredly, and one day, the Temple of Life began to counterattack and clear away the remaining vagrants in the magical universe. It has been tens of thousands of years since the divine universe declared the fall, and more than half of the celestial kingdoms have been infiltrated by the Sushur. It is also a short period of time to clear up. Fortunately, the virtual force required by the Sushur cannot be obtained in the divine universe, and the strength is more or less affected. The reason why Jian Wushuang cleared up first was to beware of the virtual gods who have not yet returned. He must regulate the magical universe as soon as possible before the virtual gods break through the seal. Fu Jun, let's get tired, rest for a while. A man in white clothing winds the snow as cold as a frost, walking slowly from the palace with a bowl of medicine tonic. Jian Wushuang quickly got up to receive the medicine. Mrs. Lucky, cold as frost, gently shook his head and smiled. As long as it is for my husband, I am unfortunate, so let's drink it while it is hot. Looking at the medicinal tonic in his hands, Jian Wushuang was slightly dizzy. What's wrong, husband? Is there any discomfort? Quickly drink some medicine soup to make up for it. Lung Rushuang said in a hurry. Jian Wushuang didn't say much, sat down with the medicine supplement in his hand, and didn't rush to drink the medicine. Husband, you are too anxious, Jian Wushuang said suddenly. Frosty is frosty. He still laughed. What's wrong with your husband? Jian Wushuang slowly raised his head and looked coldly. Who the are you? Dare to impersonate my wife? The face turned cold like frost, but immediately smiled strangely, and his body fled suddenly. The vast divine power surged up, like a giant wave directly enveloping that frosty figure. Jian Wushuang thought about it, and captured it directly from the air. The caught cold frost smiled strangely, and a hoarse voice rang out of his mouth. We've met again. Just as the snow melted, only himself was left in the empty giant hall, as if everything just was his illusion. An enemy attack! The terrible voice resounded from outside the battlefield, and then came to an abrupt end. Sword unparalleled in anger. The body flew out of the giant hall instantly. I saw that in the dark, chaotic, and disorderly extraterrestrial battlefield. I do indeed know when it was completely occupied by the army of virtual soldiers. Like the huge waves rising from the sky. The mighty. Just at a glance, Jian Wushuang knew that this time the army of siege soldiers besieged the base was several times more than Luodu who besieged the Kirin. The monstrous imagination suppressed all the rules of divine power. Countless imaginary eyes were red, and only a single order would tear the base camp standing in the extraterritorial battlefield. A number of divine power Hua Meng came to the side of Jian Wu's body, all looking dignified. Damn! When did these miscellaneous come here? Where are the disciples? Xie Buozhuang anger drank. Jian Wushuang slowly shook his head. The disciples of life in the palace who were responsible for patrolling the periphery were at the highest level of supremacy. In this preconspired battle, even the six-marked virtual honor were not in the minority. How could it be prevented? In the forefront of the army that was facing the sky, two bodies completely hidden under the black robe appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. With his intuition, Jian Wushuang felt that the figure in the temple, just posing as cold as frost, was just one of those two secret figures. All disciples of the Shrine of Life listened to orders. Jian Wushuang's thick voice sounded throughout the base camp. All the Supreme Divine Realm came forward with me to meet the enemy. The disciples in the Supreme Divine Realm retreated to the giant hall and died to the last moment. Swordsman is already dead. All disciples of the Life Shrine promised in unison, retreating to the giant hall under the Supreme Realm, and together with the sword unparalleled above the Supreme Realm, they met the extraterrestrial battlefield together. Qi felt that she was unlucky, and her resolute face was full of iron blue. Only when he came to this extraterrestrial battlefield, did not even have time to drink hot tea, he encountered the invasion of the virtual universe, and he was anxious to scold his mother. As the second prince of the Unicorn Kirin, he died on his own battlefield instead of fighting in this desolate battlefield. He was uncomfortable, but his 6 brothers were eager to look, making him even more depressed. What to do, or run now? Qi was thinking about it, and was quickly rejected by himself. I fled before the battle, I am afraid that I didn't even step out, and I was given a kill by the poor-looking half-ancestor of his camp. There was no way out from the left and right. Qi heard a gritted tooth and let go of his life and swept his body to follow Jian Wushuang. In total, nearly 500 supreme people hovered in the air, facing a nearly 200,000 army of virtual soldiers facing the sky, adding a bit of sadness. The violent raging wind raged, blowing Sword Wushuang's hair flying. The old statue wearing a black water robe is like a sculpture, standing quietly behind Jian Wushuang. The king of 9 robbers, as before, did not have a half-pointed expression, but the breath of divine power belonging to the half-step invincible supremacy has spurred the peak. The giant axe is so cold, and Lon Lon is as cold as frost, each pushing his own divine power to the extreme, ready to fight against the water. The breath belonging to the semi-ancestor class is surging from the blood wave supreme. This genuine breath makes Qi listen a little reassured. After all, the semi-ancestor class is beyond the presence of the cricket, and you can suppress the invincible supreme by waving your hand. Qi Ting had already made up his mind, and once the war started, he would pull Qi Gong to follow behind Bloodwave Supreme. Just as Qi listened and made up his mind, the army of virtual soldiers suddenly blasted out in front of 2 vast forces, making his entire face green. That's the breath belonging to 2 half-ancestors. When did even the semi-ancestors appear so easily? Chapter 46:21. Kiran is a little speechless. Her proud and invincible supreme realm can play a very small role at present. At the forefront of the virtual universe, the 2 wide black robes slowly looked up, 1 blue and 1 red pair of eyes, condensed on Jian Wushuang's body. We meet again. The 2 black robes spoke at the same time, and the superimposed sound was shocking. Unconsciously, the ordinary supreme had already been affected a lot. The Blackwater scepter suddenly fell, and the ripples directly dispelled the deceptive superimposed sound. The war has already begun. Boom! The vast divine power burst out suddenly, and numerous modeled Jinmong swords were all around the body, slowly condensing to express the Taoist pattern. Just like the real deities came to life, the gilt pattern was plated with a complete charm on Jian Wushuang. An invisible sword quietly condenses from his hands. The territory pointed by Jianfeng is the territory. Killing Zhentian is like a huge sea of darkness splashing into the sky. The first 6 marks of Xuan are about 50. Their potential is even more fierce than that of Shushan. It was just a face-to-face. Nearly 30 ordinary and medium supreme deities of the Palace of Life could not even explode before they died tragically under the hands of Luchin Shuzhen. Such a miserable situation directly caused more than 100 middle-aged supremacy to start a self-detonation and then ran up against it. Boom, boom. A fierce blast burst the sky, and more than 100 supreme bodies turned into blood mist, trying to block the footsteps of the Su-Shur army. However, these blasts only caused some minor injuries to the 6 marked virtual lords who rushed to the forefront, and there was no death at all. Akin's pupils looked at the entire battlefield, and then a sword seemed to condense all the power of the ancient stars. Wushuang Kendo, Zingyahuhejianyani, first style, star. Like the most dazzling and magnificent star that was born and annihilated, Jinni broke free of the rules and suddenly came. At this moment, behind the sword Wushuang there appeared his own celestial treasure, with long hair waving in the sky, magnificent and magnificent. The shining golden pattern soared into the sky, and the void was directly sunken. Even the 6 marks told him to return to nothingness. Countless gods and Hermann columns burst from the army of virtual soldiers. Star-shaped virtual soldiers died in a large area, and a little far away, the virtual honor reluctantly fled. Under this shocking sword, nearly 15 6-marked virtual respects didn't respond, and they even turned into fan powder without even screaming. The might of a sword, the prosperity of a sword, directly tore a hole in the army of the Su-Shur who was facing the sky. Kill! The Bloodwave Supreme who entered the half-ancestors took the lead, but just shot the two 6-mark virtual statues and immediately disappeared. The bow of God of the Gods is full of strings, and a total of 24 sharp strength shots are shot out, instantly clearing a trace of virtual respect. The giant axe is like the ancient power in chaos, holding the axe to carry out the most straightforward, opening the sky. Each swipe of the giant axe is enough to take away a few digital honors. King Jujia is still indifferent, just like the purest snowdrop above the snowy mountain. Every time he takes a shot, he will simply take away any enemy in front of him, whether it is a 5-mark virtual honor or a 6-mark virtual honor. Jian Wushuang can easily kill 6 marks in an invincible half-step, so why can't I be the king of Jiuzhai? One type retreated to the nearest 6-mark vanity, and the 9 kings of white fluttered, waving his hand to destroy the magical powers. The last moment of the 6-marked Su Zun was still a flower in front of him, and the next moment his head rolled down from the neck. The 9 calamity kings who left the road in the empty space were all in one, and the 6-marked virtual respect that moved his head was crushed into powder. Lan Lan and Lung Rushuang joined hands, and reluctantly dealt with some 5-mark vanity. From time to time they killed Shan's 2nd-mark, 3-mark vanity. Maybe it was infected, maybe it was for the sake of life. Qi Ting has already called out the Kirin treasure, which belongs to the invincible supreme peak, so that the 6-mark vanity in the same realm is afraid to look at it. In addition to being as powerful as the dragon, the Kirin tribe is their own inherent healing effect. The Qilin Baoxiang behind Qi listens to emitting colorful Hua Meng. Under the protection of this Hua Meng, the remaining medium and supreme of the Temple of Life recovers his injuries at an extremely fast speed. Carrying the power of the mountains, he directly destroyed a 5-marked virtual smashed god. The 6 youngest brothers of cheating, Qiongong, shook the sky. The depression that has been shrunk and unwelcome to the enemy in the Luodu starfield of the Kirin tribe has leaked out at this moment. Together with the invincible strength of the invincible supreme realm, Qi Gong and Qi Ting rushed to the forefront and massacred. God's blood stains the sky, the world is crying, and the star field is tearing. At this moment, whether it is the virtual universe or the divine universe, all have red eyes. Stars are not afraid of death, they are inferior, and hundreds of people hold together, and the virtual explosion caused by the joint force is enough to make the ordinary supreme body fall. The disciples of the Shrine of Life were already dead-headed, and started to explode as early as the beginning of the battle. They knew that their strength could not effectively kill the higher traces of vanity, so they found the right time to rush into the group of star monks and blast them. Each self-detonation was enough to take away nearly 1,000 star-level virtual soldiers, and countless dead bones fell into the broken void. The sad song of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang has long been integrated with the invisible sword in his hand, and each kind of vast sword can easily tear the siege of the Su Shi army. Lao Zun stood behind him, shaking the black water scepter in his hand, and freezing all vanity near the sword Wushuang. When the last violent explosion burst through, nearly 500 of the Supreme Master of Life Shrine died, and none survived. They eliminated their own bodies and consumed nearly 50,000 star monks in the Shushir army. The army of virtual men who had covered the sky finally broke through a huge wound that could not be made up. Another sword was cut off by the vastness of the sword, and the 2 black robes like ghosts emerged from the army, quietly suspended in front of Jian Wushuang. His eyes are light and powerful, Ukanshu. The invisible sword in Kam's hands instantly bombarded the secret of 2. The sword that easily annihilated Eater 2 disappeared strangely before the 2 figures. A crack enchantment surged between the hands of the 2. Naturally, this enchantment absorbed the sword ingenuity of the sword. Jumei is like Tianxin's cheek without any expression, and the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth is slightly curved. Can't you eat it? I will let you eat slowly. Ancestral art, the heavenly gate is extremely rampant. The magnificent heavenly gate opened, and the giant palm of the sky that was enough to confront the true shadow of the virtual was sinking and sinking. Feeling the unrivaled coercion from the broken sky, at this moment, both the virtual universe and the divine universe stopped. Everyone looked up at the coercion in the sky. Give me the punishment of God. Chapter 46:22. Many of the stubbles who have retreated from Luo are dazzled by this scene, and their bodies are shaking like sieve. They wanted to escape, but were terrified to find that everything was too late. The magnificent red-gold gods shine like 100 rounds of big sun shining together, dispersing the chaos and darkness in the extraterritorial battlefield. That style, which is based on the ancestral power Heaven Gate, is independent and extremely powerful. It has absorbed the charm of nearly 10,000 sacred soldiers in the land of tragedy and incomparable power, and even destroyed the true shadow of the virtual god. The prestige of breaking through all things surpasses all the previous coercion. Nearly 1,000 handles of magical soldiers emerged from the illusion, into a town to kill and seal off, and lowered endless power. All the soldiers of the Shishir army hurriedly backed off, and some of them retreated slowly and were immediately destroyed by the Wegner into powder. And the two weird black robes standing in front of the army of Sushur did not take a half step back, watching the sinking divine might. They joined hands, and a crack enchantment appeared again. This time, the Fisher enchantment is like a mouth of blood, directly facing the vastness of the mighty power. Oh! The might of the soldiers enough to crush the true shadow of the virtual gods was absorbed slowly when they hit the Fisher enchantment. Everyone on the Shinli universe's face was fiercely sinking. That almost reached the top, even the six-marked vanity, and even the semi-ancestor level, could be destroyed at this moment. The perimeter of the crack junction quickly bulged, absorbing all the energy little by little. The army of vagrants who had fled rashly attacked again. There are 6 marks of virtual revered arms, and a virtual explosion roars Lon Lon and cold as frost. An arm covered by gold armor blocked them in front of them, crushing the virtual explosion directly. Be careful. Qi Ting retracted her arms, looked at the two of them, and rushed to the front again. At this moment, everyone is dead-headed, and no one has escaped from the battlefield. Even Qi Ting is completely crazy. Before he dies, he will draw a few extra respects. It was like the crack enchantment of the mouth, which finally wiped out that complete Tianmin pole, which was completely swallowed up. The battlefield outside the territory darkened again. The two secret figures raised their heads at the same time, two blue and red eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang. Let's talk to ourselves. We will keep the whole body for you. The bizarre overlap sounded through the mouths of the two. Jian Wushuang's red-golden eyes gradually became clear, and his lips narrowed. Really? The next moment, the crack junction closed, but it suddenly rose up. But in a short time, it became a huge pile, and there seemed to be something in it that wanted to break free of the bondage, and frantically struggled. Retreat quickly. The two closest secretive figures immediately urged the figures to retreat, and the army of virtual soldiers who were in a state of encirclement. Somehow, when they saw the huge pile of void rising, it's too late. Thousands of trillions of red gold beams broke through the fissure bounds, according to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Infinite powers burst with a huge amount of potential energy. Nearly 100 traces of vanity in the nearest place were too late to even scream, and they were directly transpired into green smoke. With a wave of his hand, Sword Wushuang directly propelled the few people in the divine power universe, and the speed of light receded. The mighty power that burst from the void like a galaxy waterfall swept through. Even the 6-mark vanity has died out. Seeing such a miserable scene, the two mysterious figures that retreated quickly stopped abruptly, facing the sweeping divine power, completely releasing the breath belonging to the semi-ancestor class. The tragic situation in Luodu, the Kirin family, must not be staged again. The extraterrestrial battlefield is collapsing, and a crack that almost splits the void into two halves appears. The endless imagination turned into a screaming skull, protruded through the crack, and collided with the Huang divine might. The destructive detonation is that even the 6-marked virtual Zune can't bear it. The ordinary virtual Zune who is far from the center of the detonation opens his mouth and vomits blood, and the star monk who is in a worse state is shattered and stunned. The people guarded by Sword Wushuang, even as strong as the blood, could not help but his heart beat faster and pale. Qi Ting only felt a sweet throat, and a ray of divine blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He hurriedly swallowed the divine blood that was about to flow out. At this moment, both the Shushur camp and the divine camp were affected by this devastating explosion. Jian Wu's eyes calmly looked at the center of the explosion. It seemed that what happened next, he already knew. The rays of the polar day dispersed. The sky of the extraterrestrial battlefield was completely shattered, and even the void was gone, leaving a scar that was permanently irrecoverable. The cracks dissipated, as did the glorious sky gate. And in that unrecoverable silent void, the two were almost blasted into bones and stopped in place. The flesh was torn, almost becoming the two figures of the blood skull, but his eyes were still staring at Jian Wuxuang. Even more strange things happened. The two blood skeletons surrounded each other with arms, but they fused into a skeleton shape. He puts on his black robe again, as if he is the master of chaos and darkness. All the people of the virtual universe, I have saved you. It is time to repay me. The weird stack of sounds, the army of virtual soldiers who had been protected from great casualties because of Asylum, showed enthusiasm in everyone's eyes. The next moment, the army of virtual soldiers was even more violent and desperately rushed to the few people in the divine universe. Among the only few remaining, only Sword Unparalleled, Lao Zun, Bloodwave and others still have a battle. Everyone's body was stained with divine blood, adding a bit of sadness. Qi Ting slowly closed his eyes. His thick and powerful divine power had already dried up, and it was necessary to explain here. Second brother, it seems we can't go back. Qi Gong grinned, and a terrible wound in his left arm kept bleeding. Taking a deep breath, Qi Ting whispered in a secret voice, "Don't talk. It'll explode for some time for you. You try your best to leave this place." Qi Gong heard the words and was shocked in his eyes. When he was about to speak, a phoenix that cleared the darkness seemed to clear the sky from above 9 days. Zhang Yi then fell like a giant phoenix from the sky, and 9 roots wore the dazzling flame in the air with the tail feathers that destroyed the sky. Countless flames fall, and even weak forces can burn. Roar! Hong Zhong's deep scream roared and stunned eternity. Even if it didn't seem to be in shape, the repressive ancient bloodline made everyone tremble. A red dragon floating in the broken void, surging in the chaotic darkness, with dense dragon patterns refracted on each side of the scales. The shape of the red gold dragon is really too big, just a dragon claw grasping it, just like a giant pillar of the sky. Chapter 46-23. Rumble. Nearly 1,000 star monks rushing forward were dodged, and were instantly crushed into blood mist by the giant claws thrown from the broken void. The fire came, and the phoenix fire, like the sacrifice of the cheekbones, just burned along with the imaginary force emitted by each Sushur. For a time, the extraterritorial battlefield turned into a fire domain. Behind that giant phoenix covering the sky, tens of thousands of phoenix descendants rushed to the battlefield. Each handsome young man was naked, vibrating the fire wings behind him, and rushed to the virtual camp. With the appearance of the dragon that seemed to be born with heaven, tens of thousands of dragon descendants rushed to the battlefield. The proud Shanghua of the dragon spreads the shattered sky, and each of the dragon's descendants is at the top of their feet, rushing into the army of Sushur with a steady pace. A one-sided situation emerged, with nearly 20 invincible supremes entering the dragon clan, and more than 20 invincible extremes entering the phoenix clan. The power of the most ancient blood in the divine universe is unparalleled. In the same realm, there are no advantages at all in the 6 marks and the traces seeing this scene. Even the calm Jian Wuxuang, his eyes were reddish. King Jujia also moistened his eyes and laughed loudly. Bloody Supreme and Giant Axe Tianyin are all tears. Lon Lon smiled slightly, and then fainted in the cold arms. Qi Tinky, a total of 2 people, gave a strong hug. At this moment, those dragon and phoenixes who are almost vengeful don't seem to be so annoying. I Hong is everywhere, and even the 6-marked virtual lords are rapidly dying under the attack of Fengqi, the ancestor of the Feng tribe, and Lungdi Linhe. The 2 fused bodies were trembling at this moment, and the fury would almost ignite him. He paid an almost unbearable price for this war, the death of nearly 1,000 traces of virtual respect, the demise of nearly 56 traces of virtual respect, and the burial of hundreds of thousands of starred virtual priests. As a great protector, he wanted to destroy Jin Wushuang and took off his head as a gift for the return of the virtual god. But everything is wrong. This outpost failed from the moment the dragon and phoenix joined. In his mind, the expressive eyes that swallowed the tissues before leaving were reappeared. He finally understood Yi Yan's eyes, but everything was late. Bite one, I will kill you. The irresistible violent anger vented, and then shouted the word retreat. All the soldiers who fought hard in the fire domain eventually fled hurriedly, leaving more than 200,000 wreckages. This battle of tragedy also ended with the joining of the Dragon and Phoenix clan. Looking at the permanently irreparable broken void and the countless broken arms, everyone was silent. A tear embodying all emotions of Jin Wushuang finally fell into the dark void. Master of the Warrior's Palace, we won. We won. Bloodwave Supreme whispered softly. Jin Wushuang said nothing in silence, watching the countless corpses covered with void burst out. The Dragon Emperor Linha, who turned into a humanoid figure, carried more than 10,000 dragon descendants, and Shunbu came to the front of the sword without double sides. He stopped talking and eventually arched, Wu Shuanggongzhu, the dragons are late. Feng Qi, the ancestor of the Feng tribe, took a stunned glance at the emperor of the River Lin, and also brought more than 10,000 sons and daughters of the Feng tribe. After returning from the loss, Jin Wushuang slowly shook his head. No, none of you have come late. The main sword of the Palace of Life Jing Wushuang is here. Thank you to the two races, and you will be rewarded today. On the battlefield outside the territory, there are only a few people remaining in the Shrine of Life, while solemnly arching their hands. Everyone is lucky. Follow me to rest in the base camp for a while. Jin Wushuang barely squeezed a smile. Linha Longdi and Feng ancestors promised. Then the Blood Pond Supreme was responsible for picking up and welcoming more than 20,000 dragons and phoenixes into the base camp. Chi Tinky, 2 brothers in total, also had complicated eyes after seeing the figure of Linha Longdi. Sure enough, as his father guessed, he did not die. Chi listened silently and returned to the base camp with his team. Life Shrine disciples in the base camp were also severely damaged. There were originally more than 9,000 shrine disciples. At this moment, there are only less than 4,000. If it is not for the protection of the old barrier, I am afraid this during the war, all the temples of life will fall. Utilizing the power of good fortune, Jin Wushuang opened a dormitory that was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people behind the giant hall. In the cold and dead domain, Jin Wushuang took a black mountain and carried his body back to the extraterrestrial battlefield. He carved it out with a tailored Excalibur, and eventually cut that Montenegro into a monument. It was a monument without words. There is no handwriting on the monument, and it can reflect the figure cleanly. After carving this monument without words, Jin Wushuang set it up not far from the base camp. Then, sitting cross-legged in front of the wordless monument, there is only Lao Zun behind Jin Wushuang. He did not bring anyone out. Lao Zun is like his shadow. He will never take the initiative to speak, but will stand silently behind him. For 10 days in a row, Jin Wushuang did not change any posture, and the insignificant inscriptions reflected his and Lao Zun's motionless bodies. The King of 9 Calamities, Supreme Bloodwave Supreme, Great Axe Supreme, and Heavenly Supreme Supreme, came to Wuzi Steel in turn in these days and stood behind Jin Wushuang. In front of the giant palace, Linha Longdi looked at it all, and some things in his heart were firmly unconsciously. Behind the Linha Dragon Emperor, 2 calm bodies stood side by side. Secret voice came into the ears of his 2 cages. Remember what I said? To this day, until my death, I will always make an alliance with the Temple of Life. It belongs to us, and he will never forget us. The 2 calm figures did not hesitate and promised. And Feng Qi, the ancestor of the Feng tribe, standing with the Emperor Lin Halong, has both fear and anger. Damn it, this old thing. It really isn't dead yet. The Kirin tribe is weak in the base camp, and there are only 2 brothers of Kirin Chi, so they can't see or bother. The two brothers can't keep their eyes closed and concentrate on healing the injury. After more than 1 month like this, Jian Wushuang, sitting in front of Wazibai, slowly opened his eyes. The meaning of the wordless tablet is known to everyone, but no one flinched. As early as the moment when he stood still in front of the wordless tablet, everyone was dead, fighting endlessly. Maybe time will go back, the universe will reincarnate, and even if everything is done will be swallowed up by the unknown that is so long as to die, but they are not afraid. Maybe one day all of them will lie under the inscription, but they are not afraid. What they are most afraid of is that after living or dying, all the people of the divine universe will lie under this inscription. Chapter 46:24. Leaving in front of Wu Bei. All those who are closer to Jian Wushuang vaguely feel that something has changed. Maybe it was perseverance, maybe cold-blooded, maybe it was gradually losing the compassion in the heart, but no one could say accurately. Thinking again and again, Supreme Bloodwave still said, Wu Shuanggong Zhu, you have nothing to do, please take a break. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and the tiredness deep in the pupils was covered up. Anyway, the dragons and phoenixes have been in the extraterritorial battlefield for more than a few months. I can't neglect them. After that, Jin Wushuang brought everyone back to the base camp. The Linha Dragon Emperor, who was sitting still with his eyes closed, woke up first, rose and arched. Long River has seen the master of Wushuang Palace in Linha. On the other side, Feng Qi was shocked when he heard that Linha Dragon Emperor had fallen to the face of Jian Wushuang. You must know that the pride of the dragons is famous in the entire divine power universe. Except for the gods of the universe, even the remaining semi-ancestors are probably not able to get the slightest face in the dragons. Is there any weird deal between them? Feng Qi's brows were frowned. Her mind suddenly turned down, and she didn't hesitate to take a step forward. Feng Qi has met the master of Wushuang Palace. You don't need to be polite. Jian Wushuang nodded and walked into the hall. In this World War I, the Shrine of Life fell to 60%, with only a few swords and swords left in the Supreme Divine Realm. It is already insufficient to be stationed outside the battlefield. Jian Wushuang showed this situation to the two dragons and phoenixes, and the Emperor of Linha took the road. The Lord of Wushuang Palace need not worry. The more than 12,000 dragon disciples brought by Linha will be counted from the moment they set foot on the outer battlefield, classified as the master of the warrior's palace. After waiting for Jian Wushuang to speak, Feng Qi also said, Wu Shuanggong Zhu, my Feng tribe also has more than 10,000 disciples at your disposal, and my Feng tribe has prepared meridians for warming meridians to quickly improve. Xiangwei's phoenix breath. Looking at the two secretly fighting against each other, Jian Wushuang felt helpless, but still arched. Thank you for the great ancestors of the two ethnic groups, and they helped at the most critical moment. Linha Dragon Emperor stroked a smile, and later said, Wu Shuang Palace Lord, although the battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield has subsided, but according to the style of the virtual universe, it is likely to make a comeback in the next period of time. What is your plan? Jian Wushuang heard that, and said the plan previously made again. After the words were finished, Linha Lungdi nodded. Wu Shuanggong Zhu means that the alliance is now divided into two parts. One part clears the imaginary forces stationed in each star domain, and the other part is responsible for guarding the cracks? Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Not yet speaking, Feng Qi took the lead. Feng Qi is willing to bring the children of the Phoenix family with the master of Wushuang Palace, the group of miscellaneous people who flatten the empty universe. Lin Guanglong Emperor Yu Guang glanced at Feng Qi and arched. Everything is sent by the master of the Wushuang Palace. Jian Wushuang no longer speaks, and a large number of virtual soldiers stationed in the divine universe are like a bomb that can be detonated at any time. If they are not removed as soon as possible when the virtual breaks from the seal, the consequences will be disastrous. And he had a vague feeling that time seemed to be getting closer. At this moment, the two brothers of the Kirin tribe, who are sitting with the dragon and phoenix, are embarrassed. They are also ancient and glorious tribe. At this moment, there is not even one thing that can hold their hands, and they are directly compared to the other two races. Second brother, otherwise let's show it? Chi Sun's secret came into Chi Ting's ears. Kieran twitched at the corner of her mouth. What do you mean? Before the two of us are all dressed up and down, can we offer our clothes? Qigong scratched his head and was about to speak, and suddenly realized that the Chuan Sun stone in his arms began to get hot. Reaching out to take out the unique stone of the Kirin tribe, a violent divine power was stirred up from it, attracting everyone in the temple. Listen, Gonger, please call for help. The chaos spring under the Hongdu starfield is cracked. I have been to Hongdu starfield and the ancestors of the Qilin tribe have exchanged sword wuxuang, and I heard that the slightly panicked voice was Kirin ancestor Qishan. Accompanying the sound of Kirshan's panic, there was also a weird empty spirit like a whale sucking a tsunami, and the listener swayed. A total of 2 people, Chi Tinky, hit a spirit at the same time and didn't speak. The messaging stone seemed to be unable to support it, and it broke apart. In the hall, only that weird ethereal sound was unconscious. The Linha Dragon Emperor and Feng Qi frowned at the same time. Immersed in countless chaos period of the semi-ancestors, their control and perception of the breath had already reached the top. And the breath coming out of the messenger stone, they did not even notice what kind of power it was, weird and extremely powerful. The 2 men, Chi Tinky, couldn't sit still for a while. After Xiang Jianwushuang arched his hand, he wanted to rush out of the hall. Wait a minute, I will go with you too. Jian Wushuang called them. Kirin hesitated slightly, then nodded, and for Jian Wushuang's half-ancestor strength, it was easier to deal with the next thing. This seat also went together. Chaos Spring's eyes cracked. It is important to reseal it. Linha Lungdi stepped forward and straightened, then stood behind Jian Wushuang. Go to this seat too, and one more person will have more strength. Feng Qi came quickly. Chi Tinky both looked at each other and did not dare to say anything, but nodded. After deploying the base camp outside the battlefield, Jian Wushuang took the lead in urging the spacecraft. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the semi-ancestor level supreme sits in the town, and the dragon and phoenix is guarded, and there are not many crises for the time being. The 3 giant engines with absolute semi-ancestral strength stood on the head of the universe boat, and the 2 of them were bitter, and it was not a blessing or a curse for them to gather together in the Kirin tribe. Howling wind hunted in my ears. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes lightly, then turned to look at Qi and heard, the chaos spring that is sealed under Luodu is what is it that can cause that panic? Kirin pondered for a moment, then slowly said, not many people are really clear about the chaos spring eyes. Even our Kirin tribe knows nothing about this, only knowing that it has only cracked once since the initial division of chaos. The cracking at that time directly caused my Kirin tribe to die out. Nearly 10,000 ancestors and grandchildren died, and then they were sealed again. Is there something sealed in the eyes of Chaos Spring? The sword had no dignity. Kirin shook his head and said, unclear, until the moment of the closure. My father didn't know what it was, but later told us that Chaos Spring Eye is the weakest and only place in the entire magical universe. Pole. The weakest point, the only pole. What would it be? Jian Wushuang whispered softly, and a vague sense of bad beginning began to come to mind. Chapter 46-25. Linha Dragon Emperor and Fengzhu Fengqi have been frowning frantically. The thing under the Luodu starfield of the Qilin family is sealed with a chaotic spring eye, which is known to both the dragon and phoenix families. It is also because of knowing that we know the importance of chaos spring eye. Nearly reaching the top of the universe, they have already begun to understand the law of divine power. Naturally, they know that the universe is not a vast dome that encompasses countless astral fuckingdoms. As early as the moment the universe was formed, the ultimate condensed convenience is the pole of the entire universe, which is the weakest place. It is called the Chaos Spring Eye by the Kirin tribe. No one knows what is in the eyes of Chaos Spring. Even the Kirin clan who guards the eyes of Spring has never thought about half-searching. At this time, Linha Lungdi, a pair of muddy eyes began to clear. His gaze turned towards Qi Ting, and he finally said, dare to ask, when was the chaos spring eye cracking for the first time? Qi Tingyu Guang glanced at the Emperor Linhe and sneered. You had forgotten the good days you picked yourself, now? Didn't you just provoke the war between the three races? As if a thunderbolt exploded in his mind, the Emperor Linhe trembled slightly, holding the railing with his palm to prevent it from falling down. The Emperor Linhe seems to be beginning to understand that his father, the ancestor of the chaos era that has disappeared for a long time, should disappear into the eyes of the chaos spring of the Kirin tribe. Since then, there has been nothing in the spacecraft. No one speaks anymore. Everyone's face is thoughtful. With full acceleration, the spacecraft arrived in Luodu, the Kirin tribe, in just 1 month. Before approaching, Jian Wushuang felt a strange invisible energy hovering above the sky. The divine power in the Bodis meridians began to restlessly, and Jian Wushuang felt inexplicably thirsty. Then a few people looked at each other, and each urged the divine power in the body to fly to Luodu. Only Lao Zun, who had been half-opened and half-opened, opened his eyes quietly, and his dark eyes stared into the distance. Have met the young ancestors. The general officer who guarded the city saw Qi Ting and his party, and flew forward hurriedly. Quickly take me to see my ancestors. Qi heard anxiously. The general officer of the Kirin family glanced at Jian Wushuang and others, then lowered his voice slightly, panicking, Young ancestor, the situation is a bit wrong, and the cracks in Kuan Yin's eyes began to grow. What else would it take? Hurry up. Qi listened anxiously, and his body immediately swept deep into the Luodu star field. Jian Wushuang glanced at the strange atmosphere on the sky, and then swept deep. Luodu star field, the extremely dark and desolate central area. At this moment one side is almost the size of an abyss pit with stars, and is spouting strange energy out endlessly. At the same time, fine cracks radiated slowly around. Nearly 8,000 children of the Kirin tribe are surrounded around this abyss pit at this moment. The unicorns of different sizes emit colorful huamong, seemingly doing their best to seal the town. The ancestor of a Qishan with a golden armor is closest to the pit, and the giant Kylan treasure appears to growl, seemingly struggling with some kind of power. Stepping into this area, Qi heard a conscious shout in this situation. But when Qishan turned his head subconsciously, Qilin Baoxiang was instantly dim. Boom! A huge amount of weird energy howling wind emerged from the sky under the abyss pit, directly broke through the repression, and completely converged on the sky. All the descendants of the Kirin family stepped back and suffered different internal injuries. The next moment, the abyss pit quickly collapsed, and a star-sized Senran skull looked out from it. The extreme breath that reached the top and stirred the discoloration of the star field instantly swept the entire Luodu. Jian Wushuang's heart was terrified, and he immediately urged majestic power. Feng Qi turned directly into the heavenly giant phoenix, as if facing the enemy, looked at the head in the abyss. Only the Emperor Linhe, who stepped backwards, almost fell to the ground. The Senran skull that protruded from the abyss is a dragon head. Everyone looked pale. With that bone dragon's head breaking through the seal, the entire body of the sturdy bones tore the abyss and lay across the sky. The indescribable horror has even surpassed the pressure brought by the virtual god. That bone dragon, which is larger than the entire Luodu star field, has exceeded the rules of the divine universe and cannot exist at all. But right now, it is lingering over the entire Luodu star field, and the dark breath oozes out of each of his bones, as if only one claw can put the entire Kirin tribe into an endless place. Come on! Qi Shan burst into tears, and the bone dragon was extremely powerful, making him never think of resistance from the beginning. All the children of the Kirin tribe did not hesitate, and each urged divine power to flee. Feng Qi directly transformed into a humanoid shape and fell to the ground. Not running fast yet. Are you waiting to die here? Feng Qi said anxiously, and stretched out his hand to hold the sword Wushuang and fled. However, Jian Wushuang reached out and held Feng Qi's hand, breaking free little by little. Are you crazy? Are you waiting to die now if you don't run? Feng Qi was already anxious, and in her opinion, It was already a death-seeking behavior to shake her ancestor, not to mention that it seemed to be beyond the ancestor's existence. Jian Wushuang shook his head slowly. I'm gone, and the magical universe is over. Feng Qi could not help but exasperated. Who do you think you are? Even if you can hardly shake the semi-ancestor, it is less than 1/10 of the ancestor. Not to mention this big guy. You are not saving, you are seeking death. Jian Wushuang was unmoved. Okay, you are willing to find death here. My mother is not with you. Feng Qi stomped her feet and turned into a phoenix to the distance. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang looked at the old man behind him. Senior, can you help me? You kid, you really got me in trouble. Yu sigh came from Lao Zun's mouth. The hood was slowly pulled down, exposing a sick-skin-like cheek. This universe is very restrained on me, but it is enough. After the words were finished, the black water ripples surged from the foot of Lao Zun. Facing the white-boned dragon that hovered above the sky, he slowly stepped into the air to meet him. Jian Wushuang also gave birth to the extreme power. The purple Sichuan word between the eyebrows has become extremely shiny. Linhe Dragon Emperor looked at the dragon on the sky. While the old tiers were vertical and horizontal, the power of the semi-ancestor peak had been inspired. The black water scepter settled in the void, and the ripples like ink touched the eyes of the bone dragon directly. The next moment, the huge bone palm toward the sky, detonated with inches, squeezing towards Lao Zun. Tianmen extremely stupid. Splendid dignity and divine power spread out, unmatched divine power suppressed at the same time. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.